Chapter 1241. Duke Long sighed. Whether there are rank 10 Gu immortals or not, I cannot answer you. But I think there should be a rank 10 immortal Gu. Because Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had personally said this. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was a rank 9 Venerable after Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He was benevolent, did not compete with others, and loved peace. However, just like the giant Sun Immortal, he had never truly entered the Celestial Court. There were only 3 immortal venerables in history who had truly entered the Celestial Court and merged their grotto heavens into the Celestial Court. From ancient times until now, they were the first rank 9 venerable in history: Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, the creator of Wisdom Path, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and the creator of Wood Path, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, who possessed Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Northern Plains. The final battle of the Bloodbath Martial Competition had finally arrived. Chu-Du walked off the battlefield. Please advise me. In front of him stood a female immortal. She was dressed in a splendid palace dress that dragged on the ground, and her fine black hair was tied up high with a dazzling array of jade and gold hairpins. Her skin was snow white, her eyebrows were slender, and her gaze was sharp. Her chest was perky, and her body was well developed. She was graceful and luxurious, and she gave others a feeling that she couldn't be offended. It was Gong Wanting, the wife of Princess Impatience. Gong Wanting's face was solemn as she sighed. Domination Immortal is indeed worthy of his reputation, defeating Lu Zhozhuan and Yao Yuanying. Regardless of the result of this battle, the name of Domination Immortal will spread throughout Northern Plains. Lu Zhanshan and Yao Yuanying, whose names were mentioned, looked displeased. But there was nothing they could do. Chu-Du was stronger than them. Overall, the blood battle martial competition was the result of the Huangjin tribes firmly suppressing the alliance of the Chu sect and the Bai Zhu tribe. But at the end, Chu-Du's appearance was a resounding slap to the righteous alliance. The might of the Domination Immortal made the Huangjin bloodline Gu immortals feel wariness. This was the last battle of the 100 battles. He had no other choice. Gong Wanting walked off the stage. This was a duel between the commanders of both sides. Please! Chu-Du's demeanor was elegant. Although he was injured, he was still calm and collected. Gong Wanting's eyes flashed with a strange light. She laughed and said, Domination Immortal is indeed heroic. As soon as he finished speaking, a purple light flashed like a sword. He shot towards Chu-Du like lightning. Chu-Du shouted, did not retreat but advanced, bravely charging towards Gong Wanting. It was a battle that shook the heavens and the earth. The two of them fought back and forth for hundreds of rounds, but there was no clear victor. Fighting from the sky to the ground, the bloody plains were almost completely destroyed. The spectating immortals had no choice but to retreat 30,000 li to avoid being caught up in the battle between Chu-Du and Gong Wanting. Chu-Du was unstoppable. On the other hand, Gong Wanting attacked more and defended more. Her posture was calm. This fierce battle continued for another 100 rounds. Chu-Du's body was covered in wounds, blood flying everywhere. Gong Wanting was no longer calm, her serious eyes constantly sweeping over Chu-Du, not daring to be careless in the slightest. The spectating Gu immortals were already moved. They evaluated this intense battle. It was a battle at the peak of rank 7. Under the premise that no rank 8s appeared. In Northern Plains Gu immortal world, no one would surpass him for hundreds of years. The sun set and the moon rose. From day to night, the two sides were still evenly matched. This kind of non-stop, intense battle was extremely intense. By dawn of the second day, both sides were in a weakened state. The battle was nearing its end. The outcome of life and death could be decided at any moment. The spectating Gu immortals. All of them held their breaths, waiting for the final outcome. But at this time, a magnificent pillar of light suddenly shrouded the area. Chu-Du and Gong Wanting were separated from the intense battle. It's about time, this battle will be decided as a draw. Rank 8 Gu immortal Yao Huang appeared in the sky. He looked not far away. I wonder if Heavenly Lord agrees with my words? Heavenly Lord Baizu appeared from the clouds, nodding. Please go to the sky and fight. Next, the two rank 8 Gu immortals flew up into white heaven under everyone's gazes. Soon, the immortals above the bloodbath plains heard a rumble and explosion from the white sky. It sounded like thunder, but also like the roar of a beast. Domination Immortal Chudu let out a breath of turbid air. The current situation was what he wanted. Gong Wanting had a special status. She was the wife of Princess Impatience. Chudu could not kill her because of this. Once he killed Gong Wanting, he would definitely provoke Princess Impatience. When Chudu was alone, he was not afraid. But now that he had established Chu sect, it was a different concept. As for Chudu himself, he had an outstanding performance in this blood battle martial competition. Heavenly Lord Baizu would not let Chudu die in this battle for the future development of Baizu tribe. Just like what Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu had discussed before the martial competition, the losses on both sides were successfully limited to a certain range. Gasp! So powerful, even white heaven is cracked. Hearing this sound, I can tell that the battle is extremely intense. It is a pity that we cannot penetrate the heavenly Wen-Chi wall and watch the battle in white heaven. The immortals on both sides did not leave, they conversed. The result of the battle between Heavenly Lord Baizu and Yao Huang decided everything. In the entire process of the blood battle martial competition, no matter how many sacrifices were made, how much effort they put in, or how many battle achievements they had, they could not compare to the result of this battle. No matter which side it was, they all suffered heavy losses. However, the number of Gu immortals who died in battle was not many. Some rank 6 Gu immortals died, and even fewer rank 7 Gu immortals died. The greatest loss was Yi Lui Kunxing, who was killed by Fang Yuan. As the battle progressed, both sides formed a tacit understanding. Of course, Gu immortals getting injured was also a huge matter. Because of the Dao marks, they were hard to heal. Often, the cost of healing would make a Gu immortal pay a huge price. In White Heaven, Heavenly Lord Baizu and Yao Huang sat opposite each other. A chessboard was placed between them. Please have a taste of my newly created golden leaf tea. Yao Huang chuckled, recommending his tea. Heavenly Lord Baizu drank a mouthful and nodded, before taking out a large bag of snacks. This is my specialty, stir-fried centipede. The two rank 8 great experts drank tea and ate the stir-fried centipede while playing chess. They were having a good time. Yao Huang sighed. This stir-fried centipede is delicious. I can't get tired of tasting it. It is truly a supreme delicacy. Heavenly Lord Baizu also praised. Brother Yao Huang's golden leaf tea is even better than the silver leaf tea. It seems that Brother Yao Huang will be able to refine resurrection from the dead Gu soon. Every serving of tea and wine could be seen as an unfinished food path Gu recipe. Sometimes, when Gu immortals sparred with their refinement path attainment, in order to avoid a huge commotion, or to save face, they would serve tea or wine. Gu immortals would taste tea or drink wine. They could determine each other's Gu refinement attainment. Of course, this method was too subtle. Most of the time, it was only a superficial probing. It could not show each other's true strength. Heavenly Lord Baizu could taste a different taste from Yao Huang's newly created golden leaf tea. Moreover, Heavenly Lord Baizu had tasted Yao Huang's silver leaf tea before. Comparing the two, he could tell that Yao Huang's refinement path attainment had improved. This improvement was clearly a result of Yao Huang's attempt to refine resurrection from the dead immortal Gu. As for Heavenly Lord Baizu, the snacks he created were not so simple. They could be seen as a display of his refinement path attainment. But Heavenly Lord Baizu had been busy building up to Baizu tribe and attacking Heifan Grotto Heaven recently. His refinement path attainment did not improve, thus, the fried centipede did not change much. However, the medicine sovereign's gaze was focused below the two of them. Not far below them, two figures were fighting. One was Heavenly Lord Baizu's appearance, the other was Yao Huang's appearance. Under white light, the commotion that the Gu immortals above blood battlefield plain heard was caused by these two figures. Yao Huang praised. Heavenly Lord's clone methods are getting more profound. You can even imitate 20 to 30% of a rank 8's power. Heavenly Lord Baizu smiled as he shook his head. I am ashamed. This is an immortal killer move that I comprehended after failing to attack Heifan Grotto Heaven a few days ago. I had once heard that Longevity Heaven contains Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's immortal killer move, Perfect Pair. It can allow a Gu immortal to create a clone with the same battle strength as them. My methods cannot be compared to Thieving Heaven Demon Venerables. Yao Huang smiled. He understood the meaning behind the words. Heavenly Lord Baizu mentioned Longevity Heaven. It was not as simple as it looked. Yao Huang explained. Heavenly Lord, don't worry. As long as the rank 8 Gu Immortals in Longevity Heaven do not come out, just a longevity token cannot mobilize us. Furthermore, isn't the situation of any region determined by the confrontation between rank 8 Gu Immortals? Right now, among the rank 8 Gu Immortals in Northern Plains, Old Ancestor Shui Hu has the highest battle strength. If he refines fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu, there will be no way to deal with him. But recently I saw that Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's defenses are tight, even for us. It will be hard to break into it. Our competition is just the righteous path's internal strife. If Old Ancestor Shui Hu refines fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu, Northern Plains' situation will turn into a situation where the righteous path and demonic path rise. Yao Huang spoke frankly. Heavenly Lord Baizu nodded, agreeing with the former's analysis. Originally, the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower had caused a huge change in Northern Plains' situation. Demonic flames were rising. If Old Ancestor Shui Hu really succeeded in refining fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu, that would be even more incredible. Compared to the rise of righteous path forces, Yao Huang was even more unwilling to see the demonic path becoming arrogant. Thankfully, in this blood path martial competition, we invited many lone immortals and demonic path experts. A portion of them died in the competition, while the rest joined Chu sect or my Baizu tribe after the competition. It can be said that they have sacrificed their lives to increase the strength of our righteous path. Heavenly Lord Baizu smiled. Rank 8 Gu Immortals had great foresight. This blood battle martial competition, on one hand, would help Yao tribe weaken the other Huangjin tribes. On the other hand, they would use Heavenly Lord Baizu and Chu Du's identities to weaken the lone immortals and demonic immortals, stabilizing the situation in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. But when Chu sect was mentioned, Yao Huang frowned. This Chu sect needs to be reformed. Our Northern Plains cannot allow sects to be created. Chapter 1242. Yao Huang's attitude was firm. Heavenly Lord Baizu smiled. Don't worry about this. Chu Du is aware of this, he has already communicated with me, he can give in on this. That's good. Yao Huang nodded. Both sides conversed for a while. The chess game was half done, time was almost up, the two immortals flew down to White Heaven one after the other. Next, the two announced that in the earlier battle, Yao Huang won. This blood battle martial competition ended with the victory of the Huangjin tribe's alliance. Chu sect and Baizu tribe's Gu immortals had ashen expressions, only Chu Du had a calm expression, he had expected this. In contrast, the Huangjin tribe's Gu immortals were celebrating. There was no need to explain the outcome of the battle. The blood battle martial competition that shook Northern Plains Gu immortal world and even affected the other 4 regions came to an end. Southern border, giant dream realm. In a deep and eerie sea. Darkness, one could not even see their own fingers. Fan Yuan was immersed in it, his injuries were severe. The pressure at the bottom of the sea was intense, in the water around him, there were countless slender dragon figures swimming around him. These were the dragons that lived in the sea. Each sea dragon had desolate beast-level battle strength. There were countless sea dragons, there were hundreds or even thousands of them. Fan Yuan's character was currently a rank 6 Gu immortal, but facing so many sea dragon beasts, he was still unable to fight them. More importantly, to pass this 9th stage, I need to kill all of the sea dragons. Fan Yuan smiled bitterly in his heart. If this was in the real world, he would have little chance of breaking through the encirclement and surviving. But in this dream realm, it had its own rules. If Fan Yuan wanted to break through, he would fail in the dream realm exploration. This was not giving Fan Yuan a way out. It is impossible to get rid of these sea dragons with just the foundation and methods in the dream realm. Thus, if Fan Yuan wanted to get through this stage, he only had one choice. One was Immortal Killer Move Unravel Dream. But with so many sea dragons, I can only activate Unravel Dream less than 10 times. It is not enough to resolve this problem. Looks like this scene is probably the final cultivation life of the Dreamland's owner. Fan Yuan was enlightened. Dreams were divided into different categories. Most of them were realistic dreams that reproduced scenes from the life of a certain life form. A small portion of them were strange, bizarre dreams. This dream realm that Fan Yuan explored was clearly a realistic dream realm. It might have been based on the original reality. It was somewhat exaggerated, but it also showed part of the truth that had happened. This Gu Immortal was once a Gu master of Combat Immortal Sect. His talent is not bad, but after becoming rank 6, he pales in comparison to the surrounding Gu Immortals. The 10 great ancient sects of the Central Continent also allocate cultivation resources according to sect contributions. This Gu Immortal's aptitude was barely passable, his battle strength was not high, and his methods were not brilliant. It was hard to get any sect contribution points, and even harder to obtain cultivation resources. Therefore, that's why I thought of exploring the East Sea. In the end, when he passed through the 5 regions' aperture walls, his Immortal Aperture's foundation was damaged. Afterwards he heard some rumors about Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace and came to explore this sea area, but he was attacked by a sea dragon group and died here. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan finally made his decision. He chose to give up. He took the initiative to leave this dreamland. Normally speaking, the deeper one went into this dream realm, the greater the gains from breaking through. But Fan Yuan was wise and decisive. He chose to retreat. He kept Unravel Dream, he did not waste it here. After a while, Fan Yuan returned to reality. He used Guts Gu to heal his injuries and inspected his own situation. Water Path Quasi-Grandmaster. This attainment level had not changed. He was still far from true Grandmaster. However, it was enough to annex many blessed lands in Citywell, because most of them were rank 6 Water Path blessed lands. According to the current situation, it is best to raise my attainment level to Master in all my paths. That way, I will be able to annex any rank 6 blessed land. Even though rank 6 blessed lands have less and less help in raising my cultivation level. But if I annex more, the effect will be greater. Fan Yuan pondered. Next, he would enter his dream realm and refine some dream path mortal Gu. Of course, he would also spend some time to make deductions. These last days he had an inspiration. He wanted to combine Myriad Self with Sword Dragon transformation. The deduction was progressing smoothly. Fan Yuan's strength path attainment level was high enough. His transformation path was also Grandmaster. The only flaw was that his wisdom path deductions were slightly lacking. But this was not a big deal. Lady White Rabbit came to report the situation of the Immortal Opportunity business, as well as some information that she had gathered. Fan Yuan sat on a cushion, he closed his eyes and said to her, "Speak, I am listening." Fan Yuan deduced his own things while listening to Lady White Rabbit's words. He was multitasking. As a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, it was not hard for him to do this. Lady White Rabbit spoke as she looked at Fan Yuan's face. Her gaze was filled with deep emotions. But to her disappointment, even after she finished her report, Fan Yuan did not open his eyes to look at her. "All right, you can leave now," Fan Yuan said. Lady White Rabbit could only be filled with disappointment and reluctance as she slowly left this place. Outside the hall, Wu-En had been waiting for a long time. "Lady, this way please." Wu-En's attitude towards Lady White Rabbit was much more respectful than before. As long as Lady White Rabbit could meet Fan Yuan, it would prove that Fan Yuan still favored her. This made Wu-En place great importance on Lady White Rabbit. Because Lady White Rabbit was related to the Immortal Opportunity business. Lady White Rabbit was slightly worried. She asked Wu-En, "Wu-En, has Lord Wu-Hai always been cultivating like this?" Wu-En was stunned. "What do you mean?" Lady White Rabbit sighed faintly. Lord Wu Hai is too hardworking when he cultivates, he does not want to waste a single second. Even when listening to my report, he did not stop cultivating. Has he always been like this? Wu blinked. Lady, I am speaking the truth. Even though I have not personally witnessed Lord Wu Hai's cultivation, but I can see it through my own eyes. Lord Wu Hai is probably the most hardworking cultivator I have ever seen. Ignoring everything else, just him locking himself in the hall and not leaving for such a long time is something I cannot do. Lady White Rabbit's expression became even more worried. Precisely so, I am worried about Lord Wu Hai. He cultivates like he is risking his life. Cultivation is about relaxation and relaxation. In the long run, I am worried that Lord Wu Hai will not be able to hold on, and his mental state will be affected. Wuan, if you have the chance, you must persuade Lord Wu Hai, okay? Wuan said in his heart. The number of times you see him, and the time you spend with him is even more than mine. How can I persuade him? But he still nodded, agreeing. If I have the chance, I will try to persuade Lord Wu Hai. Fan Yuan analyzed Lady White Rabbit's information. This allowed him to maintain a relatively clear grasp of the situation of the entire southern border. All in all, southern border's situation was still stable. Even though Wu Duxiu had died, Wu clan only had one rank 8 Gu immortal left, Wu Yong. But after this person took over Wu clan, he displayed great battle strength and clever political methods. Precisely so, even though Ba clan and Tai clan were eyeing him, they had no choice but to hold back their sinister thoughts. The situation of the rank 8s was like this, from top to bottom. It was reflected in all aspects of southern border. Inside the Super Gu formation, the situation was also calm. The immortal opportunity business was still going on. Some Gu immortals benefited from it. They were extremely happy, while some Gu immortals watched on coldly, ignoring it for now. Northern Plains blood battle martial competition has already ended. Chu sect reformed into Chu clan. Bai Zhu clan survived. The Huangjin clans won a great victory. They obtained a large amount of cultivation resources. This way, Northern Plains' situation is becoming more stable. Eastern Sea, Western Desert, and Central Continent, the information I obtained was not much. It was mostly from jewel yellow skies. I only have a vague idea. But they are all rather stable and peaceful. In fact, stability and peace were the norm for the 5 regions. Who wouldn't want to live a peaceful life? Why would they want to fight to the death? The chaos in Northern Plains was actually caused by Fan Yuan. He destroyed 88-point Junyang Tower. It was because of Shadow Sect's scheme, causing a series of terrifying effects. Only until the 5 regions' chaotic war did the 5 regions become chaotic. All order collapsed. Fighting became the main theme of Gu immortal cultivation. The external conditions were very relaxed and stable. This was the best thing for Fan Yuan. He entered his dream realm and started to refine Dream Path Mortal Gu. The caravan was resting at the foot of the mountain. Swoosh! A ray of moonlight moved agilely in the air, going around the rock in front of them and hitting the tree trunk behind it. Immediately, wood shavings flew. The thin tree trunk was almost cut by the moonlight. After so many days of practice, I finally succeeded. Fan Yuan was covered in sweat, but he was extremely happy internally. Lad, not bad. Gu Master Big Beard walked towards Fan Yuan. Uncle Big Beard, thank you for teaching me this. Fan Yuan laughed loudly, showing his white teeth. He was bright and cheerful. Gu Master Big Beard was dazzled by this sunlight. He was a little confused. Ordinary people can maintain this passion for 7 to 8 days. But you wake up early and sleep late. As long as you have time, you will train for over a month. Your passion has not diminished at all. Is this boring cultivation really so interesting? Fan Yuan clenched his fists. His eyes were shining like the morning stars. Of course. Uncle, don't you think it is very amazing? A person can launch a dazzling attack with just a wave of their hand. Cultivation itself is a very enjoyable thing. Chapter 1243. The bearded Gu Master could not understand Fan Yuan's emotions. After transmigrating from Earth, Gu Masters had all sorts of abilities. They were like superhumans. Becoming a superhuman from an ordinary person was something that Fang Yuan was excited about, he was passionate about. Furthermore, my aptitude is not good, I am only C grade. How can I not work hard? The young Fang Yuan chuckled. Uncle, do what you need to do, I will continue cultivating, Fang Yuan said. The bearded Gu master smiled as he shook his head, he left tactfully. Standing far away, he looked at Fang Yuan who was cultivating hard, his gaze was bleak as he muttered. Even if I work so hard, so what? C-grade aptitude, the cold and cruel reality will assault me, the gap will extinguish my passion, setbacks will diminish my excitement. How long can this passion and hard work last? At another corner of the dream realm, the real Fang Yuan was touching a tree that was almost cut down by the moonlight. Not bad, this dream path goo material is quite good. If I am lucky, I can refine more than 10 dream path mortal goo. A satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His dark and deep eyes flickered slightly, as if they were starlight. By Xiang Grotto Heaven. The humans alike dragon's goo refinement method was at its final juncture. Hang in there. We can't relax in the slightest. Master, you can do it, you can definitely do it. Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit shouted. The goo formation was working, the light was like a pillar that supported the sky. At the center of the dazzling light, there was a human-shaped torch. It was Bai Ningbing. His entire face and body were melting, as if he were wax under the heat and had melted into a ball. His hair had long been burnt, and his eyes were blind like glass beads. Even the fingers on his hands and feet had melted into one. Bai Ningbing's face was completely different. He was in intense pain. For the past tens of days he had never stopped. Initially, he screamed in pain, he screamed at the sky, he almost fainted. But afterwards, he endured it with great difficulty. He endured it all the way. He gritted his teeth and endured it. Next, his teeth and tongue were burned by the raging wave rising dragon fire, they fused together. He smiled. A ferocious smile. After that, he couldn't even smile because his nose bridge and his face were burned and melted like wax. Right now, he was like a human stick, too horrible to look at. But Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit could sense Bai Ningbing's will. His will. Just like steel, after being burned by flames and hammered by pain, it became stronger and harder. Such willpower caused even Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit to be moved. At the start, even Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit did not think highly of Bai Ningbing. Because Bai Ningbing's condition was too terrible. And the humans alike dragon's goo refinement method was extremely dangerous. But when refining goo, failure was inevitable. In history, which goo master or goo immortal who turned into a human dragon did not make ample preparations, they were extremely cautious and prepared to the extreme before taking such a risk. Boom! There was a loud noise. It was like a thunderclap. The radiance that soared into the sky suddenly disappeared, and a ball of raging flames soared up. It was shaped like a fire dragon, and its scarlet body was incomparably vigorous. After circling in the air, it turned around and charged at Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing was already burned into a lump of meat. Her flesh and bones, dow marks, blood, skin, and hair had all fused into one. The lump of meat was like a bottomless pit, it absorbed all of the fire dragons that charged at it. Next, the lump of meat turned redder and hotter, it burned the surroundings, causing the air around it to distort from the heat. When the lump of meat reached its limit, it exploded. In the bright light, a brand new Bai Ningbing appeared. Success, success! Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit stared with wide eyes as he muttered. Under the light, Bai Ningbing roared at the sky. She said, "The mountain stretches for 10,000 li, the 9 layers of the abyss, the loach and eel living at the bottom of the well. Today, the clouds are rising, my head soars to the sky." Her voice was like the roar of a dragon, it was like the rumbling of the wind, resounding in the whole of Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven. Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit was completely convinced, he knelt down on the ground. "Congratulations to Master for ascending to the immortal realm." Bai Ningbing stopped her roar, she slowly descended. She was expressionless, her skin was white as snow, Her facial features were more refined, she was even prettier than before. A pair of light blue vertical dragon pupils emitted a cold aura. But at the next moment, deep surprise flashed in her dragon pupils. What is going on? I have already become an immortal. I have a real immortal aperture. Why did I become a woman? This? Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit considered his words before explaining carefully. The humans alike dragon's goo refinement method uses master as an immortal material. The result of the goo refinement depends on the combination of the immortal materials. Master, you already had transformation path Dao marks. To think that these transformation path Dao marks actually affected the final goo refinement result, turning you into a dragon lady. Bai Ningbing. She found that the information path Dao marks and alliance agreements on her body had already disappeared, but these transformation path Dao marks affected the crucial part. Like what the Heavenly Spirit said, the humans alike dragon's goo refinement method's result was hard to grasp. It depended on the immortal materials used. Bai Ningbing frowned. This seemed to be a curse. The curse of being a woman had been troubling Bai Ningbing ever since Qingmao Mountain. After a while of silence, Bai Ningbing asked, "How can I turn into a man?" Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit replied, "That is easy, Master only needs to cultivate transformation path." Bai Ningbing had broad horizons. She shook her head. "This is not a permanent solution. My northern dark eye soul physique is still around. I will cultivate ice and snow path from now on." Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit thought about it before speaking. "Master, you have already regained your life. Your female identity is your foundation. But if you insist on changing your gender, you will need to find the other half of that rotation goo from back then and refine it into an immortal goo. Using this immortal goo, you can truly turn into a man." Bai Ningbing. In her mind, a person's image appeared unavoidably. "Fang Yuan, to think that you are still the obstacle in front of me." "Humph!" Bai Ningbing snorted coldly in her mind. She already knew that Fang Yuan had the upper extreme heavenly eagle with rank 8 battle strength. If she wanted to snatch that crucial goo worm from Fang Yuan, she had to think about it carefully. Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House. Above the clouds, goo immortals stood in great numbers. Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder said, "Bu Jinzi, you need to protect our sex fairy at all times during this trip to Northern Plains. She is only a false immortal after all, she has only ascended for a short period of time." Bu Jinzi was Spirit Affinity House's Supreme Elder, a rank 7 Phantom Path Goo Immortal. He received the order. "Everyone, as long as I am alive, I will ensure her safety." His words were filled with confidence. First Supreme Elder nodded, looking at Zhao Lianyun. "This time, you cannot charge at the front, you need to focus on your own safety. Leave the rest to others. The Goo Immortals traveling with you are the elites of the 10 great ancient sections. Together with our advantage in ambushing them, we have a huge chance of rescuing them." Zhao Lianyun nodded. She already knew that this ordinary-looking old lady was the Goo Immortal with the highest status in Spirit Affinity House. She bowed deeply to First Supreme Elder, Su Hao, and Li Juning. "I am going. Let's go." First Supreme Elder waved her hand. Bu Jinzi cupped his fists, bringing Zhao Lianyun along as they rode a ruined bat and flew far away. "To think that Zhao Lianyun would become our sex fairy in the end. Providence is making fools of people. I wonder if she can rescue that Ma Hongyun in this trip? In my opinion, the possibility is very high. After all, the Goo Immortals going to Northern Plains are the elites of our 10 great sects. They are very strong." The Goo Immortals conversed and left. "I am going to find my daughter." Fairy Bai Qing had a worried expression as she said to Feng Jioga. Feng Jioga nodded. This time, he had wanted to participate in the trip to Northern Plains. However, he didn't expect the Heavenly Court to reject his suggestion. Feng Jioga was a peerless genius that was rarely seen in thousands of years. He had outstanding talent and made people look up to him. He had rank 7 cultivation level but had rank 8 battle strength. According to common sense, he was the best candidate for this trip to Northern Plains, but he was not able to join the rescue team. At this moment, Feng Jioga could not understand what the Celestial Court was planning. When Fairy Bai Ching saw Feng Kim Hong, the latter was sitting by the lake, looking at the ripples on the surface of the lake in a daze. In Fairy Bai Ching's heart, she felt a sense of tenderness. She knew that her daughter's goal had always been to become a fairy of Spirit Affinity House. But this time, Zhao Lianyun unexpectedly obtained Love Gu's recognition, and was also recognized by the Celestial Court, officially becoming a fairy of Spirit Affinity House. This way, Feng Kim Hong was eliminated. Fairy Bai Ching slowly walked towards Feng Kim Hong. What? Are you still thinking about Fairy? No. Mother, I am thinking, why did I not obtain Love Gu's recognition? Feng Kim Hong's eyes were slightly red, he had clearly cried alone earlier. That is because you do not have love. Fairy Bai Ching sat beside Feng Kim Hong and stretched out her hand, gently caressing Feng Kim Hong's hair. Feng Kim Hong continued, Why do I not have love? What is love? Fairy Bai Ching's gaze flickered, she thought about it before saying. Love is different from familial love and friendship, it is more of a type of fate, just like how I met your father back then. Love had suddenly come. Before this, no one had expected it. So this kind of thing cannot be forced, everything depends on fate. Feng Kim Hong shook his head. I do not want to leave it to fate, this is not my style. I want to find love and be recognized by love, to obtain the status of a fairy. Mother, what do you think is the possibility of this? Fairy Bai Ching smiled, this was basically impossible, but seeing her daughter's serious and expectant gaze, as a mother, how could she be honest? Thus, she said, There is a possibility, but first, you need to find the person you want to love. Such a person is not your father or mother, nor is he one of your female companions. Chapter 1244. Mother means it's those. Feng Kim Hong frowned. In the environment she grew up in, there were no youngsters that could compare to her. Spirit Affinity House had more females than males. This made Feng Kim Hong look down on males of the same age since young. And the most important reason was that Feng Kim Hong's father was too outstanding, he raised her standards, causing her to look down on the men around her. Fairy Bai Ching nodded, asking jokingly, That's right, Huang Er, do you like any of the youngsters you met? Feng Kim Hong frowned. After a moment of seriousness, she shook her head. Fairy Bai Ching almost laughed out loud. Her daughter's dazed look was extremely adorable. She asked again, Then let me change my question. Which youngster left the deepest impression on you? This time, Feng Kim Hong was stunned. Fan Yuan's image involuntarily appeared in her mind. Fan Yuan was the man who caused her a painful defeat, the scene on Dang Hun Mountain. Feng Kim Hong would never forget it. Furthermore, Fan Yuan had saved Feng Jioga's life. All these events caused Feng Kim Hong to have very complex feelings towards Fan Yuan. Speaking of hatred, it was not simple hatred. Speaking of gratitude, it was not simple gratitude. Fairy Bai Ching saw that Feng Kim Hong was in a daze. Her expression turned ugly. She panicked internally, blaming herself. Oh no! How could I forget about Fan Yuan? Fairy Bai Ching quickly said, Huang Er, don't think too much. As a mother, Fairy Bai Ching was very worried. Although Feng Kim Hong had grown up a lot, in terms of emotions, she was still very pure. She was like a blank piece of paper. That Fan Yuan is an otherworldly demon. He used spring-autumn cicada to rebirth. His true age might be even older than father and mother. Fairy Bai Ching's tone was very solemn. Yes. He is listed on the Devil Judgment Board and is an extremely vicious devil. He has slaughtered countless people and harmed the common people. He is extremely dangerous. But he saved Dad. Feng Kim Hong retorted. Fairy Bai Ching had a solemn expression as she stared at Feng Kim Hong's eyes, saying seriously, Then you have to remember, gratitude and grudges cannot be mixed, you have to distinguish them clearly. He saved your father's life. Although it was just a coincidence, we will definitely repay it. However, he is a member of the Devil Path and is wicked beyond redemption. After we repay him, when we meet him again, it will be time to eradicate him. Do you understand? Feng Kim Hong nodded. Understood. Southern border. Fan Yuan was in a dream. Achoo. Achoo. Fan Yuan sneezed twice in a row. He rubbed his nose and said to the female Gu master, "Again." The female Gu master stood behind the counter and took out 3 stones. "Please." This was already another dream. The water path dream realm earlier. Because it was too difficult, Fan Yuan gave up on it. A few days later, the dream realm moved in finally. A dream realm suitable for Fan Yuan to explore appeared. What made Fan Yuan very happy was, if he successfully explored this dream realm, he could directly raise his luck path attainment level. There were very few luck path Gu immortals. Because even though Giant Sun Immortal created luck path, he did not popularize it. So, dream realms that contained luck path true meaning were also rare. Fan Yuan was able to encounter such a dream realm. The chances were very small. Fan Yuan looked at the 3 stones in front of him. He already knew. According to the rules of this dream realm, he needed to win 3 times in a row and find the most valuable item among these stones to skip this stage and enter the second stage. Stone gambling. I have already succeeded twice. If I fail this time, all my previous efforts will be wasted. I should use Unravel Dream. Fan Yuan activated the immortal killer move Unravel Dream. Fan Yuan waited for a while but there was no reaction. What's going on? Just as he was feeling puzzled, the female Gu master who served him said softly, "Little brother, choose the middle one. Don't worry, I won't cheat you." Saying so, she winked at Fan Yuan in a flirtatious manner. Fan Yuan finally understood this was the effect of Unravel Dream. He did not hesitate. He grabbed the middle one. 3 stones were opened, none of them had Gu worms, but according to the stone's material, the middle one had the highest value. The first stage faded away in front of him. Soon, he entered the second stage. Northern Plains. Longevity Heaven. Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Calamity Luck Altar. 3 layers of round altars, pillars, white jade railings, and sunlight shined. Calamity Luck Altar was still operating. 8 Gu immortals occupied 9 corners of Calamity Luck Altar, activating it day and night. At the center of Calamity Luck Altar, 5 Elements Grand Master had a solemn expression. He was surrounded by 3 layers of 5 colored rings. The pressure from Calamity Luck Altar was increasing. 5 Elements Grand Master had to use all his strength to resist it. Both sides were silent, because it was clear to them that the other party could not be moved by words. Right at this time, the whole of Longevity Heaven resounded with bell sounds. The 8 extremities heard this bell sound and their bodies shook. They were bewildered. This is Immortal Killer Move. Alarm bell ring. How can this be? Back then, Ancestor Giant Sun set up this Immortal Killer Move in Longevity Heaven. Once Longevity Heaven encounters a huge danger, the bell will ring. But 5 Elements Grand Master is already trapped by us. The 8 extremities conversed. They were all at a loss. The leader of the 8 extremities, Heaven Extremity, pondered. No, even when 5 Elements Grand Master attacked, the alarm bell did not ring. Now that the bell is ringing, it means there is another danger. The other 7 extremities were flustered. That means to say, this tribulation is even more severe than 5 Elements Grand Master's sneak attack? Right now, all of us need to activate Calamity Luck Altar to suppress 5 Elements Grand Master. We cannot split ourselves. How are we going to face this tribulation? With Calamity Luck Altar here, heavenly tribulations and earthly tribulations cannot do anything to us. This is going to be terrifying. The second leader, Territory Extremity, looked at Heaven Extremity as he said, "In this situation, we can only awaken the 4 Desolation Immortals." Heaven Extremity had a solemn expression. He nodded slowly. 5 Elements Grand Master smiled. Longevity Heaven cannot even protect itself. I am curious. What kind of tribulation can make this alarm bell ring? Heaven Extremity was about to speak. Suddenly, a voice resounded in his ears. The so-called tribulations and calamities are actually good luck. They are all luck path in essence. They are all variables. We Gu immortals need to turn bad variables into variables that are beneficial to us. Calamity Luck Altar was constructed with this concept. Heaven Extremity heard this voice and was surprised and joyful. 5 Elements Grand Master also looked at this mysterious Gu immortal who had appeared out of nowhere, asking, Which 4 Desolation Immortal are you? We greet Lord South Desolation. The 8 extremities greeted together, giving 5 elements Grandmaster a clear answer. Inside Longevity Heaven, there were 8 extremities, 4 Desolation, a total of 12 positions. The 4 Desolation Immortals were Eastern Desolation, Southern Desolation, Western Desolation, and Northern Desolation, for rank 8 Goo Immortals. The 8 extremities were Heaven Extremity, Earth Extremity, Profound Extremity, Yellow Extremity, Space Extremity, Time Extremity, Flood Extremity, and Desolate Extremity, 8 rank 7 Goo Immortals. Of course, Longevity Heaven was Giant Sun Immortals Grotto Heaven. It was huge and had abundant resources. Other than these 12, there were other Goo Immortals. But these 12 were the core authority of Longevity Heaven. They were elites among Goo Immortals. South Desolation Immortal wore azure gold armor. His beard extended to his chest, he had a muscular body and an old face. He continued, "When the bell rings, I wake up." The bell rings were 3 long and 2 short. It was neither fast nor slow. It meant that Love Immortal Goo was approaching Northern Plains. Love Immortal Goo had the ability to defy fate. Back then, our ancestor was quite wary of it. In order to obtain Love Immortal Goo, our ancestor made a bet with the Celestial Court, but he could not refine Love Immortal Goo for 3 years. He could only use this chance to set up a Supreme Luck Path method on Love Immortal Goo. One day in the future, when the method is activated, Love Immortal Goo will be drawn to Northern Plains by luck. This is the best chance for us to seize Love Immortal Goo. Giant Sun Immortal's Immortal Killer move was very profound. His descendants could deduce some information about calamities and tribulations from this bell ring. Even though the 8 extremities knew about the alarm bell ringing, they did not know about the details of the bell itself. Hearing South Desolation Immortal's words, they became excited. It turned out that many years ago, Giant Sun Immortal had already made arrangements. Heaven Extremity said, "Lord South Desolation, please lead the way. The 8 extremities will listen to your orders. We are willing to risk our lives for Longevity Heaven and seize Love Immortal Goo." Southern Border. This is Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven. He Lulon stepped into the Immortal Aperture's entrance, officially stepping into Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven. Tai Bai Yunxing, Ing Wu Xie, and Shi Nu followed closely behind. Something is not right. Ing Wu Xie's expression suddenly changed. At the next moment, the surrounding scenery changed, the Goo formation activated, forming a special space that contained the 4 immortals. Bai Ningbing's figure appeared faintly. Shi Nu was shocked and furious. He shouted, "You are Bai Ningbing? You dare to betray us!" "Humph, Shadow Sex Scum, this day next year will be your death anniversary." Bai Ningbing sneered. A cold and cruel light shined in her light blue dragon eyes. Ing Wu Xie was greatly surprised. Bai Ningbing actually broke free of his control. It was out of his expectations. He suddenly had a flash of inspiration. "So that's it, you actually used the humans alike dragon's Goo refinement method? This method has been lost for a long time. Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven actually has it? To speak the truth, I need to thank you. Accept my gift." Bai Ningbing sneered. The image that appeared in front of the 4 immortals became fainter and fainter, before vanishing completely. "Wait a moment, we can still talk." Before Ing Wu Xie finished speaking, the Goo formation activated. Snow flew, countless ice spears pierced through the air. The 4 immortals had to deal with them quickly. Etian Mountain ruins, inside the Super Goo formation. Fan Yuan opened his eyes, returning to reality. His soul was extremely weak, but it did not matter. Fan Yuan had plenty of guts Goo. Luck Path Master. Fan Yuan inspected himself. He found that his Luck Path attainment level had risen to Master level. The Luck Path Dream Realm earlier had already been completely explored by him. His usage of Unravel Dream was completely exhausted, but his gains were even greater. His Luck Path attainment level that was extremely ordinary had risen to Master level. He immediately felt a different feeling. This feeling was very mystical. It could not be described with words. If my Luck Path attainment reaches Grand Master level, I might be able to exchange for the self-luck true inheritance that land spirit of Langya has. I would be able to use it very well, my strength would rise greatly. But for now, I feel that I can use Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo and Luck together, to greatly increase the power of the Immortal Killer Move Chi Luck Sensation. Chapter 1245. Chi Luck Sensation. This Immortal Killer Move came from Hei Fan Grotto Heaven, Goo Immortal Feng Jun's inheritance. It used Chi Luck Immortal Goo as the core and Mortal Goo as supplementary, allowing the Goo Immortal to sense the people and objects that were closely related to their own luck. Furthermore, the closer they got, the clearer and more complete their senses would be. Using this move, Fan Yuan could sense the location of Ing Wu Xie and the rest, even if they were across regional walls. This was because Ing Wu Xie and the rest had already connected their luck to Fan Yuan. After connecting their luck would be closely related at all times. After all, they would share blessings and misfortunes together. However, because of Ing Wu Xie's various methods, a portion of Chi Luck Sensation's effect was suppressed, even though he hid in his immortal aperture to completely avoid the detection of Chi Luck Sensation. Fan Yuan was very wary of Ing Wu Xie and the rest, because even though Shadow Sect was in ruins, a broken ship still had 3 nails, a dead camel was still bigger than a horse. As long as they gathered the remaining resources of Shadow Sect, Ing Wu Xie and the rest would become stronger. They would be able to move faster and more steadily than Fan Yuan. This time, I will raise the level of Chi Luck Sensation. I might be able to find the location of Ing Wu Xie and the rest. I will get rid of them in advance and get rid of this huge threat. Fan Yuan decided to add Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo into Chi Luck Sensation, increasing the number of cores of this killer move from 1 to 2. Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo is Wisdom Path. I will add some Wisdom Goo in first. Next I will use some Group Plan Goo and some Connect Luck Mortal Goo, Pair Goo and Sequencing Goo. Fan Yuan did not make any deductions, he made his choice based on his intuition. A large number of Mortal Goo were added. Fan Yuan had some of these Goo worms, but he needed to buy most from Jewel Yellow Skies. There were no twists and turns. Not long after, he collected all the Goo worms. But next, he did not rush to activate the Immortal Killer move, he experimented step by step. Because he gained so many Goo worms at once. The original Chi Luck Sensation had changed greatly. If he activated it blindly, it might fail and cause Fan Yuan to be injured. In a more serious situation, the Goo worm would be destroyed. Forget about the Mortal Goo. If the Immortal Goo were destroyed, who would Fan Yuan cry to? When a Goo Immortal creates an Immortal Killer move, the process of testing it was very risky. Fan Yuan first split the entire new Chi Luck Sensation Killer move into several parts. He began to experiment one by one. The results of the experiment were excellent. None of them were unsuccessful. Fan Yuan then used Wisdom Path methods to deduce and modify the Chi Luck Sensation Killer move he had just created. Half a day later, Fan Yuan finished deducing. He started to activate Chi Luck Sensation for the first time. Halfway through activating it, a small problem that exceeded Fan Yuan's expectations appeared. Of course, these problems were not too big, and it was very likely that they would not affect the final success. However, Fan Yuan was still cautious and stopped activating it. Give up halfway. Many Mortal Goo were destroyed. Fan Yuan did not even blink. It was fine as long as Chi Luck Immortal Goo and Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo were fine. He had a huge business now, he was extremely wealthy, expending some Mortal Goo was a negligible loss to Fan Yuan. The supplementary Mortal Goo did not need to be purchased again. Fan Yuan had already considered this situation earlier, thus the quantity he purchased far exceeded what he needed in one go. He continued to deduce and found the reason. What exactly caused this unexpected change? This time, Fan Yuan deduced for a long time. After adjusting the Immortal Killer move's contents, he cultivated for a while. He started experimenting again. This time, during the latter half of activating the Immortal Killer move, an unexpected situation occurred again. The Immortal Killer move involved too many Goo worms. Many times, even Fan Yuan could not deduce the changes inside. Even though it was just a small spark that appeared out of nowhere, Fan Yuan still felt that he had to investigate it carefully. he stopped activating the killer move again. Be it Unravel Mystery or Chi Luck Immortal Goo, they had to be activated at the crucial moment. Thus, even though he lost many mortal goo, it was not a big deal. He did this again and again. He continued to experiment, deduct, and adjust. A few days later, Fan Yuan finally obtained a relatively perfect Chi Luck sensation. This immortal killer move had 3 times the number of goo worms compared to before, with 2 immortal goo as the cores, Unravel Mystery and Chi Luck. It was like 2 bright suns, activating a brand new Chi Luck sensation. A profound feeling quickly filled Fan Yuan's mind. First, Yifan, Hongyi, and Hanli were in southern border, central continent, and western desert respectively. Their specific locations were much clearer than before. Especially Yifan, Fan Yuan immediately found out that he was on Shangliang Mountain. Next, he had a vague feeling. Yingwu Xie and He Lulan appeared in Fan Yuan's detection again. But they were very vague, many times more so than Yifan. He did not know their exact location. Fan Yuan could only sense a rough range. Strange, other than Yingwu Xie and He Lulan, there is another person who is also in a vague state, similar to them. Did Yingwu Xie use Connect Luck Immortal Goo to connect his luck to an unknown Goo Immortal? Fan Yuan immediately guessed the truth. He frowned. It was no secret that Connect Luck Immortal Goo was in Yingwu Xie's hands. This was Fan Yuan's weakness. Right now, Fan Yuan was no longer using Spring Autumn Cicada, he had sealed it. And in terms of luck, with the help of Luck Immortal Goo, it had turned from a weak point to an advantage. But with Yingwu Xie and the rest, Fan Yuan's advantage was taken away. Giant Sun Immortal's early rise was mostly due to Luck Immortal Goo. But Fan Yuan did not fully enjoy the benefits that Luck Immortal Goo gave him. It was fine if he shared it with Yifan, Hanli, Hongyi, and He Lulan. After all, these 4 were people with strong luck. But Yingwu Xie and the other new Goo Immortal were at the bottom of the group. They were taking away the benefits of luck. This direction, to think that they are actually in southern border. Yingwu Xie and the rest need to be eliminated. After killing them, I will be truly safe. No one will care about the sovereign immortal body. At the same time, after killing these people, my luck will rise and I will be able to display the true power of Luck Immortal Goo. At this moment, Fan Yuan was filled with killing intent. He wanted to move immediately and kill Yingwu Xie and the rest. Central Continent. Alright, let's go. Rank 8 Goo Immortal Wei Lingyang shouted. His voice was hoarse, he had a middle-aged appearance, he had deep-eyed bags and was listless, he gave off a feeling of exhaustion. But among the 3 Rank 8 Goo Immortals, he was the strongest, he was the leader of this Northern Plains rescue mission. And with him were Bai Qingtian and Myriad Tidal Dragon. These 2 were also Rank 8 Goo Immortals. Bai Qingtian had participated in the Battle of Yitian Mountain and survived. Myriad Tidal Dragon's seniority was higher than Bai Qingtian, and recently, he had received guidance from Duke Long. His strength rose again. Duke Long was old, he could not fight anymore, but with him in charge of the overall situation, he immediately displayed a different kind of grandeur. Just Rank 8 Goo Immortals alone, they were all Celestial Court Goo Immortals. Even though they had phantom apertures, their battle strength far surpassed the Rank 8 Goo Immortals of the 10 great ancient sections. The Immortals responded loudly, they split into 3 groups and entered the 3 Immortal Goo houses. These 3 Immortal Goo houses were Wind Cloud Manor's wind-sweeping building. It had 7 floors, curtains were fluttering in the wind. Heavenly Lotus X Canary Pavilion was exquisite and small, it was full of vitality. Combat Immortal Sex Edge Link Camp was majestic and had flags fluttering in the wind. Each Immortal Goo house was guarded by a Rank 8 Goo Immortal. Zhao Lianyan was placed in the middle one, Wind Cloud Manor's wind-sweeping building. She went to the top floor, it was the safest place in this Immortal Goo house. This time, our formation is too huge, not only do we have 3 Rank 8 Goo Immortals, we even have 3 Immortal Goo houses. Victory is already certain. Bu Jingzi followed behind Zhao Lianyun and said. Zhao Lianyun nodded, she did not show it on the surface, but her heart was pounding. Han Yun, I'm here. You need to persevere. The 3 immortal goo houses flew into the sky like 3 meteors. Edge Link Camp was at the front, creating a storm. Wind Sweeping Building was in the middle, dispatching reinforcements. Canary Pavilion was at the back, flexible and adaptable. The Heavenly Wind Chi Wall was already close at hand. Boom! Edge Link Camp unleashed its might. A huge sharp horn condensed into a solid shape and pierced the Heavenly Wind Chi Wall. Its momentum did not decrease as it forcefully opened a passage. Wind Sweeping Building and Canary Pavilion followed closely behind. Bam bam bam. Wind Sweeping Building continued to shake. Zhao Lianyun's body was also shaking at the top floor. She almost fell down. Bu Jinzi was tongue-tied. It is said that the Heavenly Wind Chi Wall is thicker and harder to pass than the 5 regional walls. Seeing it today, it is indeed so. Our Wind Sweeping Building is only at the middle section. It is already so unstable as it moves through the open passage. The astral chi is surging from both sides. It is hard to imagine what kind of situation Edge Link Camp is in. The Heavenly Wind Chi Wall was formed from countless strands of astral chi. Once a passage was opened, the surrounding astral chi would quickly flow over and seal the passage. Thus, the 3 immortal goo houses were very close to each other. They were almost touching each other as they charged forward. After half a journey, Edge Link Camp's goo worms were damaged, their momentum slowed down, and they retreated to the back. Wind Sweeping Building took over Edge Link Camp's position, bearing the heavy burden of opening the passage. After a quarter of the journey, Canary Pavilion charged at the front again. Like this, several days later, the 3 immortal goo houses finally broke through the Heavenly Wind Chi Wall and entered Black Heaven. Right now, in the Goo Master world, there were only Black Heaven and White Heaven left in the immemorial 9 heavens. The reason for not choosing White Heaven was simple. It was to prevent exposing themselves. Black Heaven had natural concealment. It could conceal the traces of the 3 immortal goo houses to a certain extent. This way, the central continent goo immortals could maintain their advantage in sneak attacks. Chapter 1246. Southern Border. Inside the Super Goo Formation. Fan Yuan savored the power of Chi Lux sensation. He continued to comprehend the benefits of his attainment level. This time, even though the process of raising Chi Lux sensation was a little complicated, it was extremely easy. Everything seems to have happened naturally, and naturally. It was often difficult for ordinary goo immortals to perfect or raise the level of an immortal killer move. For example, Goo Immortal Vicious Lightning Fiend of Myriad Dragon Doc, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, spent many years to obtain the immortal killer move Lightning Deity. Vicious Lightning Fiend's Lightning Deity was deduced from Blood Deity's incomplete goo recipe. This involved Lightning Path and Blood Path. Vicious Lightning Fiend's Lightning Path attainment level was high enough, but his Blood Path attainment was extremely ordinary. Thus, he spent many years and even used some of Myriad Dragon Doc's resources to barely succeed. This is the lack of attainment level. I can only forcefully deduce it. Maybe a high level of Wisdom Path attainment can provide a lot of help, or I can only rely on inspiration and time. Hei Fan was a Time Path great expert. Didn't he also have many immortal killer moves that were not created after his death? However, once my attainment level is high enough, deducing killer moves can no longer be called deductions. It is a type of instinct. It is simply too easy. Fan Yuan continued to ponder over it. This time, to raise the immortal killer move Chi Lux sensation, Fan Yuan had only spent a few days. But it gave him a lot of shock. When imagining the general framework of the immortal killer move, Fan Yuan did not think much. He had a vague concept in his mind. Next, he chose goo worms, as long as they were Luck Path or Wisdom Path mortal goo. He relied on a type of intuition. Intuition? It was hard to imagine. But the truth was like that, once one's attainment level reached a certain level. Understanding of goo worms, and conceptualization of immortal killer moves of related paths. It had already become an instinct of the goo immortal. This instinct was close to a talent. It was as if they were born with it. It was so natural and easy. It was as if humans were born to breathe through their nostrils. It was a natural thing. Attainment level is the perception of the great Tao. My luck path attainment level has reached master level. This has given me a keen sense of everything related to luck path. It was an indescribable perception and perception. When upgrading Chi luck sensation, I don't even need to test it, I already know what goo worms to use as support. Similarly, there is wisdom path. My wisdom path is already at grandmaster level. My knowledge of wisdom path is even deeper than luck path. Thus, Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo was able to perfectly fuse into Chi luck sensation. Fan Yuan summed it up. He found the benefits of advancing to a higher realm far exceeded his previous imagination. Being able to annex immortal apertures of more paths was only the most direct manifestation. In other aspects, it had also brought about many excellent benefits. In the future, he raised the realm of all the schools to the Grandmaster level and even Great Grandmaster level. Will he be able to come up with a killer move that encompasses all paths? Fan Yuan could not help but let his thoughts run wild. The truth is, Spectral Soul has already reached this level. Perhaps it was because of this. Only then could he think of Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo's recipe, right? Thinking of immortal killer moves and immortal goo recipes. The essence was the same. Thinking of Spectral Soul, Fan Yuan subconsciously looked towards a certain direction in southern border. Not long ago, he had already used Chi luck sensation to find out that Ing Wu Xie and the rest were in this direction. Fan Yuan already had a rough idea of the area. Even though Fan Yuan had deep killing intent towards Ing Wu Xie and the rest, he thought about it and decided to make some preparations before making a move. Even though Fan Yuan hatched the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, it only had rank 6 battle strength currently. Ing Wu Xie and the rest information was wrong. They thought that Fan Yuan had rank 8 battle strength. But Fan Yuan could not possibly use this rank 8 battle strength to kill them in battle, right? In the previous battle in Eastern Sea, Fan Yuan saw the strength of Ing Wu Xie and the rest. This time, there was a period of time, Fan Yuan could not estimate if Ing Wu Xie and the rest had inherited shadow sex resources, or if their cultivation level and battle strength had risen by another level. To be on the safe side, Fan Yuan had to make more preparations. It was better to be prepared. He had to try to get rid of this huge threat in this battle. Chi luck sensation was a good example. Fan Yuan had already started to fuse Sword Dragon transformation with Myriad Self. Other than that, he also borrowed Immortal Goo from Wu Clan. This was the benefit of joining Wu Clan. It was different from Langya sect. Langya sect was a sect. They paid attention to sect contribution points. Wu Clan had a clan system. Fan Yuan's identity was Wu Yihai on the surface. He was also Wu Yong's younger brother. He was the closest blood relation in the entire clan. Thus, when Fan Yuan asked to borrow some immortal goo from Wu Clan's treasury, Wu Yong did not stop him, he agreed. In fact, Wu Yong was quite satisfied with Fan Yuan's recent performance. After Fan Yuan entered the Super Goo formation, he followed their agreement and did not interfere with Wu Clan's internal affairs. This allowed Wu Yong to have a better grasp of Wu Clan's situation. Secondly, Fan Yuan, who was acting as Wu Yihai, handled the immortal opportunity business perfectly. He displayed great political skills. Ba Clan and the rest could not do anything about it. He helped Wu Clan to defend the giant dream realm. This was a contribution to Wu Clan. Wu Yong remembered Fan Yuan's contribution. He not only agreed to Fan Yuan's borrowing of Wu Clan's treasury, he even lowered the rental price. Fan Yuan paid a lot of Eastern Sea cultivation resources to Wu Clan. He borrowed several immortal goo. Among them were Strength Path Dragon Strength Immortal Goo and Transformation Path Dragon Scale Immortal Goo. They were all targeted. These Immortal Goo would be a huge help to Fan Yuan's fusion of Myriad Self and Sword Dragon transformation. By Xiang Grotto Heaven. Within the Super Goo formation, He Lulan, Shirnu, Tai Bai Yinxing, and Ing Wu Xie occupied 4 positions, resisting Bai Ning Bing. Howl, howl, howl. The Super Goo formation activated, cold winds howled and ice blades flew, enveloping the 4 immortals. With Ing Wu Xie at the lead and the other 3 supporting him, they resisted the suppression of the Super Goo formation. Even though they were in a sorry state, their formation was still stable. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Tai Bai Yinxing. It was Bai Ningbing's appearance. but only her upper body was visible, her lower body was like a wisp of smoke. The moment Bai Ningbing appeared, she immediately charged towards Tai Bai Yunxing. Tai Bai Yunxing was the weakest among the four immortals. Bai Ningbing chose to attack him. It was a correct tactic. Tai Bai Yunxing quickly retreated. In the previous battle, he had already experienced the power of Bai Ningbing's move. He suffered greatly. If not for the other three immortals' help, he would have died already. Switch! Shirnu, go! Seeing that Tai Bai Yunxing was in danger, Ing Wuxia quickly commanded. White light flashed on the four of them at the same time, before an eerie sigh resounded in the air. Shirnu and Tai Bai Yunxing's positions switched instantly. Shirnu faced Bai Ningbing's attack. Shirnu grunted, but he managed to block it. Tai Bai Yunxing was behind Shirnu. Seeing this, he quickly used a Cloud Path Immortal Goo to heal him. Bai Ningbing is getting stronger. She is familiarizing herself with Bai Xiang's methods. She has many Ice and Snow Path Immortal Goo. The longer this drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. Damn it! Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit actually has the humans alike Dragon's Goo refinement method. Wasn't this method destroyed by Duke Long already? What the hell is he doing? Also, during the battle earlier, I felt my luck shaking. Fan Yuan actually raised his investigative method to such an extent. Now, even if I enter my immortal aperture, he will not be able to find me. Ing Wuxia was facing huge pressure now. Bai Ningbing suddenly betrayed them. She was getting stronger as the battle dragged on. Ing Wuxia and the rest could not escape. On the other hand, Fan Yuan had also grasped his location. In Ing Wuxia's knowledge, Fan Yuan had rank 8 battle strength. If he rushed here, Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven would not be able to block the immemorial Desolate Beast Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle. This also meant that Fan Yuan could appear in front of him at any time. Even if Fan Yuan appeared at the next moment, Ing Wuxia would not find it strange. Bai Ningbing, stop now! If we split, there will be harm, but if we work together, there will be benefits. Since you have already turned into a Dragon Man, you have the qualifications to inherit the immortal Goo House Dragon Palace. Back then, the Dragon Man race was extremely powerful. They had countless Goo immortals and created Dragon Palace. After the Dragon Man race perished, the immortal Goo House Dragon Palace was hidden in a corner of Eastern Sea. My Shadow Sect has a rough idea of that location. Unfortunately, only Dragon Man Goo immortals who use the humans alike Dragon's Goo refinement method have the qualifications to inherit it. If you cooperate with us, Dragon Palace will be yours! Ing Wuxia shouted. Bai Ningbing did not respond. The Super Goo formation continued to attack relentlessly. Ing Wuxia felt stifled. He shouted again. Bai Ningbing, if you don't stop now, it will be too late. You and I both know who it is. He has the rank 8 upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. Not long ago, he had already used luck path methods to find our location. I am not trying to scare you. Earlier, the luck shook intensely, even you should have felt your heart pounding, right? Bai Ningbing snorted coldly. Her voice was transmitted. He is here, that is what I wanted. I am going to negotiate with him. Even if I have to give up this Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven, it is worth it. Ing Wuxia was anxious. He shouted. Don't you and I know what kind of person he is? You are asking a tiger for its skin. You will only harm yourself in the end. Wait, why do you want to cooperate with him? Bai Ningbing smiled. This is a grudge between me and him. It has nothing to do with you. The four of you should just die obediently. Ing Wuxia suddenly had a flash of inspiration. I know, you want to obtain that rotation goo in his hands? Right, that's right, you used the humans alike Dragon's Goo refinement method and turned into a dragon lady. If you want to turn into a male, you need to find the source. I have it, I have the goo worm you need. It is with me. What? Bai Ningbing was surprised. For the first time, the Super Goo formation attacking Ing Wuxia showed signs of slowing down. Chapter 1247. Zhao Lianyan stood at the highest floor of the immortal Goo House, wind-sweeping building, looking outside. He saw that black heaven was covered in darkness, the surroundings were shrouded in darkness. But it was not without light. Some faint, blurry spots of light appeared in Zhao Lianyun's field of vision. One look and one could tell that they were very far away. Black heaven was huge, or rather, the immemorial 9 heavens were like this. Each layer was at least the size of the 5 regions combined. However, because of the Ren ancestor and his 10 sons, only black heaven and white heaven remained. We finally got past the heavenly Wen-Chi wall. We entered black heaven. This is black heaven? It seems very peaceful. The surrounding Gu immortals started to discuss. In this layer, Zhao Lianyun and Bu Jinzi were not the only 2 Gu immortals. We have entered black heaven, Wei Lingyang transmitted to the other 2 rank 8 Gu immortals. Right now, the 3 immortal Gu houses had changed their formation. With Edge Link Camp at the front, Canary Pavilion and Wind Sweeping Building were at the left and right, behind them. The other rank 6 and 7 Gu immortals had never entered Black Heaven before. They did not know the dangers inside. Wei Lingyang, Myriad Tidal Dragon, and Bai Qingtian knew clearly. The immemorial 9 heavens, normally speaking, only rank 8 Gu immortals could enter and search for resources inside. Other rank 7 Gu immortals like Feng Jioga and Chu Du could also enter, but the risk was higher. Ignoring everything else, after entering Black Heaven, the 3 immortal Gu houses' speed fell by a lot. Moreover, the immortal Gu houses no longer shined brightly, they were gray, like 3 lifeless meteors. The surrounding Gu immortals' discussions gradually stopped. The entire floor of Wind-Sweeping Building fell into silence. Complete silence. The first feeling that Black Heaven gave to Zhao Lianyun was that it was extremely vast. "It seems that our luck is quite good," Bai Qingtian transmitted. "It is better to be careful. We have just started our journey." Myriad Tidal Dragon maintained his vigilance. Wei Lingyang suddenly said, "Be careful, there is a beast group ahead." The 3 immortal Gu houses' speed fell by a level, even with such a powerful formation. The 3 rank 8 Gu immortals were very careful and cautious. Soon, Zhao Lianyun heard the sound of snorting. "What is it?" "It looks like a large group of pigs." Many Gu immortals were lying outside the windows, looking over. Very soon, the immortals were all amazed. Using the power of the immortal Gu houses, the Gu immortals could see through the night sky. There was a large group of pigs running below them. Pigs flying in the sky seemed very funny? But the Gu immortals had a completely different feeling. All of them were shocked. "This is a astral soaring heavenly pig. My God, there are actually so many of them. It is hard to imagine. Each astral wind flying heavenly boar is an ancient desolate beast with battle strength comparable to a rank 7 Gu immortal. It's rare in the 5 regions, but there are hundreds of them here. Fortunately, desolate beasts have low intelligence. They don't have the intelligence of humans." The Gu immortals were shocked, but also glad. This group of astral flying heavenly pigs constantly let out puffing sounds as they soared into the sky. Under the watchful eyes of the immortals, the leader was the largest boar king. Suddenly it charged into the heavenly Wen-Chi wall below the boar's leg. Next, the astral flying heavenly pigs behind the boar king also followed suit. They were as agile as flying fish. With agility that did not match their size, they charged into the heavenly Wen-Chi wall one after another. Soon, this large group of astral flying heavenly pigs vanished from the immortal's vision. Bu Jinzi stood beside Zhao Lianyun, sighing. "Nature's creation is truly mystical. We Gu immortals have to pass through the heavenly Wen-Chi wall. It is very difficult. But for these astral flying heavenly pigs, it is an easy matter. The heavenly Wen-Chi wall is like the sea to a group of fish." At this time, a voice was heard. Actually, long ago, there were Gu immortals who had discovered this. They killed the astral flying heavenly pigs and used the immortal materials in their bodies to refine Chi-Path immortal Gu. These Chi-Path immortal Gu can often help Gu immortals effectively pass through the heavenly Wen-Chi wall. Bu Jinzi and Zhao Lianyun turned around and saw a young Gu immortal, beautiful like a woman, quietly standing in front of them with a slight smile. Bu Jinzi's eyes shined with brilliance, recognizing this person. This young Gu immortal cupped his fists and greeted. "I am Yu Yi Zi, a disciple of Ancient Soul Sect. Greetings to Senior Bujin Z and Spirit Affinity House's current generation Fairy Zhao. Yue, although you only have rank 6 cultivation level, you are very knowledgeable. There are often rank 7 goo immortals looking for you to refine immortal goo or research goo recipes. You can be said to be an outstanding talent among rank 6 goo immortals. Bujinzi replied with a praising tone. Of course, the main point was to introduce him to Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun accepted a phantom aperture and stored love goo inside. After going through special training, she had just entered the circle of goo immortals. She did not know much about Central Continent's goo immortals. Hello, Yue. Zhao Lianyun nodded at the young goo immortal, asking, Since you said so, Yue, why didn't we use this type of immortal goo when we passed through the heavenly wind Qi wall? Yue smiled. That is because Qi Path's golden age has already passed. Nowadays, countless Qi Path goo recipes have been lost, and most of the goo materials have also gone extinct. Think about it, how many people can reach the immemorial 9 heavens? Almost all goo immortals have to become rank 8 before they have the qualifications to enter and explore this place. Thus, it is insignificant whether we have this type of Qi Path immortal goo or not. Zhao Lianyun nodded, expressing his understanding. At this time, the group of immortals beside the window let out a low cry. Zhao Lianyun turned around, only to see a large patch of dark clouds brushing past wind-sweeping building. Dark clouds are the most commonly seen phenomenon in Black Heaven. This kind of cloud can only be considered the smallest type among the dark clouds. The truly huge dark clouds are like floating continents in Black Heaven. In the depths of the dark clouds, there are often ferocious and terrifying beast groups or plants. Yue explained. Even for the smallest black cloud, the 3 immortal goo houses needed several minutes to fly past it. Yue was indeed very knowledgeable. There were many things that even rank 7 goo immortal Bujinzi did not know, but he could explain them clearly. Almost all of Zhao Lianyun's questions could be answered by him. Both sides gradually conversed more, the atmosphere was relaxed and joyful. In the following journey, the 3 immortal goo houses encountered several more dark clouds. These dark clouds were not very obvious in Black Heaven. Without a powerful investigative killer move, they would unknowingly fly into the dark clouds. The dark clouds were like lone islands in the sea. The surface and even the interior of the dark clouds were not dead, there were usually lifeforms residing in them. The 3 rank 8 goo immortals were very careful, they did not casually move the immortal goo houses into the dark clouds. They would rather take a detour and move further away to avoid entering the dark clouds. But sometimes, not looking for trouble did not mean trouble would not find you. Snake cries resounded. A large group of dark venomous snakes suddenly flew out of the dark clouds, attacking the 3 immortal goo houses. These dark venomous snakes all had Desolate Beast level battle strength. The King Snake was at Ancient Desolate Beast level. How can this be? At this distance, we should not be in the territory of the dark venomous snakes. Wei Lingyang was confused. Fight or retreat? Bai Qingtian asked. Wei Lingyang thought about it. Retreat. If we can avoid fighting, we should preserve our battle strength. We still have a long journey ahead. It will not be easy to retreat, they are dark venomous snakes after all. Inside another immortal goo house, Wan Hai Long transmitted. Dark venomous snakes were very vengeful. Once they identified their prey, they would not let it go easily. The 3 immortal goo houses accelerated. After flying for some distance, the dark venomous snakes were still behind them. Not just that, even more dark venomous snakes came out of the dark clouds. So many snakes! That dark cloud is simply a snake nest. I wonder how the 3 rank 8s will deal with it. In my opinion, we should fight. We have 3 immortal goo houses after all. That's right. These dark venomous snakes have poison path Dao marks, especially their gallbladders. They are the best immortal materials for refining healing goo worms. The goo immortals inside the immortal goo houses talked to each other, expressing their opinions. But the 3 rank 8 goo immortals retreated. They did not listen to these goo immortals' wishes to fight. They continued to fly like this. The 3 rank 8 goo immortals tried their best to avoid them. Along the way, the dark venomous snakes encountered another group. It was larger than the previous one. Other than that, they also encountered bear mosquitoes. These mosquitoes were the size of bears, they had ferocious mouthparts. Most importantly, they had terrifying numbers. The dark venomous snakes paled in comparison. The number of bear mosquitoes was not small. Once, the 3 immortal goo houses were surrounded by a group of bear mosquitoes. They had to fight. Each bear mosquito had desolate beast battle strength. Tens of thousands of bear mosquitoes attacking together. What did that mean? It was terrifying beyond compare. After this battle, those restless goo immortals shut their mouths. They realized the dangers of Black Heaven. Thankfully, they had 3 immortal goo houses and rank 8 goo immortals to protect them, otherwise, they would have perished in the battle against the bear mosquitoes. After flying for a while, a dazzling starlight appeared in front of them. Above a black cloud, star fragment grass was growing everywhere. Countless insects were living in the grassland. The 3 immortal goo houses stopped for the first time. Several goo immortals were sent out to search for star fragment grass and other resources. Did you guys feel it? Wei Lingyang transmitted at this time. That's right. This trip to Black Heaven was very smooth. I have never encountered such a situation while exploring Black Heaven. Bai Qingtian sighed. Myriad Tidal Dragon continued. I'm afraid that in this trip to save Ma Hongyun, Zhao Lianyun's presence has affected our luck. These clouds in the immemorial 9 heavens are moving freely, there are no rules, even Providence cannot interfere with this. Whatever we encounter depends on our luck. Wei Lingyang nodded. I think so too. Chapter 1248. C_T. Genius 1 second Remember Love, Ghost/Novelweb, providing you with interesting novels to read. Above the vast sea of clouds, a figure was floating. Looking at the moving clouds and the vast land, he was silent. This person wore green gold armor, his beard reached his chest, he was tall and sturdy, his face was old, it was South Desolation Immortal. Yao Huang greets Lord South Desolation Immortal Anva. A figure appeared, it was Yao Clan's first Supreme Elder, rank 8 Gu Immortal Yao Huang. South Desolation Immortal turned around, smiling. We are both rank 8s, you can call me friend, there's no need to be so polite. Yao Huang bowed respectfully. In terms of cultivation level, Lord South Desolation is several times higher than me. In terms of seniority, I am Lord South Desolation's great-grandson, how can I be rude? South Desolation Immortal nodded, sighing. You are very good, but it is a pity that our Huang Jin bloodline is declining. In the vast northern plains, outside of Longevity Heaven, there is only one rank 8 Gu Immortal, a member of our Huang Jin clan. Princess Impatience might be a member of Gong clan, but in South Desolation Immortal's eyes, he was not a bloodline member, he was still an outsider. In my generation, the Huang Jin clan had 4 rank 8s. One of them was called Tiger Deity, he had unparalleled divine might, he was a promising candidate to break through to rank 9. Unfortunately, he died in Black Heaven. Time flies, the Huang Jin bloodline is indeed declining with each generation. South Desolation Immortal's eyes showed deep disappointment. Yao Huang was speechless. Yao Huang was not qualified to criticize the Huang Jin bloodline like this. Only South Desolation Immortal had the qualifications to do so. In fact, South Desolation Immortal was speaking the truth. Yao Huang could not refute it. It was indeed so, the Huang Jin clan in Northern Plains was gradually declining, talents were declining, lone cultivators and demonic past stars were emerging endlessly. For example, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, Chu Du, and that Lu Guanyi. However, Ancestor Giant Sun had already predicted this situation. South Desolation Immortal suddenly changed the topic, saying something that shocked Yao Huang. Oh? Ancestor Giant Sun rose up in the medieval antiquity era, he could actually predict this situation? Even though he cultivated luck path. However, his wisdom path attainments were definitely not weak. Furthermore, the so-called luck is essentially a variable. Since the ancestor created the luck Tao, he naturally knew the truth of the changes in the world. After he established the 88-point Jinyang Tower, he once said that this building would definitely collapse in the future. Once it collapses, it would be the beginning of a great era, the sign of a great change in the world, said South Desolation Immortal. The Medicine Sovereign was shocked. Is that so? What was a great era? An era where immortal venerables and devil venerables were born. This was the publicly acknowledged great era. South Desolation Immortal let out a long sigh. Ancestor Giant Sun painstakingly set up all kinds of methods to trick his descendants and preserve his strength. Let his descendants face the wind and the waves in this great era, and become the people who make waves. At the very least, we have to protect ourselves and preserve our bloodline seeds. Yao Huang hesitated and said, No matter how weak our golden bloodline is, it can't be that we can't even sustain ourselves, right? Northern Plains is still under our control, even if we can't do anything. There's still the longevity heaven. South Desolation Immortal shook his head. No matter how strong longevity heaven is, it is only formed from the ancestors' immortal aperture. Meanwhile, the Celestial Court has 3 immortal venerables who left behind their immortal apertures, and the members of the Celestial Court have all donated their grotto heavens. How can the foundation of longevity heaven compare to the Celestial Court? Like this time, Central Continent is invading. They directly sent 3 rank 8 Gu immortals and 3 immortal Gu houses. Does our golden bloodline have such strength? The Medicine Sovereign was tongue-tied. What? Central Continent is invading? South Desolation Immortal did not explain, he only said, Follow me closely. Before he finished speaking, he flew into the sky. The Medicine Sovereign quickly followed behind. The 2 immortals passed through the heavenly wind-chi wall and entered Black Heaven. Under South Desolation Immortal's lead, the Medicine Sovereign headed towards the southeast direction. After flying for a while, the Medicine Sovereign's heart shook. Black Heaven. Danger lurks everywhere. Even though I often explore and search for rank 8 immortal materials, I have never had such a smooth journey like today. Could it be Lord South Desolation has a route map of Black Heaven? But in fact, route maps were not useful in the immemorial 9 heavens. This was because the clouds in the 9 heavens were constantly changing. There were fixed locations, but they were very rare. The Central Continent trip was already very smooth, but they still encountered problems like astral wind, flying heavenly boars, and black venomous snakes. South Desolation Immortal and the Medicine Sovereign, however, were safe and sound. It was as if they were strolling in their own backyard. All right, this is the place. South Desolation Immortal stopped. The Medicine Sovereign also slowed down and flew to his side, standing still. He felt a little strange. The surroundings were empty. There was not even a trace of wind. Why did South Desolation Immortal stop here? At the next moment, the South Desolation Immortal used his actions to answer. Golden light burst out of his body. He was like a fragment of the sun, forcing the Medicine Sovereign to close his eyes. The Medicine Sovereign's heart jumped. Black Heaven was dark and gloomy. Such a strong action was no doubt inviting the attack of fierce beasts. But even after being vigilant for a long time, he did not see any beast groups. Is this Black Heaven or not? The Medicine Sovereign was puzzled. A moment later, South Desolation Immortal's immortal killer move was finally activated. A dark golden palace appeared from the void, revealing a grand and majestic palace. The Medicine Sovereign had never expected an immortal Gu house to be hidden here. He soon recognized the origin of this palace. His expression was extremely excited as he muttered, Isn't this Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace? Calamity Luck Altar, 88-point Jinyang Tower, and Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace were the 3 immortal Gu houses that Giant Sun Immortal had when he was alive. 88-point Jinyang Tower was placed in Imperial Court Blessed Land by Giant Sun Immortal. Calamity Luck Altar was placed in Longevity Heaven, while this Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace was placed in Black Heaven by Giant Sun Immortal, hidden for countless years. Ancestor Giant Sun must have a deep meaning for placing this Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace here. But what is his intention? The Medicine Sovereign was guessing in his heart when South Desolation Immortal turned around and looked at him, saying, Follow me. The Medicine Sovereign followed South Desolation Immortal into Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. You are here. There was actually someone in the hall. He was sitting cross-legged on a cushion, his wool was not condensed. When he opened his eyes, his gaze was like lightning, shining with golden light. The medicine sovereign saw this person and shuddered. His heart was filled with shock. Ancestor, giant son? Howl, howl. The wolf group howled as they chased after the three immortal goo houses. These wolves were tall and slender. They had strong bodies. They had black wolf eyes and claws, emitting a cruel and fierce aura. The most peculiar thing was that they had no fur, they had leather armor. They were shiny black and very sturdy. This was a night heavenly wolf group. The scale was huge. There were over 10,000 night heavenly wolves. Each of the night heavenly wolves was a desolate beast. The Wolf King was an ancient desolate beast. There was even a wolf emperor. It had rank 8 battle strength. We can't escape, we are surrounded. To think that the wolf emperor has a rank 8 wild immortal goo that can conceal its tracks. A wolf pack of this size is not commonly seen in Black Sky, and we actually encountered one. The 3 rank 8 goo immortals conversed rapidly. Wei Ling Yang shouted, "Break out of the encirclement towards the northwest." Edge Link Camp took the lead. Its aura rose as immortal essence was expended rapidly, forming a giant horn that pierced the sky. Wherever the giant horn went, it pierced through the wolf group's formation, creating a huge hole in just one move. Hundreds of desolate beast night heavenly wolves died tragically. The immortal goo house Edge Link Camp charged into the wolf group. Canary Pavilion and Wind Sweeping Building followed closely behind. A great battle that shook one to the core. During this time, the Wolf Emperor personally attacked. Its huge wolf claws smashed over like a small mountain, sending the immortal goo houses flying. Thankfully, each immortal goo house had a rank 8 goo immortal protecting it. The 3 immortal goo houses displayed their might, killing wolf corpses everywhere. The wolf group's encirclement tactic had already reached a level of perfection. The 3 immortal goo houses charged left and right. They could not break out of the encirclement. In the end, the Wolf Emperor personally howled and retreated with the wolf group, ending this battle. The wolf group had lost too many wolves. The Wolf Emperor did not want to expend too much of its strength. Thus it retreated. The 3 immortal goo houses were badly damaged. Large numbers of goo worms were lost, including 2 or 3 immortal goo reeds. The 3 rank 8 goo immortals were also sweating profusely. They were in a sorry state. Their immortal essence expenditure was even more enormous. Why is it that the closer we get to northern plains, the more difficult it is? We have already encountered 5 night heavenly wolf groups. Not only that, we also encountered dragon crocodiles, ghost spirit foxes. It is like countless beast groups are hunting us. Forget about these beast groups, the key is to not encounter the black and white reversal cloud again. That time, I almost couldn't return from Windsweeping Tower. Let's rest first, we need to repair the immortal goo houses, Wei Ling Yang said. The 3 immortal goo houses had just stopped when countless lights lit up in the surrounding thousands of li. It was like countless flowers were blooming. The light red flames were very delicate, like layers of flower petals. Within the flames there was a deep black dot. Oh no, this is the unique phenomenon of black heaven, black lantern. The flames inside are all blind flames, don't look at them! Bai Qintian screamed, quickly closing his eyes. But it was too late. Many goo immortals only took a glance before losing their vision. Within the 3 immortal goo houses, screams and screams could be heard everywhere. Zhao Lianyin was very lucky. Right now, she was talking to Yue Yizi with her back facing the window. Yue Yizi saw some blind flames from the corner of his eyes. He immediately felt his vision weaken. His vision turned blurry. He quickly closed his eyes. He had reacted early, but many goo immortals were not so lucky. Some goo immortals were looking around from the window. They saw at least 10,000 blind flames. Their vision turned pitch black. They could no longer see anything. The 3 immortal goo houses quickly escaped from the danger zone. Thankfully, the black lantern phenomenon was not like the wind and rain. It did not cause any substantial damage. The immortal goo houses successfully escaped, quickly leaving the black lanterns behind them. The 3 rank 8 goo immortals counted and found that at least 3 of them had lost their vision, their current methods could not be used to save them. 7 of them had extremely bad vision, their battle strength was greatly affected, they could be saved. But the price was high, some healing immortal goo had to be transported from jewel yellow skies. We just escaped from the wolf group and wanted to rest, but the black lantern phenomenon happened at the center. This is too unlucky. Wait, what is that? A large group of ants was migrating over. Each ant was a goo worm. Nether ant goo. Nether ants are opening the way, next will be a soul beast army, hundreds of thousands or even millions. Quick, let's go! The 3 immortal goo houses had just stopped, but had to continue moving. Chapter 1249. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Giant Sun Immortal actually appeared in front of Yao Huang. Yao Huang was extremely shocked, he could not believe it. South Desolation Immortal Envoy pays respects to Immortal Venerable. At this time, South Desolation Immortal had already bowed respectfully. Unfilial Descendant Yao San Chio pays respects to Immortal Ancestor. Yao Huang's body trembled in excitement, he knelt down on the spot with tears flowing down his face. Giant Sun Immortal smiled. Get up. My main body died long ago, what is in front of you now is only a corpse. Yao Huang raised his head in shock. He looked carefully and saw that this Giant Sun Immortal was not a living person, he was an immortal zombie. Ever since Red Lotus Demon Venerable destroyed Fate Goo, all the souls in the world could stay in heaven and earth. At the same time, zombies also started to appear. Gradually, Goo Immortals found that their lifespan was insufficient. Turning into immortal zombies was one of the best choices. Even though the Celestial Court disliked and resisted it, they could not resist the will of the people and the general trend. There were more and more immortal zombies in the 5 regions. Ordinary Goo Immortals could turn into immortal zombies. There was no reason why the great Giant Sun Immortal could not do it, right? When the Medicine Sovereign thought of this, the bewilderment in his heart vanished. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun continued to explain. Right now, other than my body, I only have some remnant will left in my body. But Yao Huang was still very excited. Undeniably, you are the origin of our Huangjin bloodline, our common ancestor. As long as you show yourself once, the Huangjin tribes will put aside their differences. We will unite together. The whole of Northern Plains will become our Huangjin tribe's garden again. But Immortal Zombie Giant Sun shook his head. My main body died long ago, only a corpse is left. I have not transcended rank 9 after all, I have not obtained eternal life, why would I show myself? I will just be a laughingstock. Moreover, this body I left behind only has the strength for one attack, if it moves even a little, it will turn to ashes. You're alone? Yao Huang was extremely shocked, but the reverence and fanaticism in his eyes did not fade. Even if Lord Immortal Ancestor only has one attack left, it will definitely shake heaven and earth. The sun and moon will lose their luster. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun laughed. Of course. But don't count on it. I set up Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace here to protect Northern Plains. As for leaving this body behind, there was another cause and effect. I need to return a favor. Favor? The Medicine Sovereign was taken aback. Giant Sun Immortal left behind his fleshly body, turned into an immortal zombie, and sat in Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace for more than 300,000 years, all to return a favor. Who was it? How could a dignified immortal venerable owe him a favor? And this favor was so huge that it was worth it for the Giant Sun Immortal to pay such a price. Yao Huang was extremely puzzled, but Immortal Zombie Giant Sun did not continue to explain, instead saying, This time, Central Continent's Goo Immortals are invading, I cannot do anything. Don't count on me, everything depends on the 2 of you. Yao Huang slowly stood up with a solemn expression. Even though Central Continent's Goo Immortals are strong, we have Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. There's also me and Lord Southern Wasteland. Don't worry, Ancestor. Even if the 3 Autumns have to risk their lives, they will stop these people. Even if I have to give up my life and die on the battlefield, I won't hesitate. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun glanced at Yao Huang and shook his head. He closed his eyes and meditated again. At this moment, He seemed to have turned into a statue, not saying a word. Yao Huang did not know what he meant, but at this time, South Desolation Immortal patted his shoulder. Follow me. The two immortals took their leave, leaving the main hall and entering the rear hall. Yao Huang's tone was still filled with excitement. Please give the order, Lord Southern Wasteland. I will go through fire and water without hesitation. South Desolation Immortal shook his head. Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace is a rank 8 immortal goo house. It was personally created by Ancestor Giant Sun according to the Heaven and Earth Luck True Inheritance. Ancestor had great foresight. He placed this Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace here. It has already suppressed this heaven for more than 300,000 years. Do you know what Heaven and Earth Luck is? Yao Huang was slightly dazed, muttering, Heaven and Earth Luck. South Desolation Immortal did not wait for him to answer. He smiled and said, A person has their own luck. A wild beast also has its own luck. A blade of grass also has its own luck. But all living beings have their own luck. Other than that, a rock, a stream, they also have their own luck. The entire world has heaven's luck and earth's luck. The heaven and earth luck true inheritance is to see through the profundities of heaven and earth luck, to research it, to use it, and to change it. Not to mention Central Continent Goo Immortals, 3 rank 8s with 3 immortal goo houses. Even if they double their numbers, they will not be able to return. I did not summon you here to fight with your life on the line. You are the only rank 8 of the Huangjin bloodline outside of my longevity heaven. What? Yao Huang was extremely shocked. South Desolation Immortal continued. I do not have much lifespan left. I have been struggling at death's door for so long, lifespan goo is already useless. Now watch how I use this immortal goo house to exterminate these Central Continent Goo Immortals. After I die, you will take over the position of South Desolation. Yao Huang stared with wide eyes. He could not help but cry out, Lord South Desolation! The wind-sweeping tower was silent. Black lanterns were like wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. It was a unique phenomenon in Black Heaven. It was not that they were unprepared, but the appearance of the Black Lantern phenomenon was too sudden. Most importantly, when this phenomenon occurred, Canary Pavilion, Wind-Sweeping Building, and Edge Link Camp, these 3 immortal goo houses, were at the center of the countless Black Lanterns. Normally speaking, when rank 8 goo immortals explored Black Heaven, they would discover the Black Lantern phenomenon from afar and quickly avoid it. This time, Central Continent's goo immortals had just gotten rid of the Night Heavenly Wolf group. They had just relaxed, but to think that the Black Lanterns would appear, many goo immortals were heavily injured. At the highest floor of Wind-Sweeping Building. Father! Your eyes? Rank 6 goo immortal Shi Jingyi's eyes were filled with tears as he sobbed. His father was a famous rank 7 goo immortal expert, but to think that he was one of the 3 who had lost his sight. When the Black Lantern phenomenon appeared, he was using his investigative killer move to observe the wolf group. His investigative killer move was extremely effective, but it became the main culprit behind his blindness. It was almost certain that from now on, Shirgu would bid farewell to the light. He would become a blind person who could not see the outside world. But Shirgu was very calm. He stretched out his hand and stroked Shi Jingyi's hair, consoling him. So what if I am blind? I have many methods. I have all kinds of investigative killer moves. Even if I am blind, I can continue to cultivate and fight. What does it matter? But... Shi Jingyi lowered his head and gritted his teeth. He looked like he was about to cry. My son, don't cry so easily. Goo immortal cultivation is filled with danger to begin with. As long as we do not lose our lives, we should continue to move forward. Don't cry like a weakling. Don't you like to listen to stories and read novels? Think about those main characters. What are they like? Shirgu said warmly. Shi Jingyi nodded heavily. Father, I understand. Even the rank 7 goo immortal Shirgu was hit and lost his sight. Zhao Lianyan saw this and her heart shook. For the first time, she felt that this immortal goo house, wind-sweeping building, was not so sturdy and safe. But soon, she thought of Ma Hongyan. Hongyan, wait for me. Even if there are countless dangers and difficulties, I will find you and save you. Zhao Lianyun encouraged herself inwardly, her eyes shining with determination. Yu Yizi, how are you? Zhao Lianyun asked the young Gu Immortal in front of her. This refinement path Gu Immortal had been sitting cross-legged on the ground ever since he saw the dark lantern outside the window. His eyes were shut as he activated an immortal killer move to heal himself. Hearing Zhao Lianyun's question, Yu Yizi did not stop the immortal killer move or open his eyes. He said, "Thankfully, I woke up early and closed my eyes in time. If I was a bit late, I would not have been able to save myself." Yu Yizi did not say anything else. He shut his mouth. His heart was still pounding, his forehead was still covered in cold sweat. Gradually, the Gu Immortals became silent. Inside the 3 immortal Gu houses, all of them were shrouded in a heavy atmosphere. Outside the immortal Gu houses, soul cries could be heard. Even with the immortal Gu houses isolating them, they were still very piercing and unpleasant to hear. Bu Jingzi looked outside the window with a worried expression. "This is bad, we are surrounded by a soul beast army." Chapter 1250. And at the periphery, among the Nether Ant Gu, there were countless soul beasts. It was truly a huge army. What was even more shocking was that their auras were linked together. They were like a group of towering mountains. Once they moved, they would be earth-shattering. Like a tsunami, mountains would crumble and the earth would crack. Not only was the scale of the soul beast shocking, there were also ancient and immemorial soul beasts among them. The Gu Immortals could even sense the aura of many wild immortal Gu. "There are 5 immemorial soul beasts. We just left the Black Lanterns, and now there is a soul beast army." The 3 rank 8 Gu Immortals conversed secretly. The development of the situation made the 3 feel that something was amiss. This luck was too terrible, it was strange and sinister. Wei Lingyang said solemnly, "It seems that for the rest of our journey, we will have to consider the worst-case scenario." "Damn it!" Bai Qintian clenched his fists. Ever since Fate Gu was destroyed by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, the door of life and death's ability to absorb souls has fallen by countless times. Many powerful souls were left behind in this world. After Spectral Soul Demon Venerable achieved Tao, the great era changed, soul beasts appeared, many souls even turned into soul beasts. Right now, in immemorial Black Heaven, soul beasts are the most numerous. They are messing with the world. When can we restore order and restore order to the world? "Soon," Myriad Tidal Dragon said. "After the Battle of Etian Mountain, almost all the immortal zombies in the world died. These were all people who escaped from fate. Now that they are dead, the resistance to the refinement of Fate Gu has fallen by countless times. With Granny Shao managing it, even without the success Tao marks an infallible blessed land, we can still make a lot of progress." Wei Lingyang shook his head. "Pay attention, the Soul Beast Army is surrounding us. The urgent matter now is to escape from this Soul Beast Army." Myriad Tidal Dragon sighed. "The best way is still Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's defensive killer move. It is as famous as Divine Concealment, Ghostly Concealment. According to rumors, the Gu Immortals who use this immortal killer move cannot be discovered by soul beasts. But now, I will use my Dragon Flow Escape. But this time, I will not only use myself. I will also bring 3 immortal Gu houses and many Gu Immortals. After using this move, I will not be able to fight for the next 3 days." After a bit of discussion, the 3 immortals agreed to Myriad Tidal Dragon's suggestion. A dragon's roar rang out. Countless pale dragon silhouettes appeared out of nowhere, surrounding the 3 immortal Gu houses. The pale dragon shadow converged into a long river. Countless light dragons moved majestically. With an unstoppable momentum, they carried the 3 immortal Gu houses as they charged forward. The Soul Beast Army roared and formed layers of barriers. But Dragon Flow Escape's momentum was extraordinary. It was grand and powerful. A hole was forcefully created in the Soul Beast Army. The 3 immortal Gu houses successfully escaped from danger. The Soul Beast moved very quickly, and the army did not give up. Instead, he chased after her. Myriad Tidal Dragon did not dare to deactivate the immortal killer move Dragon Flow Escape. He could only grit his teeth and endure it. The 2 parties chased for more than 6 hours. Only then did the soul beast army give up, and their attention was drawn to a bunch of dark venomous snakes. I can't! This time, I need to rest for at least 7 days before I can act again. The rest is up to you guys. Flowing Tidal Dragon's face was deathly pale. His eyes, which had been brimming with vigor, were now bloodshot, giving off a strong feeling of weakness. After deactivating the killer move Dragon Flow Escape, Flowing Tidal Dragon fell to the ground almost immediately, falling into a deep slumber. His eyes were shut. He was snoring. His snoring is very strange, if you listen carefully. If one listened carefully, it was like the roar of a dragon. As he fell asleep, a lump of fog formed around his body. The fog started to form a cocoon. 2 hours later, the cocoon became thicker, turning into a pale white dragon egg. We got rid of those soul beasts. That was a close one. That killer move earlier seems to be the killer move of one of the rank 8 great experts, Lord Myriad Tidal Dragon. It is so grand and imposing, it is truly amazing. Inside the 3 immortal Gu houses, the Gu immortals cheered and praised. Bai Qingtian and Wei Lingyang, however, had grim expressions. Myriad Tidal Dragon had already fallen into a deep slumber. One of the 3 rank 8 battle strength experts had already died, but they still had about half of the journey left. The 3 immortal Gu houses moved slowly. The Gu immortals inside started to repair the immortal Gu houses. For the next 2 hours, the Central Continent Gu immortals encountered several ghost spirit fox groups and bear mosquito groups. They fought or retreated, relying on the power of the immortal Gu houses. They continued to move forward. Bai Qingtian's heart shook, his lips curled up as he showed joy. Lord Wei Lingyang, I found a large area of heaven-attached fungi 3,000 li away. Is that so? Myriad Tidal Dragon let out a breath of air. Then let's go and rest. The 3 immortal Gu houses slightly changed their direction. After a while, the 3 immortal Gu houses landed on the surface of the heaven-attached fungi. What is this place? Is it safe? Zhao Lianyan looked outside the window. She had a shocked expression, especially when she saw her Gu immortal companions leaving the immortal Gu houses and moving around on the heaven-attached fungi. Yui Yizi smiled as he explained. The immemorial 9 heavens have their own peculiarities. For example, the Black Lantern phenomenon is unique to Black Heaven. But the 9 heavens also have some similarities. For example, astral wind flying heavenly boar or heaven-attached fungi. This type of fungus only grows in the immemorial 9 heavens. Heaven-attached fungi are a rank 6 immortal material, and most importantly, they need to grow alone. There cannot be any down marks or other life forms around them, not even meteors. So once heaven-attached fungi appear, it means that this is a safe place to rest. Alright, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I'm going out to pick some heaven-attached fungi. It's not easy to come across such a good opportunity. Yui Yizi quickly ran out of wind-sweeping building. Zhao Lianyun had no interest in the heaven-attached fungus. She had only been a Gu immortal for a short period of time. She did not understand the importance of cultivation resources. Right now, her mind was filled with thoughts of how to save her lover, Ma Hongyan. After a while, there were almost no Gu immortals left in wind-sweeping building. Aren't you going to collect some heaven-attached fungi? Zhao Lianyun looked at Bujinzi, feeling strange. Bujinzi smiled. The sect ordered me to protect you. I will not leave your side at all times. Zhao Lianyun was considerate. Then it seems I need to go down as well. Bujinzi shook his head. Thank you for your good intentions, but even if I stand on the heaven-attached fungi, I will not pick them. Because that will distract my attention. If an accident happens, it would be too late for regrets. Zhao Lianyun heard this and felt warmth in her heart. She said softly. Thank you? Bujinzi shook his head. You are welcome. You are the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. It is my duty to protect you. Zhao Lianyun sighed, leaning against the window again. She said with a faint tone. To think that Black Heaven is so dangerous, there is still such a safe place. There is always a way out. We will definitely succeed this time. Don't you think so? Bujinzi did not hesitate, he answered. Of course. He suddenly dragged out his tone. It was very strange. At the same time, Zhao Lianyun saw specks of starlight flickering in the night sky far away. This was not darkness, of course, because the color was completely different. This kind of blue starlight was like countless diamonds sprinkled on black silk. It was very dazzling and unforgettable. Zhao Lianyun squinted her eyes, she praised. So beautiful. It is very dangerous. According to the records, this scale. Bu Jinzi's expression was pale. His voice was trembling. Zhao Lianyun immediately became vigilant. What do you mean? She had just asked when she heard the warning and order of rank 8 Gu Immortal by Qintian. Outside the Immortal Gu house, the Gu Immortals ran back in panic. Wei Lingyang's gaze was like an eagle's. He looked at the approaching starlight with a grim expression. Such a huge star cloud storm! Billions of stars were flying at high speed. Some of the shooting stars drew long trails of light for miles in the night sky. Among them were many giant stars. Some were as small as islands, while others were as large as continents. Between the stars, there were countless starlight flickering. It was as if countless lightning bolts were interweaving. Star cloud storms were the unique phenomenon of immemorial blue heaven. But because of historical reasons, immemorial blue heaven shattered, and a large number of stars fell into immemorial black heaven. Thus, immemorial black heaven also had star cloud storms. Chapter 1251. The range of the star cloud storm was too wide, and it was extremely fast. It was impossible for the 3 immortal Gu houses of Central Continent to escape. Stars were densely packed as they flew towards them. Thunder clouds were everywhere. Starlight was gushing out continuously. The scene was grand and majestic. Anyone who looked at it would feel fear and fear. They would feel their own insignificance. I will lead Edgelink camp, you guys follow behind. At the crucial moment, Wei Lingyang made a decision. The 3 immortal Gu houses moved towards the star cloud storm. The huge immortal Gu house was like 3 ants at the foot of a giant elephant in front of the star cloud storm. Heaven and earth were roaring. The star cloud storm was like a prehistoric whale. It devoured the 3 immortal Gu houses of Central Continent. The 3 immortal Gu houses did not even have the qualifications to fill the gaps between the teeth of this star cloud storm. Rumble, wind-sweeping buildings shook intensely. Zhao Lianyun could not stand steadily, she fell to the ground. Outside the window, endless starlight was extremely dazzling. It shone on the whole of wind-sweeping building, turning it into a sea of blue light. Zhao Lianyun felt like she was on a small boat that had fallen into a stormy sea. She was enduring the attacks of the tsunami and thunder. Her mouth was dry, she was on tenterhooks. Even with Gu immortal battle strength, she could not get out of this predicament. She could only place her hopes on the immortal Gu houses, on the 3 rank 8 great experts. Zhao Lianyun did not know that among the 3 rank 8 Gu immortals, Myriad Tidal Dragon had already fallen into hibernation. Thankfully, wind-sweeping building was under Bai Qintian's control. The situation was much better than Canary Pavilion. Even so, Bai Qintian was covered in cold sweat. He was extremely focused and did not dare to relax at all. He moved wind-sweeping building, moving through the star cloud storm. He continued to dodge the huge stars on the ground. These stars were extremely fast. Once wind-sweeping building was hit, it would suffer a heavy blow. Even though wind-sweeping building was an immortal Gu house, it would not collapse after being hit by these stars. In this special environment, once wind-sweeping building lost control, it would lose its speed and direction. It would be hit by stars one after another. Once it formed a vicious cycle. In that case, there was a real possibility that they would perish in the nebula storm, with their ship destroyed and their lives lost. Gu immortals are strong, immortal Gu houses are powerful, but against this divine might of heaven and earth, they are insignificant. Bai Qintian gritted his teeth. Oh no! He could not react in time, and wind-sweeping building finally suffered. A star that was the size of a small mountain crashed into the wind tower with a fierce gust of wind. The size of the wind-sweeping tower was not even 1/10 of the size of the star. But it was an immortal Gu house after all. It was very sturdy. It wasn't the wind-sweeping tower that shattered, but the stars that crashed into it. However, the huge momentum brought about by the stars pushed wind-sweeping building a long distance away. Originally, the three immortal goo houses were working together, flying together and helping each other. This way, the other two immortal goo houses avoided the stars. Wind-sweeping tower immediately left the team. Bai Qin, hurry up! Wei Lingyang sent a message. But in this star cloud storm, there was chaos everywhere. Countless star path down marks interfered with the communication between Wei Lingyang and Bai Qintian. Bai Qintian could only hear a very short and incomplete sentence. But he knew what Wei Lingyang wanted to say. Wei Lingyang wanted him to work hard and catch up to them. Inside the star cloud storm, Wei Lingyang could not stay. He could not help Bai Qintian. Because he had another immortal goo house, Canary Pavilion, to take care of. Bai Qintian could only rely on himself. Come! Bai Qintian called out. His eyes shined with bright light. His rank 8 aura burst out like the howling of the wind. Wind-sweeping buildings' bodies shined with bright green light. The dazzling light turned into gusts of wind. The wind blew past everyone's ears. These dark green gales linked together and fused into one, forming a vertical and slender tornado pillar. The immortal goo house wind-sweeping building stabilized. The surrounding star cloud storm was pushed away by the wind pillar. This is wind-sweeping building's strongest method! Yui Yizi's eyes shined brightly as he said excitedly. Wind-sweeping building was at the center of the wind pillar. It became extremely calm. It was as if they had suddenly entered a calm and safe harbor from landslides and tsunamis. Wind-sweeping building's goo immortals cheered loudly. Zhao Lianyun had just gotten up from the ground when a huge star broke through the tornado wind pillar, flying towards wind-sweeping building. At the crucial moment, Bai Qintian reacted in time. He controlled wind-sweeping building to descend by a huge distance. This huge star almost brushed past wind-sweeping building. Some goo immortals who were at the windows could see the countless holes on the surface of the star when the two sides passed each other. Because they were too close, they were very clear. The goo immortals who were usually very elegant shouted in shock. They were like mortals who encountered a natural disaster and were panicking. Wind-sweeping building moved forward in the star cloud storm with difficulty. Even though this immortal goo house had used its strongest method, it was not enough against the star cloud storm. Some of the giant stars had astonishing momentum, and could directly smash the tornadoes in the periphery. Between the stars, there was also a violent and chaotic magnetic star force. This star force dragged, repelled, attracted, and crushed wind-sweeping tower. Wind-sweeping building had to dodge the attacks of these star forces. Thankfully, rank 8 goo immortal Bai Qintian was controlling the situation. Any other rank 7 goo immortal would not be able to hold on. But even Bai Qintian was sweating profusely. His rank 8 immortal essence was expended rapidly. This expenditure far surpassed any battle Bai Qintian had ever fought in his life. No, this star cloud storm is too huge. I don't know when I can get past it. Bai Qintian willed. He ordered the goo immortals in the immortal goo house to inject their immortal essence into wind-sweeping building. The goo immortals contributed their strength. Zhao Lianyun was no exception. Even though she only had a phantom aperture, she had refined immortal yuan stone. She had stored a lot of immortal essence. Boom, boom, boom. From time to time, 1 or 2 huge stars crashed into the wind pillar. Wind-sweeping building dodged most of them, but some crashed into them. The magnetic star force was everywhere. It was like a malicious giant that played with wind-sweeping building like a toy. Inside the immortal goo house, the goo immortals did not say anything. They focused on instilling their immortal essence into wind-sweeping building. The atmosphere was very tense. Every time a star crashed into it, many goo immortals' bodies shook. Zhao Lianyun's heart was in her throat. This was the first time she had faced such a situation. The situation was terrible. Even if the building broke and she died the next moment, Zhao Lianyun would not be surprised. Hong Yun, Hong Yun. She chanted Ma Hong Yun's name in her mind. Every time she said it, her heart would calm down a little. After chanting it countless times, Zhao Lianyun's heart miraculously calmed down. Hong Yun, you once risked your life for me, do you know that? I am risking my life for you now. Even if I die here, I have no regrets. I will come and save you. When I see you, I will tell you that the starlight here is very fierce, there is danger beyond your imagination, it is not romantic at all. In a daze, Zhao Lianyan seemed to have returned to the past. At that time, Zhao Lianyan's father had already died in battle, she was alone and was forced to marry someone, she could only rely on Ma Hongyun for the time being. On a gentle hillside. In the night, Ma Hongyun was sitting next to her on the grass. Lady Xiaoyun, look! There is a meteor shower! Ma Hongyun pointed at the night sky, shouting. Boring. You brought me here just to show me this? Zhao Lianyan rolled her eyes. What is there to see? Ma Hongyun scratched his head. I also feel that there is nothing to see, but they said that to make a girl happy, you have to watch a meteor shower with her. At this time, we can often see meteor showers at night in northern plains. Zhao Lianyan helplessly sighed inwardly, thinking. I am already so old, I'm afraid only young girls will be happy about this. No, my body is still small, I am also a young girl. Thinking so, Ma Hongyun asked. Lady Xiaoyun, after seeing this meteor shower, are you feeling better? Zhao Lianyan sighed inwardly again, saying in a coquettish voice. Much better, I am very happy, look, the meteor shower is so beautiful. Ma Hongyun's body trembled, he quickly waved his hand. Lady Xiaoyun, don't say that, I am getting goosebumps. Zhao Lianyan stood up and kicked Ma Hongyun fiercely. Instead of learning, you learn to flirt with girls. You still want to flirt with me, I'll let you flirt with girls, I'll let you flirt with girls. Ma Hongyun screamed in pain from the kicks, shouting that he was wrong. Lady Xiaoyun, quickly stop, quickly stop. What is flirting with girls? I have never done it before. If I did something wrong, can I change? Stop kicking, stop kicking! Zhao Lianyan ignored him, kicking Ma Hongyun until he was rolling on the ground. Finally, Zhao Lianyan was covered in sweat, she placed her hands on her waist. Looking at Ma Hongyun who was covering his head and scurrying away like a frightened rat, she laughed happily. Ma Hongyun heard her laughter and slowed his steps, thinking. Lady Xiaoyun is laughing happily, indeed, watching the meteor shower with her can make her mood better. Hiss, but it hurts. The past was like smoke, dissipating in front of Zhao Lianyan's eyes. Unknowingly, Zhao Lianyan's lips curled up into a smile. Hongyun, when I save you, I will definitely kick you 70 to 80 times, it will be a celebration. Zhao Lianyan thought so. At this time, her phantom aperture unexpectedly emitted a mysterious aura. The aura was formless and colorless, quickly spreading out. Chapter 1252. Every moment in the star-cloud storm was unbearable. After a long time, a certain Gu immortal in wind-sweeping building suddenly realized something. He spoke. Do you guys feel that it has been a long time since a star crashed into this place? As soon as he finished speaking, the dark green tornado that enveloped wind-sweeping buildings suddenly dissipated. The immortals saw a tranquil night sky, and far away, the star-cloud storm was moving away with a grand momentum. After a moment of silence, wind-sweeping building erupted in cheers. We made it! That was close. Even with the immortal Gu House's protection, we were in danger of dying in immemorial black heaven. It was all thanks to Lord Bai Qintian, otherwise we would have died in the star-cloud storm already. The Gu immortals talked to each other with joyful expressions. Bai Qintian's gaze was eerie, but he thought. It was all thanks to Zhao Lianyan's love immortal Gu that we could escape the star-cloud storm. At the crucial moment, love immortal Gu let out an aura that pointed Bai Qintian in the right direction. Bai Qintian followed this direction and controlled wind-sweeping building, quickly flying out of the star-cloud storm. And inside the star-cloud storm, there were countless star path Dao marks in all directions. The Dao marks interfered with each other. Bai Qintian's locating method was useless. Bai Qintian's face was filled with worry. I have already escaped danger, but Wei Ling Yang does not have love Gu. I wonder if he is still struggling inside the star-cloud storm. After losing contact with the other two immortal Gu houses, Bai Qintian stopped moving, he circled around and searched. Fortunately, half a day later, he successfully got in contact with Wei Ling Yang. Wei Ling Yang led Canary Pavilion, moving through the star cloud storm with difficulty. They left the range of the storm after Bai Qingtian, but unfortunately, they fell into the ambush of the Sky Chief Beast group. After getting this information, Bai Qingtian immediately controlled wind-sweeping building, leading a group of Gu Immortals to reinforce them. They reached the ambush. The Gu Immortals found Canary Pavilion and Edge-Link Camp. They sucked in a breath of cold air. These two immortal Gu houses were surrounded by Sky Chief Beasts. In the immemorial Nine Heavens, there were basically Sky Chief Beasts that lived more or less. Each Sky Chief Beast was at least a Beast King, comparable to a normal Beast Emperor. The king of each Sky Chief Beast herd was basically a desolate Beast Sky Chief. The Beast Sovereign in front of him was an ancient desolate beast. There were more than 100 ancient Sky Leaders in this Sky Leader pack. There were more than 1,000 desolate beasts, and the rest of the Sky Chiefs were densely packed like ants, innumerable. Edge-Link Camp and Canary Pavilion were at the very center, surrounded and attacked by countless Tian Kueis. Although he was resisting tenaciously, his body was already badly damaged. The situation was dire. Bai Qingtian did not think much and immediately controlled wind-sweeping building to charge in from the outside. At this time, there was no longer any hindrance in communication. Wei Ling Yang immediately drove the Edge-Link Camp. Together with Canary Pavilion and Bai Qingtian, they broke out. The Sky Chief Beasts let out deafening roars. The sound waves were like tsunamis, extremely shocking. Both sides engaged in an intense battle. Countless immortal killer moves shot out like fireworks in the Sky Chief Beast group. The Sky Chief Beast horde charged forward. Once one batch died, another batch would immediately take their place. The Sky Chief Beast group was huge. They did not care about these casualties. As for those desolate beasts Sky Chief and ancient desolate beasts Sky Chief, they could often stand tall in the flames of war for a period of time. During the stalemate, Edge-Link Camp suddenly showed its might. Rays of light condensed into sharp horns that charged in all directions. Even the desolate beast Tian Kui couldn't withstand the extremely powerful offensive power, and died on the spot. Even the ancient Sky Chief did not dare to face it head-on. Wind-sweeping building created a jade-green wind pillar again, while Canary Pavilion let out countless bird cries. The three immortal Gu houses worked together and forcefully created a path in the Sky Chief Beast group, converging at the center. Next, the three immortal Gu houses turned around and escaped. After a few minutes, they got rid of the pursuit of the Sky Chief Beast group. "The situation is not good," Bai Qingtian communicated with Wei Ling Yang, saying in a heavy tone. "The three immortal Gu houses are heavily damaged. Canary Pavilion is on the verge of collapse. We need to recuperate. Right now, Myriad Tidal Dragon is in deep slumber. I expended a lot of immortal essence this time, half of it is gone." Immortal essence affected a Gu immortal's battle strength to a large extent. Bai Qingtian had used up half of his immortal essence. Wei Ling Yang was the same. Immortal Gu houses were powerful, but they expended a lot of immortal essence. This was also the reason why Fang Yuan did not plan to construct any immortal Gu houses. He knew most of the structure of graceful chaotic dual stage, of course, he had forgotten some parts, and also understood the structure of Sacred Feather City. But he did not have Giant Sun's immortal essence. With just his own immortal essence, he could not activate the immortal Gu houses. Immortal Gu houses expended too much immortal essence. Only rank 8 Gu immortals could sustain it. Rank 6 and 7 Gu immortals needed to gather the strength of a group of immortals to unleash their power. Most importantly, the Central Continent Gu immortals were still more than halfway to their destination. "It seems we can only use spaceless tunnels," Wei Ling Yang said in a heavy tone. Bai Qingtian was dazed for a moment before nodding in agreement. "That is the only way. We can travel more than half the distance, and reach our destination immediately." The two rank 8 Gu immortals had firm wills. The more they suffered, the more determined they became. They did not even think of retreating. And their situation was unexpected. But before they set off, the Wisdom Path Gu immortal of Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle, had prepared other plans for them. Spaceless tunnels were one of them. Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace. Through this rank 8 immortal goo house, the situation of the 3 central continent immortal goo houses was seen by Yao Huang. Luck suppression heavenly palace affects the luck of heaven and earth. The things in immemorial black heaven, like the direction of the lightning storms, even providence cannot affect them. But luck suppression heavenly palace can. This is an invincible defense, with heavenly palace here, who can invade my northern plains. Yao Huang was extremely excited, his tone was passionate, he was filled with admiration towards Giant Sun Immortal. Yao Huang looked at South Desolation Immortal, saying, Lord, I finally understand why you are so calm. As long as luck suppression heavenly palace exists, nobody can invade my northern plains. South Desolation Immortal laughed heartily. This luck suppression heavenly palace has been here for over 300,000 years. What does that mean? It has already deeply influenced immemorial black heaven, even immemorial white heaven has been infiltrated by it. This is the supreme power of heaven and earth luck. Yao Huang thought of Ma Hongyun, he said. Heaven and earth luck is so mystical, all living beings' luck is not bad either. But right now, fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu's host is already in old ancestor Shui Hu's hands. Yao Huang was helpless against old ancestor Shui Hu, but South Desolation Immortal was different. Especially when Yao Huang saw this luck suppression heavenly palace, and the miserable state of the 3 central continent immortal Gu houses, he was moved, he wanted to incite South Desolation Immortal to deal with old ancestor Shui Hu. But South Desolation Immortal shook his head and smiled. Since Ma Hongyun has the Huangjin bloodline, he is ancestor Giant Sun's descendant, it is not a big deal for him to obtain fortune rivaling heaven Gu. It will not be so easy for old ancestor Shui Hu to take away fortune rivaling heaven. Yao Huang was still worried. That old ancestor Shui Hu has already been refining for a long time. With just the power of fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu, can he really fail this time? South Desolation Immortal shook his head again. Of course not. Even if fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu has quasi-rank 9 power, it cannot completely counter rank 8 Gu immortal old ancestor Shui Hu, not to mention there is still one of the 4 refinement path experts of Northern Plains, Fairy Wan Shou. Do you think I, Longevity Heaven, did not make a move? We naturally would not watch fortune rivaling heaven fall into the hands of outsiders. We had already made a move. If old ancestor Shui Hu could not see this, his Gu refinement would not have succeeded. Yao Huang realized at this point, Longevity Heaven had already made a move, but this method was too ingenious. Everyone was deceived, even Shui Hu and Wan Shou were kept in the dark. Amazing, he's really amazing. Compared to Longevity Heaven, even old ancestor Shui Hu is being toyed with. Yao Huang could not help but admire this, he was sincerely convinced. His gaze towards South Desolation Immortal changed again, he felt that this South Desolation Immortal was unfathomable, filled with the demeanor of a senior. However, at the next moment, South Desolation Immortal's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 1253. Where is this place? Zhao Lianyan looked outside the window, showing a surprised expression. But this time, even the well-read and knowledgeable Yu Yi was unable to answer her. Instead, Bujinzi, who was in charge of protecting Zhao Lianyan, spoke in an uncertain tone. This strange scene, is it Spaceless Tunnel? The 3 immortal Gu houses from Central Continent, Canary Pavilion, Edge Link Camp, and Wind Sweeping Building, were moving forward in a huge tunnel. This tunnel was mainly blue in color, there were long and thin colorful lines that extended along the tunnel. These colorful lines were embedded in the walls of the blue tunnel, they were like dazzling flowers. What is Spaceless Tunnel? Yu Yi asked. Bujinzi looked at Zhao Lianyan with a complex gaze. You should be very familiar with it, right? Me? Zhao Lianyan was surprised, she did not understand why Bujinzi would say this. Bujinzi sighed, saying, Because Spaceless Tunnel is an immortal killer move created by thieving heaven demon Venerable. Southern Border, Super Gu Formation. Inside the dream. Disciple greets Master. Fan Yuan knelt on the ground, paying his respects to the female Gu immortal in front of him. The female immortal nodded. I am Jing Miao Zi, I cultivate Water Path. Although you are my descendant, whether you can cultivate my water path will depend on your luck and comprehension. Only by passing this test can you become my true disciple. Please instruct me, Master, Fan Yuan said respectfully. The female immortal waved her sleeves. The dream realm changed. Fan Yuan stood in front of a dark green pond. This pond water was dark green and had no ripples. It was like a huge piece of jade. The long river is turbulent. It is water. The sea is surging. It is water. And this dark green pond in front of you is also water. Water path is broad and profound. I cultivate the path of calm water. Step into this pond. When you can stand on the water without using goo worms, I will officially take you in as my disciple. Fan Yuan stared with wide eyes. This was the first time he had heard of such a test. He called out, Master, if I don't use goo worms, I'm no different from a mortal. How can a mortal body stand on the water and not sink? That's your problem. The female immortal flicked her sleeves and disappeared from Fan Yuan's sight. Fan Yuan frowned and paced around the pond. After a few rounds, he stepped into the green pond. Plop! There was a soft sound. His whole body fell into the water. He quickly climbed ashore, completely drenched and in a sorry state. Fan Yuan gritted his teeth. He hesitated for a moment before using Unravel Dream. But this time, Unravel Dream, which had always been successful, was useless. There was no change at all. Fan Yuan let out a long sigh in his heart. So it's useless. Sigh, this is troublesome. Not long ago, Fan Yuan's luck path realm increased. This allowed him to easily raise Qi luck sensation to a higher level. At this point, the whereabouts of Ing Wuxia and the others were exposed. They were in the southern border. After Fan Yuan realized this, he started to make preparations and increase his strength. He even borrowed immortal goo from Wu Clan. But he wanted to leave but met with a problem. Once Fan Yuan left, Wu Clan had no rank 7 goo immortals in the super goo formation to control the situation. Furthermore, Wu Clan was in charge of the immortal opportunity business. It was a huge matter. Without an expert to look after them, if other clans wanted to cause trouble, it would be easy. Even though Wu Yong agreed to help Fan Yuan borrow Wu Clan's immortal goo, he did not agree to this matter. Even though Wu Clan had many goo immortals and was very strong, they had a huge business. They needed more manpower. They had very few goo immortals. They were lacking in manpower. Some positions were even more difficult to be transferred at a whim. Like Fan Yuan's current position as the guardian of the Super Goo formation, not everyone in Wu Clan had the ability to do it. Even if they had the ability, they had to consider the political aspect. Fan Yuan made such a request. He wanted to leave his position. This gave Wu Yong a huge headache. But Fan Yuan was firm. Wu Yong could only start assigning the Goo Immortals their positions. But this matter could affect everything. Wu Yong said this needed time. Fan Yuan could only choose to wait. But in the process of waiting, Fan Yuan encountered a good dream realm. Dream realms were of all shapes and sizes. They were constantly moving. There were realistic dream realms. There were also strange dream realms. Fan Yuan usually chose realistic dream realms to explore. Strange dream realms were hard to understand. Fan Yuan did not want to take unnecessary risks. According to historical records, the female immortal Jing Niaozi is Shui Ni's disciple. The master of this dream realm is Jing Niaozi. She is also her final disciple. There can only be one person, the famous water path great expert, Sea Calming Man. In Central Continent's history, the immemorial desolate beast Shui Nan Wu caused chaos. It caused falling heavenly river to change its course, causing tsunamis to flood the land. Central Continent's central region was flooded, while the eastern region experienced huge tsunamis. Back then, Sea Calming Man, who was already a Goo immortal of Celestial Court, stood up and used several immortal killer moves to restore falling heavenly river to its original position. The sea became calm again. He had incredible methods. My Unravel Dream killer move has always been successful, but it has no effect at this stage. Strange. This was not the first time Fan Yuan had used Unravel Dream. But even after using it several times, this dream realm did not budge. Fan Yuan thought about it. He guessed that this dream realm was very powerful. The core immortal goo of unraveled dream was only rank 6, it could not break this dream realm. The strength of a dream realm did not depend on the person involved in the dream realm. For example, Fan Yuan had once explored star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. There, he used Unraveled Dream and had great gains. But at this moment, Fan Yuan's unraveled dream could not let him pass See Calming Man's dream realm. See Calming Man was only rank 8, he could not compare to star constellation Immortal Venerable. But the strength of the dream realm had little to do with their cultivation level when they were alive. As for what the relationship was, Fan Yuan was not clear about it. Don't forget, in the 500 years of his previous life, Fan Yuan was not interested in exploring dream realms. His focus was on blood path cultivation. Fan Yuan did not have a deep understanding of dream realms, but he knew something: the stronger the dream realm, the greater the benefits after exploring it. Bearing this in mind, Fan Yuan's interest in this dream realm deepened. Wu Clan's transfer order has not been announced yet. The immortal goo I want to borrow, Wu Yong will definitely not let go until he completes the transfer. In that case, I will research this dream realm properly during this period of time. In the next few days, Fan Yuan calmed himself down. He worked hard and entered the dream realm again and again to explore it. Without using goo worms, he had to stand on the water surface. On the surface, this seemed like an unsolvable problem. Because without using goo worms, goo masters were no different from mortals. Of course, this did not include fortune rivaling heaven or black boar goo, which engraved Dao marks on the goo master's body. There are water path goo worms like water leg goo, they can engrave water path Dao marks on the goo master's feet. It allows the goo master to move freely on the water surface. But this has nothing to do with passing this dream realm. Not to mention, in this dream realm, he could not use water leg goo. Even if he could, Fan Yuan would not use it. Because he knew that this problem did not lie in the content itself, it was in him. As for the method of freezing the water surface and standing on it, that was a small trick. He did not understand the essence of this problem. Just as Jing Miaozi said before, she's testing my comprehension. This realistic dream realm, since See Calming Man could pass it, there is no reason I can't. After all, my water path attainment level is already at quasi-grandmaster level. Fan Yuan continued to try. He had already lost count of the number of times he had fallen into the pool. If an ordinary mortal were to fall into this dream, falling into the pool of water once would be enough to shatter the mortal's soul. And if a goo immortal fell into the pool 3 or 4 times, their soul would also weaken to a very low level. Fan Yuan's soul foundation was very deep. Every time he entered the dream realm, he would fall into the water 17 or 18 times before his soul would weaken to its limit. At this time, Fan Yuan would use Guts Goo to heal himself. Even though Guts Goo was immortal goo, it came from the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Danghun Mountain. It was very effective. With this help, Fan Yuan continued to work hard. He started to feel something. This feeling could not be described with words, it was very mystical. Fan Yuan tried again. When he landed on the surface of the water, with a plop, he once again fell into the dark green water. When he got to the shore, he saw his master, Jing Miaozi, standing beside the pool and looking at him. Jing Miaozi said angrily, "What kind of comprehension ability is this? It is such a simple test, but you can't even pass it now. You are not fit to be my disciple." Fan Yuan, however, smiled. "No, master, I did it. Like you said, I have to stand on the surface of the pool without sinking or falling. I have already done it." Jing Miaozi laughed from anger, pointing at the water all over Fan Yuan. "Then what is this?" Fan Yuan shook his head. "This is nothing. The pool in my heart has no ripples, I am already standing on it. Looking down, I can see my reflection on the mirror-like water surface." Jing Miaozi's anger and smile slowly vanished. She looked at Fan Yuan deeply, nodding as she said plainly, "Not bad, from today onwards you are my official final disciple." At the next moment, the dream realm vanished. Fan Yuan returned to reality. "There is only one scene in this dream realm?" Fan Yuan showed surprise in his eyes. Soon, the shock in his eyes turned into joy. Amazing, my water path attainment has officially reached Grand Master level. Earlier, Fang Yuan's water path attainment was at quasi-Grand Master level. He was only a step away from Grand Master, he was still far from it. But now, this distance was crossed. Fang Yuan became a true water path Grand Master. After transformation path, strength path, blood path, wisdom path, and star path, Fang Yuan finally had a sixth path. He reached Grand Master level. Chapter 1254. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Not here. Not here either. This is very strange. Why did these Central Continent Gu immortals suddenly disappear without a trace? The South Desolation immortal was no longer as calm and composed as before. His face was no longer calm and collected, and his forehead was covered in a thin layer of sweat. He continued to manipulate Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace to search for directions, but he could not find the location of the Central Continent Gu immortals. Yao Huang was also somewhat dazed. He hurriedly asked, Lord South Desolation, do you need me to do anything? At this time, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's voice entered their ears. This is Spaceless Tunnel. South Desolation Immortal was even more shocked. Don't tell me Central Continent's Gu immortals have Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's immortal killer move? But Immortal Zombie Giant Sun denied it. No, they are using the Spaceless Tunnel left behind by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Spaceless Tunnel. Space Path Immortal Killer Move. In the past, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had traveled the entire world in order to find his way home. Undeniably, he was the Venerable who had traveled the most places among all the Venerables. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's traces were almost all over the 5 regions and 2 heavens. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was too insignificant, and the Gu Master world was too vast, so he created the Spaceless Tunnel. This immortal killer move could greatly shorten his journey and speed up his exploration. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had disappeared long ago, but a portion of the Spaceless Tunnel killer move that he left behind in the 5 regions and 2 heavens still existed for a long time. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had never stopped investigating Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Because Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was different from other Venerables, he was an otherworldly demon. From this, the Celestial Court would not let him off easily. Spirit Affinity House could obtain one of Thieving Heaven's true inheritances and let Zhao Lianyun inherit it. This was one of the results of the Celestial Court's investigation of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Central Continent's Gu immortals found this Spaceless Tunnel. Moreover, they had a way to use it to shorten their journey. Then where's this Spaceless Tunnel killer move pointing to? South Desolation Immortal reacted. He immediately realized the crux of the matter. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun replied, I cannot investigate it. This is Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's work after all. When Giant Sun Immortal was alive, he was in Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's ruins. He had suffered losses before. Giant Sun Immortal was the creator of Luck Path, but against Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, he seemed to lack a powerful method to deal with him. The South Desolation Immortal fell silent. The Medicine Sovereign was dumbfounded. What should he do? Immortal Zombie Giant Sun answered. Since they used the Spaceless Tunnel, we can only wait for them to appear again. Yao Huang asked. This means that Central Continent Gu immortals can appear anywhere? If they directly appear in Northern Plains, what should we do? Even though Central Continent's Gu immortals were in a pathetic state and had lost a lot of battle strength, their formation was still very strong. 3 immortal Gu houses, 3 rank 8 Gu immortals. Not counting those rank 6 and 7 Gu immortals, there was still a rank 9 Love immortal Gu. If such a huge force appeared in the headquarters of a Huangjin clan, the ones to suffer would not be the Central Continent Gu immortals, but the Huangjin clan. If these Central Continent Gu immortals suddenly appear near my Yao clan. Thinking of this, Yao Huang immediately felt uneasy. Please enlighten us, immortal ancestor. South Desolation Immortal asked. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun chuckled. Descendants have their own fortune. Fortune and calamity coexist, they can be converted into one another. This is a calamity for Northern Plains, but it can also be converted into fortune for Northern Plains. My main body is already dead. This is no longer my era. Do your best, regardless of success or failure. As for how to convert calamities and tribulations into fortune, that will depend on yourselves. Immortal zombie giant Sun finished speaking. There was no more sound. South Desolation Immortal and Yao Huan looked at each other helplessly. Southern Border, Super Goo Formation. Fan Yuan held an ordinary goo material in his hand. He casually tossed this goo material into the furnace in front of him. The fire in the furnace burned, but it emitted waves of coldness. The fire in the furnace was also very special. It was not an ordinary orange flame, but pale white with a bit of blue. This was a cold flame. A moment later, the cold flame suddenly extinguished without a sound. It caught everyone off guard. A goo worm flew out of the furnace. This goo worm looked like a larva. Its body was slender, brown with a bit of green, and it was wide. When it floated towards Fan Yuan, its body bent and stretched. It was quite unique. This was a strength path goo worm. It was naturally only a mortal goo. However, its name was Nirvana. From this, it was naturally different from the rest. Fan Yuan already had pulling water. It was a rank 6 strength path immortal goo. This one was a strength path mortal goo. Pulling water goo could unleash a mysterious force, allowing goo masters or goo immortals to control rivers and rivers. This pulling water mortal goo's effect was naturally far inferior to rank 6 pulling water immortal goo. But Fan Yuan was very happy. Why? Firstly, immortal goo were unique. If Fan Yuan had 2 immortal killer moves that required pulling water immortal goo, what would he do? Now that he had pulling water mortal goo, Fan Yuan could use a large number of mortal goo to temporarily replace pulling water immortal goo. Thus, even if a goo immortal had an immortal goo, it did not mean he had no need for the corresponding mortal goo. Secondly, Fan Yuan's attempt succeeded because his water path attainment level was at Grandmaster level. Pulling water goo was a strength path goo worm, but it was related to water path. All along, even though Fan Yuan's strength path attainment level was at Grandmaster level, he had not been able to deduce pulling water's mortal goo recipe. Now that his water path attainment level was at Grandmaster level, he did not even need to deduce it. He only used his intuition to draw out the mortal goo recipe. Everything was a matter of course. Water path Grandmaster. Fan Yuan started to feel the benefits of this. Not just goo recipes, but killer moves as well. In his previous life, Fan Yuan had accumulated a lot of water path knowledge, like water path killer moves or water path goo recipes. Now that he recalled these contents, he had a brand new feeling. He had a deeper understanding. This feeling was indescribable. It was just like when he stood under the tower and looked at the bricks of the tower. Now that he had suddenly risen to the top of the pagoda, the scenery he saw was still different from before. Although the rise of the realm can't be measured by any objective material. But my strength has increased a lot. This is especially true for people like me. I already have 5 people in the Grand Master realm. These Grand Master realm sects were combined together. Mutual influence and improvement will result in even greater benefits. No wonder 500 years ago so many people flocked to the Dream Realm. Fan Yuan recalled that at that time, he was still focusing on the cultivation of blood path. Of course, there was a reason for this. Firstly, Fan Yuan was not in a good situation at that time. He was surrounded by powerful enemies, and Fan Yuan needed combat strength. Secondly, Fan Yuan knew nothing about dream path. Without a method like Unravel Dream to explore dreams, recklessly exploring dream realms would not be worth it. Thirdly, now that Fan Yuan recalled it, Providence might have played a role in this. Just as Fan Yuan wanted to experience the improvement of Water Path Grand Master attainment in all aspects, a rank 7 Goo Immortal finally arrived from Wu Clan. This Goo Immortal brought Wu Yong's transfer order, and of course, Fan Yuan borrowed the Immortal Goo from Wu Clan. Fan Yuan quickly completed the transaction and left the Super Goo formation. He flew towards the northeast direction, without stopping. This time, the excuse he gave to Wu Yong was that he had no other choice. He needed to return to Eastern Sea alone. Everyone had their own secrets. if it was an ordinary Wu clan Gu immortal, Wu Yong would definitely investigate it. But for Wu Yihai, even if Wu Yong wanted to ask, he would not be able to get any answers. Thus, Wu Yong wisely did not pursue the matter. Fan Yuan entered the regional wall and arrived in Eastern Sea. He found a nameless sea area and placed his immortal aperture. He rested for now. During this period, he practiced his killer moves in the sovereign immortal aperture. He familiarized himself with the new immortal Gu. The more crucial the moment, the calmer Fan Yuan became. He decided that he had to kill Ing Wuxia this time. In order to get rid of this threat, he made more preparations. When Fan Yuan felt that the time was ripe, he stored his immortal aperture and prepared to move, executing the plan that he had been preparing for a long time. Chi Luck Sensation. Fan Yuan activated this immortal killer move, but to his surprise he found that Ing Wuxia and the rest had left southern border and returned to Eastern Sea. Good, Eastern Sea is more suitable for me to attack. Fan Yuan did not hesitate, he flew into the sky and targeted his target. Ing Wuxia and the rest flew above the sea. Bai Ningbing was flying alongside them. Their relationship had changed. They were now allies of equal status. It turned out that a few days ago, Ing Wuxia took out Yang Gu to calm Bai Ningbing's battle intent. Ing Wuxia used this chance to discuss cooperation with Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing was no longer the same as before. She expressed that she would rather give up Yang Gu and kill Ing Wuxia and the rest. Ing Wuxia had a glib tongue. He criticized the current situation and finally convinced Bai Ningbing to form a new alliance with him. Bai Ningbing obtained Yang Gu. She also knew that Fan Yuan had the upper extreme heavenly eagle. He was a huge threat. At this time, it was not wise to stay in Baixiang Grotto Heaven. Because of the upper extreme heavenly eagle, Fan Yuan could use it to enter the Grotto Heaven easily. If Bai Ningbing and the rest stayed in Baixiang Grotto Heaven, they would become clues for Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan would be able to find Baixiang Grotto Heaven easily. At this moment, Bai Ningbing looked at the blue sea as she frowned, transmitting secretly. Ing Wuxia, you said you have a way to deal with Fan Yuan. We are in Eastern Sea now, we are still traveling. What method do you have, tell us? Ing Wuxia smiled. To deal with rank 8s, we need rank 8s of the same level. Eastern Sea is not our destination, Northern Plains is. This means that Shadow Sect's remnant forces in Northern Plains actually have rank 8s. Humph, who are you trying to fool? Bai Ningbing transmitted in disdain. If they had rank 8 battle strength, why did they not use it at Yitian Mountain? Ing Wuxia smiled bitterly. That was because the timing was not right. The timing is right this time? The timing is good. Northern Plains and Central Continent are fighting over fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu. We are going to Northern Plains this time. We will go to the center of the vortex, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. We will seize fortune rivaling Heaven and use rank 8 battle strength to kill Fan Yuan and take back the sovereign immortal body. Ing Wuxia said this as he smiled, looking behind him. He is coming. Chapter 1255. As he spoke, Ing Wuxia felt the luck above his head vibrate intensely. This time, Fan Yuan's Chi Luck Sensation killer move's power rose by a lot. Ing Wuxia found that even if he entered his immortal aperture, he could not conceal it. However, Ing Wuxia was not someone who would wait for death. He thought about it and decided to do the opposite. Earlier, he had tried all ways to conceal himself and conceal his aura. Now that he could not do that, Ing Wuxia increased the luck vibration instead. They were connected by luck. Fan Yuan could use this connection to use Chi Luck Sensation to find him. Ing Wuxia could do the same. Thus, Ing Wuxia had researched a Gu worm combination recently that allowed him to deduce the distance between him and Fan Yuan based on the vibration of his own luck. Ing Wuxia named this immortal killer move Luck Shake Distance. This way, Fan Yuan's familiar face would not work, it could not deal with Ing Wuxia's method. Ing Wuxia was one of Spectral Soul's split souls. Even though he lost his memories, he had been replenished in the river of time. His attainment level was not low. The most important thing was attainment level. Precisely so, Ing Wuxia could think of different combinations of Gu worms at any time to deal with all sorts of situations. Of course, the attainment level needed to be high enough. At the same time, the Gu Immortal needed to experiment and practice for a long time. Get into formation! Let's use our previous tactic to repel Fan Yuan. Sensing that Fan Yuan was getting closer, Ing Wuxia ordered. The 5 Gu Immortals stopped moving. They started to set up a Gu formation. They successfully convinced Bai Ningbing to join them. Bai Ningbing's inheritance and Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven caused Ing Wuxia's side to grow stronger. This immortal Gu formation was the powerful method that trapped Ing Wuxia and the rest. This time, Ing Wuxia was going to let Fan Yuan have a taste of his own medicine. He's here, Bai Ningbing suddenly said. Now that she was the owner of Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven, her wealth rose sharply. She had excellent immortal Gu. Her investigative methods were also much better than before. Surpassing Ing Wuxia and He Lulan, she was the first to discover Fan Yuan's traces. The other 4 immortals hurriedly looked towards the source of the voice. In the southern sea region, it set off a surging wave. A sword flood dragon swung its body, incomparably strong and vigorous, piercing through the clouds and waves as it rushed over. The sharp dragon horns pierced the sky, the dense dragon scales flickered with silver light, and the dragon claws looked sinister and terrifying. The dragon teeth in his mouth shone with a cold light. Ing Wuxia and the other 4 immortals were on high alert. Bai Ningbing took a step forward. Does the enemy dare to enter the formation? Fan Yuan saw Bai Ningbing. Although she had transformed into a dragon lady and had become even more beautiful, her appearance had not changed much. Her foundation was still the same, so Fan Yuan was stunned. He did not expect to see Bai Ningbing under such circumstances. In fact, Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing had not seen each other for a long time. Even during the Battle of Yitian Mountain, Bai Ningbing also stayed out of the situation and did not show her face. It seemed that ever since the 3 Kings Mountain incident and Bai Ningbing's betrayal, Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing had parted ways until now. Everything had changed. Back then, the 2 young Gu masters who survived Qingmao Mountain had already become Gu immortals. Bai Ningbing, who was known as a genius but had the northern dark eye soul physique of the 10 extreme physiques, had a bleak future. She became a rank 6 Dragonman Gu immortal and even had Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven. And Fan Yuan had even more rich experiences. After they parted, he first became the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Next, he wreaked havoc in northern plains, toppling 88-point Jinyang Tower and destroying Imperial Court Blessed Land. Next, he appeared in Eastern Sea, Central Continent, Western Desert, and other places. Finally, during the Battle of Yitian Mountain, he snatched away the fruits of Shadow Sect's 100,000-year plan, Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. Using this immortal Gu, Fan Yuan's cultivation level rose like a rocket. It was extremely fast and shocking. He already had rank 7 cultivation level now. During this period, he even used Dream Realms to reach Grandmaster attainment level in 6 paths. The 2 started fighting on Qingmao Mountain. They were known as the Black and White Demons. They traveled in southern borders mortal world and worked closely together. Now that they met again, they were mortal enemies. All right, I'll take care of you as well. Fan Yuan's killing intent filled his heart. He roared as he let out a dragon breath. The white dragon breath was extremely sharp. It flashed and traversed an immeasurable distance, arriving in front of Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing did not dodge, he smiled instead. At the next moment, the sword light dragon breath crashed into a formless wall of light. It was useless. A Gu formation that could trap Ing Wuxia and the others was naturally extraordinary. Gu formation? Fan Yuan thought to himself. At this moment, he did not have any good ideas. Formation path. Fan Yuan had little knowledge about formation path, even in the 500 years of his previous life. To break a Gu formation path attainment was needed. Or perhaps, wisdom path deductions were possible. Fan Yuan was a wisdom path grandmaster, but he lacked a powerful wisdom path immortal Gu. It would not be easy for him to deduce the weakness of this Gu formation. The sword dragon circled in the air, not moving forward. Ing Wuxia and the rest were inside the Gu formation, waiting for Fan Yuan to attack. At once, thoughts flashed in Fan Yuan's mind as he tried to think of countermeasures. The other party set up the Gu formation in advance. It means that even though they cannot conceal their traces, they already have a method to investigate me. The probing just now shows that this Gu formation is not ordinary. Since they could set up this Gu formation, it means they have confidence in dealing with me. A broken ship still has 3 nails. It has only been a while, but Ing Wu Xia already has such a method. Fan Yuan did not attack blindly. He could not see through this Gu formation. Unless Fan Yuan was a fool, he would not recklessly charge into the Gu formation. But he could not rule out the possibility that Bai Ningbing and the rest were bluffing. This Gu formation was weak internally. It could defend against attacks from the outside. Thus, what Fan Yuan needed to do next was to probe. While Fan Yuan fought with Ing Wu Xie and the rest, in Black Heaven, inside the spaceless tunnel, 3 immortal Gu houses were moving slowly. Myriad Tidal Dragon had already woken up. He looked at the scene inside the spaceless tunnel and sighed. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's methods are truly unimaginable. He has already disappeared for so long, but his immortal killer move from 300,000 years ago is still effective. I would not believe it if I did not see it with my own eyes. Wei Lingyang smiled. All right, since you have woken up, we will not stay here any longer. Let's go! It turned out that the Central Continent Gu immortals were very meticulous. Even though they could have left the spaceless tunnel long ago, they purposely stayed here to wait for Myriad Tidal Dragon to wake up. Myriad Tidal Dragon had used his immortal killer move earlier to break free. He had fallen asleep. Now that he had woken up, the Central Continent Gu immortals regained the strength of 3 rank 8 Gu immortals. The 3 immortal Gu houses' speed rose sharply. This was the final part of the spaceless tunnel. Central Continent's Gu immortals were united. They prepared for the upcoming battle. Hong Yun, persevere, I am coming! Zhao Lianyan's eyes shined. He had a resolute expression. But just as they were about to get past the final part, a change occurred. A huge ghostly face suddenly appeared, blocking the 3 immortal Gu houses, completely blocking the spaceless tunnel. What is going on? This is Spectral Soul Demon Venerables. The 3 rank 8 Gu immortals were still in shock, when the ghostly face opened its mouth and let out a silent roar. Amidst the roar, the entire spaceless tunnel started to collapse. Countless space path fragments splattered everywhere. Terrifying spatial cracks appeared. They spread like a spider web. Bam! With a loud sound, the Central Continent Gu immortals found that this mystical tunnel that they were in shattered into countless pieces like a mirror. Defend! Myriad Tidal Dragon shouted. Defend! Bai Qintian and Wei Lingyang activated their immortal Gu houses to their limits at the same time. However, the 3 immortal Gu houses were extremely fragile now. They were like small boats in a tsunami. They could not control themselves. At once, the 3 immortal Gu houses that were together were engulfed by the chaotic space path currents. They were separated, each doing their own thing. A huge hole suddenly formed. It was like a huge beast opening its mouth. Everything nearby was sucked in by it. Myriad Tidal Dragon's Canary Pavilion did not even last for a few breaths of time before it was devoured by this huge hole, vanishing without a trace. The remaining wind-sweeping building and Edgelink Camp were barely holding on. Edgelink Camp was like a bun that was being sliced apart by the space path cracks. Wind-sweeping building was also breaking apart. The powerful immortal Gu houses were extremely fragile now. Spaceless Tunnel was Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's immortal killer move, together with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's methods. It was like 2 Demon Venerables working together. The Central Continent Gu immortals did not expect that the spaceless tunnel that they thought was a shortcut would turn into a fatal trap. 300,000 years ago, during the medieval antiquity era, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable traveled in Black Heaven and left behind spaceless tunnel. After that, Giant Sun Immortal failed to refine love. He left behind all sorts of methods. During Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's era, he seemed to have seen through the former scheme, or for some other reason, he also left behind an immortal killer move here. Duke Long did not know about the Venerable's secrets. No matter how good Fairy Myrtle was at deductions, she could not deduce such a thing. At this moment, the Central Continent Gu immortals were facing the huge crisis of being completely wiped out. Am I going to die? Am I going to die here? No, I can't. Hong Yun is still waiting for me to save her. How can I stop here? Help me, love! Zhao Lianyun screamed in her mind. As if sensing her unshakable will, Love Immortal Gu started to shine with endless light in her phantom aperture. This light spread out with Zhao Lianyun at the center. Rumble. Wind-sweeping building completely broke apart. The Gu immortals screamed in shock as they activated their defenses. But many of them could not even last for a few breaths of time before they were shredded to pieces by the space path storm. Only the thin layer of light around Zhao Lianyun was unbreakable. Not just that, this layer of light spread rapidly, affecting the 4 people around her. A hole formed in front of Zhao Lianyun. At the next moment, Love Immortal Gu burst out with a huge force, allowing Zhao Lianyun and the 4 Gu immortals to charge into the hole. Their vision changed drastically. Where is this? Zhao Lianyun found that she was on solid ground. This is Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, a voice transmitted. Chapter 1256. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land? Zhao Lianyun cried out in shock. She raised her head and saw a female Gu immortal standing in front of her. This person laid on the cloud bed. Her face was ordinary, and she wore a silk dress. She had a head of long green hair that was extremely eye-catching. It was like a river that started from the female immortal's head and flowed down the cloud bed, almost covering the entire floor. The female immortal saw that Zhao Lianyun's expression was not fake. She felt strange and asked, "It seems that the 5 of you did not mean to barge into Snowy Mountain Blessed Land?" 5? Zhao Lianyun looked around and found that she was in a hall. She was not alone. There were 4 Gu immortal companions beside her. The 4 companions woke up one after another. Although Zhao Lianyun had just become a Gu immortal, she found that she basically knew these 4 Gu immortal companions. The most familiar was Bu Jinzi. He was the Supreme Elder of Spirit Affinity House, a rank 7 Gu immortal. He was ordered to protect Zhao Lianyun. Yu Yi, this young and beautiful Gu immortal from Ancient Soul Sect, although he was only rank 6, his refinement path attainment was high and was widely recognized. Shi Jingyi, this was also a young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He had been at the highest floor of wind-sweeping building with Zhao Lianyun earlier. Although Zhao Lianyun did not speak to Shi Jingyi, she had seen his father, Shi Ge. Because of the darkness, he was completely blind, so she had a deep impression of him. The last person was someone that Zhao Lianyun did not know. This was the first time they had met. However, Shi Jingyi recognized this person. He immediately ran towards him and called out, "Senior Mu Linglan, why are we here?" This person was Mu Linglan, a water path Gu immortal from Spirit Butterfly Valley. He had rank 7 cultivation level. I also find it strange. Space suddenly shattered and threw out the 5 of you. The female immortal spoke with a plain tone. You barged into Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. I am still waiting for you to dispel my doubts. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land? This is Snowy Mountain Blessed Land? Shi Jingyi shouted, looking at the outside world through the window of the hall. It was indeed covered in snow. There were more than 10 snowy peaks far away. At the same time, Shi Jingyi found that he was in a hall at the peak of a snowy peak. The Central Continent Gu immortals quickly reacted. Bu Jinzi quickly ran to Zhao Lianyun's side and stared at the female immortal in front of him. If I'm not wrong, you are the 9th peak master of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, Herr Mistress. The blessed land of the Great Snow Mountain. Hong Yun is here! Zhao Lianyun's eyes lit up. The female deity straightened her upper body and revealed a solemn and nervous expression. So you really came from Ma Hong Yun? That's right, hand over Ma Hong Yun! Zhao Lianyun shouted. Herr Mistress looked deeply at Zhao Lianyun. Ma Hong Yun isn't with me. If you want to find him, I'm afraid you'll have to fight all the way to the first main peak. However, Lady Wan Shou and old ancestor Shui who are guarding there, the 5 of you are probably not enough. Where there is a will, there is a way. Shi Jingyi clenched his fist and shouted. Even if I die here, I will save Hong Yun. Zhao Lianyun was determined. Mu Linglan took a few steps forward. The 5 of us are only the vanguard, there are still rank 8 goo immortals behind us. Your snowy mountain blessed land might have the geographical advantage, but you only have one rank 8 goo immortal. Mu Ling Lan was bluffing. In fact, the medieval goo immortals who stayed behind in the spaceless tunnel were likely to have perished. The only ones who could be truly saved were Zhao Lianyan's group of 5. Relying on Love Goo's power and Zhao Lianyan's obsession, the 5 goo immortals directly landed in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Herr Mistress's expression changed slightly. She was only a rank 6 goo immortal, while the 5 goo immortals in front of her not only had the advantage in numbers, there were even 2 rank 7s present. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land had a total of 15 snowy peaks. Herr Mistress was at the 9th snowy peak and did not expect the peace to be suddenly broken. 5 goo immortals appeared in front of her without any warning. I will be the main attacker, you guys retreat. Mu Ling Lan secretly transmitted his voice. He did not pass on responsibility and decided to step forward. Herr Mistress saw something amiss and quickly stretched out her hand. Please wait, we are friends and not enemies. What do you mean? Bujinzi stopped the restless Mu Ling Lan. Herr Mistress said, Do you think I am willing to risk my life for old ancestor Shui Hu? Old ancestor Shui Hu forcefully ordered us to plunder immortal materials for his own benefit. We are suffering unspeakably, but we are afraid of old ancestor Shui Hu's tyrannical might and have no choice. To speak the truth, I had wanted to surrender long ago, but I was thinking that Northern Plains' righteous path goo immortals would attack. I had never expected it to be you goo immortals from Central Continent. I have no intention of fighting you. If you want to find trouble with old ancestor Shui Hu, I will welcome you with open arms. Oh? It's like this. Bujinzi and Mu Ling Lan glanced at each other, somewhat hesitant. Herr Mistress continued. Since you want to attack Snowy Mountain, you must have gathered the relevant information. To speak the truth, Snowy Mountain's internal affairs are already divided. Old ancestor Shui Hu has already gone crazy in order to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo, completely disregarding our peak lord's feelings. Unfortunately, we are under his control and cannot resist. We can only wait for external help. The 5 Central Continent goo immortals did not speak. They had not expected the situation to develop like this. Mu Ling Lan pondered for a while before saying, Since you want to surrender, just this is far from enough. Join our subjugation team, we can see your sincerity. Herr Mistress smiled bitterly. If I could attack, I would have resisted long ago. Sir, you don't need to probe. If I really join you, can you trust me? There is more than one way to help you. I am willing to tell you the defensive arrangements of Snowy Mountain's internal affairs. Oh? Speak. Mu Ling Lan nodded. Herr Mistress looked at the 5 immortals, speaking slowly. In order to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo, old ancestor Shui Hu has greatly modified Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, and not long ago, he invited Sun Ming Lu to set up a super goo formation here. This super goo formation is extremely powerful. It uses the peak lords of the snowy peaks as the formation cores and connects to Reverse Flow River. Anyone who tries to challenge the formation can only charge through one snowy peak after another. And the peak lords guarding the snowy peaks will receive the amplification of the goo formation, but their rank 6 cultivation can display rank 7 battle strength. In contrast, the battle strength of the goo immortals who challenge the formation will be greatly suppressed. Under such circumstances, every snow-capped peak was a difficult challenge. Even if a rank 8 goo immortal comes, as long as they do not destroy this goo formation, they will have to spend some time here. How do we know if your information is true or false? Mu Ling Lan asked. Herr Mistress smiled bitterly again. Everything I said is true. If you don't believe me, you can test it. All right. Mu Ling Lan waved his sleeves. A wave of water appeared out of nowhere and swept towards Herr Mistress. Herr Mistress was not flustered. She slightly waved her hand. Her long hair suddenly shot up and formed a dam, blocking all the water wave. Mu Ling Lan immediately frowned. After his first attack failed, he had already seen the problem and stopped attacking. The other 4 Central Continent immortals looked at each other. Sure enough, as Herr Mistress said, Herr Mistress could display rank 7 battle strength here, while Mu Linglan was a rank 7 Gu immortal, but his offense was greatly weakened. What was supposed to be a swift and fierce attack was actually easily intercepted by Herr Mistress. This Gu formation is too powerful. Shi Jingyi exclaimed. Bu Jinzi directly asked. Then, where is the weakness of this Gu formation? Herr Mistress shook her head. I am not familiar with this Gu formation, but after these days of probing, I have some experience that I can tell you. First of all, the Gu formation isolates the inside and outside. Even communicating with jewel yellow skies is impossible. Currently, only old ancestor Shui who can take the initiative to contact us peak lords. As for peak masters, they can't communicate with each other. Secondly, each peak lord is the core of the Gu formation. It seems that they can only guard their respective peaks' halls and cannot leave the snowy peaks. This is my guess, but it should not be far from the truth. Finally, it is time for you to die. Herr Mistress' expression suddenly changed, the black hair on the floor tiles suddenly rose up, trying to entangle the 5 Gu immortals. Mu Linglan was vigilant and instantly flew out of the hall. Zhao Lianyun also successfully escaped with Bu Jinzi's help. In the hall, the black hair quickly wrapped Shi Jingyi and Yu Yizi into 2 thick green hair cocoons. Devious Demonis. Attack together. Mu Linglan was shocked and furious. Without needing him to speak, Bu Jinzi and Zhao Lianyun had already made their move. Rumble, thunderous sounds came from the 9th snowy peak. An intense battle instantly erupted. Eastern Sea. Dragon breaths that resembled white sword lights shot towards the Gu formation, causing the whole Gu formation to shake. Fan Yuan is too cautious, he has not charged into the Gu formation. What do we do? Bai Ningbing asked Ing Wuxie. Ing Wuxie sighed and transmitted his voice. I had originally planned to use this Super Gu formation to compete with Fan Yuan's upper extreme Heavenly Eagle and probe his foundation. But to think that Fan Yuan is only attacking from the outside, there is no chance for us to take advantage of. A sword hidden in the dark was even more terrifying. Fan Yuan could of course rely on the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to pierce through space and charge into the Gu formation. But this would expose the fact that his upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was only rank 6. How could Fan Yuan expose his weakness? Although we have the Gu formation's protection and are impregnable, Fan Yuan has the initiative. He has a transformation path killer move. While we have the Super Gu formation, our immortal essence will be expended and we will suffer huge losses. Bai Ningbing continued. Shi Nu requested to fight. Why don't I go out to fight and lure him in? Bai Ningbing sneered in disdain. Fan Yuan is a crafty old fox. How could he be provoked by you and charge into the Gu formation? Shi Nu stared at Bai Ningbing angrily. Then what do you think we should do? No matter. Ing Wuxie waved his hand. Wait for me to make some arrangements, and leave behind a decoy to confuse him. We will then secretly use the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel to leave this place and throw him off. As long as we stall for time, we will reach Northern Plains and meet up with the rank 8 Gu immortals. That will be the time to deal with Fan Yuan. Bai Ningbing's expression was grim. You made me set up this Gu formation just to abandon it? Forget about the mortal Gu, you even want to abandon the immortal Gu? Chapter 1257. What are a few immortal Gu? Ing Wuxie said solemnly. As long as the plan succeeds, all the losses can be made up for. Being able to give up is a man of character. Moreover, this is not giving up innocently, it is to confuse the enemy and gain precious time for us. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly. Why do I feel like you are purposely weakening me? Then you are worrying too much. The enemy is outside the formation, you can stay behind and personally control this Gu formation to stall for time for us. Ing Wuxie glanced at Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing's eyes flickered with bright light before she finally nodded. As you wish. It was not that she did not think of fighting alone, but against such a powerful Fan Yuan, she did not have confidence in winning. Northern Plains, snowy mountain blessed land. 9th Peak. Central Continent's group of 5 Gu immortals were ambushed by Herr Mistress. They were all bound by the cocoons made of green silk and were struggling intensely. What killer move is this? I can feel my immortal essence rapidly depleting. Ah! Yu suddenly shouted, his whole body burning with a dazzling flame. However, the flames didn't seem to fear the flames at all. Instead, countless streams of water seeped out from her hair, drenching Yu. My flame is earth cauldron fire. It can refine rank 7 goo materials in minutes, but it cannot even burn a single strand of green hair. Yu was extremely shocked. Ha ha ha, it is useless. The longer I activate this green silk binding, the more powerful it becomes. Ever since old ancestor Shui who started refining fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo, I have been activating this immortal killer move without stopping. Just think about it, and you will know how long it will take. Herr Mistress lay down again, laughing loudly. Moreover, what I said earlier. I am not completely deceiving you. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land is indeed shrouded by a super goo formation. My battle strength will rise sharply here. You have rank 7 strength, but you will be weakened. Surrender obediently. If you surrender now, you might still have a chance to live. Humph, you are thinking too simply. Right at this time, an illusory figure flew out of a green silk cocoon. The hair cocoon was not damaged at all, but the figure had strangely passed through it and appeared outside. The silhouette immediately turned from illusory to solid. It was no one else. It was the rank 7 goo immortal of Spirit Affinity House. Bujinzi. Herr Mistress's expression immediately sank. So you are a phantom path goo immortal, no wonder you could escape from my green silk bind. As he spoke, countless strands of green hair shot up from the ground one after another. They were as hard as needles and as soft as snakes. Tens of thousands of them shot towards Bujinzi in the air. Bujinzi laughed brightly. You want to hurt me? It's still too early for you. He turned incorporeal again, but this time, he fell into another green silk cocoon. The goo immortal in the hair cocoon. It was Zhao Lianyun. At this moment, she was using an immortal killer move to defend against the cutting of the green threads. Bujinzi came to her side. Zhao Lianyun was shocked at first, but then he was overjoyed. I will count to 3, release your defense and come out with me. Bujinzi placed his hand on her shoulder and instructed. Zhao Lianyun thought. If I give up my defensive killer move, won't I be turned into mincemeat by the green threads? But thinking about it again, Bujinzi would not deceive her. Zhao Lianyun's thoughts moved and she decided to believe Bujinzi. At the next moment, she gave up on her defense and stopped activating her defensive method. The green hair curled up. In an instant, Zhao Lianyun had already turned phantom. Next, 2 figures came out of the green silk cocoon. The hair cocoon turned pale with fright. Bujinzi cultivated phantom path. It was normal for him to be able to turn phantom by himself. But he could actually make others turn phantom, and even affect them after turning phantom. That was not normal. Phantom path goo immortals were rare to begin with, and Bujinzi was definitely an outstanding talent among them. Because of his methods, Spirit Affinity House believed that he alone could protect Zhao Lianyun very well. After Bujinzi saved Zhao Lianyun, he did the same thing and saved the other 3 from the hair cocoon. 5 Central Continent goo immortals began to attack Herr Mistress. Herr Mistress fought against 5 alone, but she was not at a disadvantage. The green hair coiled around her body, sometimes dancing like a snake, sometimes standing upright like a wall, dissolving the 5 goo immortals' attacks one by one. She clearly only has rank 6 cultivation, but she actually has rank 7 battle strength. I also discovered that there are traces of a super goo formation operating in the whole of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Get out of the way, let me do it! Mu Linglan pushed aside the 4 immortals and activated an immortal killer move. Howl! With a wolf howl, 3 giant light blue water wolves appeared out of nowhere, baring their fangs and claws as they charged towards Herr Mistress. Herr Mistress's hair wall was broken through 5 times in a row. It could not block the water wolves' charge. She quickly flew up and broke through the roof of the hall, charging into the sky. The 5 Central Continent goo immortals all had the ability to fly. They immediately charged forward. Herr Mistress soon fell into a passive state. Although her battle strength was quite high, Zhao Lianyun's side had the advantage in numbers. Hair Mistress gradually defended more and attacked less. Most of the green hair was broken, and the rest formed into a ball, protecting her body. This immortal killer move is really amazing. It can actually release strength. The immortal killer moves we used were absorbed by it, and then spat out to deal with us. Even my snake wave pierce heart cannot penetrate this ball. Mu Ling Lan's expression was solemn. Bu Junzi suddenly transmitted to Mu Ling Lan. Mu Ling Lan's mind shook. Then let's do it again. He prepared for a while before suddenly stretching out his right index finger, pointing at the huge green hair ball that was constantly rotating. At the next moment, an agile water snake that was half a foot long flew out from the tip of his index finger. The small snake was completely condensed from water. It was vivid and lifelike, and its whole body was dark blue in color. The water snake was originally extremely fast, but under Mu Ling Lan's control, it flew slowly on purpose. At this time, Bu Junzi suddenly used an immortal killer move. The water snake turned from solid to phantom, easily passing through the ball and arriving in front of Hair Mistress. Hair Mistress was pale with fright. She quickly used her second defensive killer move. But the water snake turned from phantom to solid again, biting through Hair Mistress's defense and directly drilling into her heart. Hair Mistress screamed. Her soul escaped. The ball exploded. Countless short hairs shot out like thousands of sharp arrows. They shot out in all directions. The 5 Central Continent immortals quickly blocked without any hesitation. They could only let Hair Mistress's soul escape smoothly. We won! Hair Mistress is dead, only her soul is left. Shi Jingyi was overjoyed and very excited. Good coordination. Bu Junzi and Mu Ling Lan looked at each other and smiled. In defeating Hair Mistress, these 2 rank 7 Gu immortals put in the most effort. First, they relied on Bu Junzi to resolve the situation, then Mu Ling Lan was the main attacker. Yui Yizi, Zhao Lianyun, and Shi Jingyi were supporting them from the side. The battle ended, the 9th snowy peak quieted down. What should they do next? The 5 immortals discussed and quickly reached a consensus. They would retreat first and wait for the Central Continent group to arrive. With just the 5 of them, how could they resist the whole of Snowy Mountain? Not to mention other Gu immortals, just old ancestor Shui, who alone was an unrivaled opponent. However, after trying, the 5 immortals found that they could not leave this place. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was originally a public blessed land. The entire blessed land was pieced together. Its defense could not compare to a normal blessed land. But there was a super Gu formation here. Even Bu Junzi's phantom transformation method was of no use. Damn it, among the 5 of us, there is not a single formation path Gu immortal. Among the 5 of us, there is not a single formation path Gu immortal. If there was a formation path great expert, they might be able to see through the mysteries of this Gu formation and break it. Mu Ling Lan sighed while wringing his hands. Originally, among the Central Continent Gu immortals, they had specially arranged for several formation path Gu immortals. Unfortunately, because Spaceless Tunnel collapsed and an unexpected calamity descended, none of these formation path Gu immortals came along. Central Continent's 5 immortals helplessly found. Although they defeated Hair Mistress and only let her soul escape, the 5 of them were trapped in the 9th snowy peak and could not leave this super Gu formation. What do we do? The 5 immortals looked at each other, feeling great pressure. How could it not be? This was the enemy's base. Not to mention others, just the rank 8 Gu immortal old ancestor Shui who could crush them with a flick of his finger. Do you feel strange? We came to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. It has been so long, but no one has come. Yui Yizi suddenly said. The 4 immortals looked at each other. They all had the same feeling. It is quite strange. We invaded Snowy Mountain Blessed Land and fought with Hair Mistress. The commotion was huge. But other than Hair Mistress, no one else appeared. We fought with Hair Mistress for a long time, but during this period, no other Gu immortals came to reinforce us. Old ancestor Shui who did not appear, maybe it is because of the arrogance of a rank 8. But at least the other Gu immortals should have allied together and attacked us. Even a lion needs to use its full strength to capture a rabbit. Mu Linglan, Bujinzi, and Yue Yizi analyzed the situation and felt it was quite strange. Right at this time, inside Zhao Lianyun's immortal aperture, love suddenly activated. An intense immortal goo aura rose from Zhao Lianyun's body. Such a surging aura made the other four immortals' expressions change. What a powerful aura! Is it a rank 9 immortal goo? Back in Spaceless Tunnel, it was this aura, I remember it clearly. So it was you who took action and protected us. Mu Linglan, Yue Yizi, and Shi Jingyi looked at Zhao Lianyun with a dumbfounded expression. Zhao Lianyun, however, had no control over herself at this moment. Her eyes rolled back and her feet rose a foot above the ground. Her whole body floated up, her head was slightly tilted back, and her throat was making gurgling sounds. Don't disturb her, this is love activating, Bujinzi quickly said. Love? Spirit Affinity House's signature immortal goo was actually brought over by Zhao Lianyun. The other three immortals were extremely shocked. Bujinzi smiled bitterly and explained to them. A moment later, Zhao Lianyun woke up. I already know all the secrets of this goo formation. The four immortals were overjoyed. This was the effect of love goo earlier. Mu Linglan stared with wide eyes. Zhao Lianyun nodded. Quickly tell us, Bujinzi urged. Chapter 1258. This formation is called Fate Reversing Sacrificial Refinement Formation. This net was created by Sun Ming Lu. It uses over 10 immortal goo, and most importantly, it is filled with water from Reverse Flow River, thus its power is extremely shocking. Zhao Lianyun explained in a low voice. Love goo activated on its own, expending a large amount of immortal essence in Zhao Lianyun's phantom aperture. It had all sorts of effects, but this time, it actually allowed Zhao Lianyun to directly learn about the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation's origin. Reverse Flow River? Could it be the legendary Reverse Flow River? Yue Yizi's eyes widened. Right, it is the Reverse Flow River in the Legends of Renzu. Zhao Lianyun nodded. The Legends of Renzu recorded that Dang Hun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and Reverse Flow River were the 3 rounds after the door of life and death. Back then, Renzu went to Obsession Death Domain to save his eldest son, Verdant Great Son, but failed. Renzu could only pass the 3 rounds himself, and revive. In the end, after Renzu passed Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley, he failed in Reverse Flow River. Reverse Flow River is also a secluded domain of heaven and earth. To think it is an old ancestor Shui whose hands. Bujinzi sighed. Mu Linglan sighed. It is said that back then, thieving heaven demon Venerable used ghostly concealment to enter the door of life and death, stealing Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley, but could not do anything to Reverse Flow River. Who could have thought that Reverse Flow River would be taken out by someone? Mu Linglan was the supreme elder of Spirit Butterfly Valley. This Central Continent ancient sect had the most information network, so Mu Linglan knew many secrets of the world. However, Central Continent's immortals quickly accepted this fact. Since Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley could be taken away, it was not strange for Reverse Flow River to appear. The important thing now is how to break this fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation, Bujinzi emphasized. But Zhao Lianyun shook his head with a bitter smile. It is almost impossible to break this formation. Even rank 8 goo immortals would be trapped here, unable to extricate themselves. Even though this super goo formation does not have a single rank 8 immortal goo, this super goo formation uses Reverse Flow River perfectly. It has unlimited uses. Zhao Lianyun explained slowly. After the other 4 immortals heard it, they were all dumbfounded. They no longer had any thoughts of breaking the formation. It turned out that this supergoo formation had completely remodeled Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, with 15 snowy peaks as the formation cores, forming an impregnable defense. After goo immortals enter the goo formation, they would be transported to different snowy peaks according to their cultivation level. If it was a rank 7 goo immortal, they would be sent to the rank 7 goo immortal's snowy peak to fight. If it was a rank 8 goo immortal, they would be sent to old ancestor Shui Hu. Ji Ye's previous words contained both truth and falsehood. It was not complete nonsense. The fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation could indeed raise the battle strength of the Gu Immortals in the formation core. It would allow a rank 6 Gu Immortal to have rank 7 might, while a rank 7 Gu Immortal would not be able to reach rank 8, but they would still receive a huge boost. Moreover, this fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation even imitated Regret Pool. It had some time path mystical abilities. The truly vicious thing was that any Gu Immortal who died in the Gu formation would be considered to have sacrificed their lives to this formation, helping Lady Wan Shou, who was at the center of the formation, to refine Ma Hongyun. No wonder when we killed Ji Yi, her body and immortal aperture quickly turned to dust, vanishing into nothingness. Even though Ji Yi's soul escaped, it is likely that her soul has already dissipated in this formation. To think that Sun Ming Lu could actually create such an extreme Gu formation? The strength of this formation is hard to match even among the 10 great ancient sections. Sun Ming Lu is publicly recognized as the #1 formation path grandmaster in Northern Plains. It is rumored that he has an unyielding nature and values relationships greatly. He does not associate with the demonic path. Back then, old ancestor Shui Hu had to disregard his status and invite him 3 times and 4 times, but he did not yield. In the end, it was because old ancestor Shui Hu was doing this for his beloved wife, Lady Wan Shou, that he was moved and helped Lady Wan Shou create the refinement path Gu formation. Now it seems that to be able to create such a vicious refinement path Gu formation, Sun Ming Lu is not a good person. The Central Continent Gu Immortals discussed. That means to say, as long as we leave this snowy peak, we will be forced to separate and fight alone? Bu Jinzi asked. Zhao Lianyun nodded. That should be the case. We came here because of the power of Love Immortal Gu. Love Immortal Gu was a rank 9 Immortal Gu. Its power surpassed the entire Super Gu formation, thus, the 5 Central Continent Gu Immortals all came to the 9th snowy peak. But now, Love Immortal Gu was useless. Once the 5 of them stepped out of this snowy peak, they would be taken away by the Gu formation and be separated. Bu Jinzi frowned tightly. This was bad news. He was protecting Zhao Lianyun and protecting Zhao Lianyun, that was also protecting Love Immortal Gu. But now, this Super Gu formation would separate them. It was truly difficult. How about this, Fairy Lianyun, enter my immortal aperture. I don't believe this Super Gu formation can affect the immortal aperture? Bu Jinzi hesitated for a moment before making up his mind. A Gu Immortal's immortal aperture was their clan's greatest secret. They would normally not let outsiders in. But Bu Jinzi thought of the importance of this matter. He decided to make a sacrifice and let Zhao Lianyun in. Between the two of them, this was the only way. Because Zhao Lianyun's was not a true immortal aperture, but a phantom aperture. The Celestial Court's phantom aperture had both advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage was that it could only store immortal essence, Gu worms, and wills. It could not be nurtured like a normal immortal aperture. Every once in a while, it needed to be replenished, otherwise, it would not last long. The advantage was that it could store immortal Gu of any rank. Like now, Zhao Lianyun could directly store Love Immortal Gu. He did not have to worry about this rank 9 immortal Gu bursting his immortal aperture. But after trying it, the Central Continent Gu Immortals found that they could not even open the entrance of their immortal aperture. Evidently, Sun Ming Lu had considered this problem when he created this Super Gu formation. This was not the weakness of this Gu formation. The Central Continent Gu Immortals fell into a dilemma. They found that even though they got rid of Mistress Ji, they were trapped here. But there was good news, they did not have to worry about reinforcements, or rank 8 old ancestors Shui Hu attacking them. Because in this Super Gu formation, the Snowy Peak Lords were guarding a peak, they could not leave. The rank 8 Gu Immortals who invaded Snowy Mountain Blessed Land could not attack the rank 6 or 7 Snowy Peak Lords. They could only fight old ancestors Shui Hu. This rule also restricted old ancestors Shui Hu. Old ancestors Shui Hu could not attack the rank 6 or 7 Gu Immortals. Because this rule originated from the use of reverse flow river. Humans strive for higher ground, water flows to lower ground. This was the law of the world. Rank 8 was high, rank 7 and rank 6 were low. The goo immortals at higher levels could only fight goo immortals of the same level. In the entire goo formation, the first snowy peak was the highest, thus, all living beings who entered the goo formation had to go up, they could not turn back. This was the power of reverse flow river. The legends of Rinzhu recorded that even Rinzhu could not go against the flow. But this reverse flow river was only a secluded domain of heaven and earth. Sun Minglu used the abundant Tao marks in this secluded domain of heaven and earth to create the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. Thus, as the main force of the formation, old ancestors Shui Hu and the Snowy Peak Lords had to follow this rule. If it was not reverse flow river, but one or several immortal goo with the same effect, the goo immortals could control it and create a battle environment that was beneficial to them. It would not be as rigid as now. But no matter what, even with this flaw, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was absolutely impregnable. It was easy to defend and hard to attack. With this goo formation, it was no wonder old ancestor Shui Hu was so confident. He did not conceal the goo refinement. Even if he tried to conceal it, he might not be able to. Most importantly, he was not afraid of the goo immortals attacking him. In fact, he was even looking forward to it, because the goo immortals who died in the goo formation, be it friend or foe, would turn into pure energy to help him refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo. In that case, why don't we set up camp here and wait for reinforcements? Bu Jinzi suggested. This suggestion made the other central continent goo immortals nod in agreement. Even though they knew about this goo formation, it was not of much use. Zhao Lianyan frowned, but she did not refute it. After all, Ma Honyun was at the first snowy peak, that was the center of the goo formation. It was used to refine goo. Even if Zhao Lianyan and the rest passed many snowy peaks, they would still have to reach the first snowy peak and face the rank 8 goo immortal old ancestors Shui Hu. Black Heaven, Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace. We found a small group. South Desolation Immortal let out a breath of turbid air. Ah? Where? Yao Huang quickly asked. They actually went to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Strange. South Desolation Immortal fell into doubt. Even though he knew that the Central Continent goo immortals had entered the spaceless tunnel, he did not know that an accident had occurred in the spaceless tunnel. He had thought that he would find a large group of Central Continent cultivators, but he only found a small group. However, there was a big fish, Zhao Lianyan. Love Immortal Goo. The reason why South Desolation Immortal woke up was because of this. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Yao Huang frowned. Not all of the Central Continent goo immortals have appeared? South Desolation Immortal shook his head. Maybe this is Central Continent's goo immortals' plan to lure the enemy. Be it rank 8 goo immortals or immortal goo houses, none of them have appeared. Yao Huang's frown deepened. Like earlier, when Fan Yuan and Ing Wuxia were fighting, Fan Yuan did not take out the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. Ing Wuxia was instead very wary of it. Yao Huang and South Desolation Immortals' situation was similar. If all of Central Continent's goo immortals appeared, they would definitely use their full strength to deal with these people. But now, only 5 people had appeared, South Desolation Immortal and Yao Huang could not figure out what the Central Continent goo immortals were doing. Was there some scheme? Are they hatching some kind of special big plan? South Desolation Immortal thought about it and decided. Let this group of Central Continent goo immortals face off against Snowy Mountain Blessed Land first. The most important thing is still the Central Continent group. If these goo immortals do not appear, we will wait and see. Yes. Yao Huang nodded, but he was guessing inwardly. Lord South Desolation has a clear understanding of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's situation. This is definitely not the ability of Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace. Don't tell me we have a spy in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Chapter 1259. Eastern Sea. Greater than or equal to sword dragon waves swallowed and spewed out sword light. Rays of white dragon breath landed on the goo formation, causing the goo formation to shake. Something is not right. Ing Wuxia and the rest are not fools. Their immortal essence expenditure is much higher than mine when activating the super goo formation. But they are still in a deadlock, allowing me to attack as I please. Do they have other motives? Fan Yuan attacked fiercely. Although he did not break the Gu formation, he had the initiative. Thoughts were moving rapidly in his mind. He had not stopped thinking for even a moment. The other side should know I have the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Are they not afraid that I will use the upper extreme heavenly eagle to pierce through space and enter the Gu formation? Or is this Gu formation a trap for my upper extreme heavenly eagle? Or could it be that Langya Sek's sixth heir already knows through land spirit of Langya that my upper extreme heavenly eagle is only an egg, thus they are not afraid? Wait. Fan Yuan stopped his attacks and dove into the sea. He was underwater, observing the reactions of Ing Wuxie's side while activating an immortal killer move. Chi luck sensation. They are indeed inside the Gu formation, not a single one is missing. Fan Yuan let out a sigh of relief. It seems that I was overthinking. Fan Yuan continued to attack the Gu formation, but he gradually found that the Gu formation was passively defending Ing Wuxie, Bai Ningbing, and the rest did not appear. Fan Yuan willed and stopped his attacks. He had the initiative now, attacking or not depended on a single thought. On the contrary, the other side was defending and was in a passive state. They did not know when Fan Yuan would attack, and they had to expend immortal essence to maintain the Gu formation's operation. Fan Yuan stopped his attacks. Other than maintaining the sword dragon transformation, he did not expend immortal essence at all. On the contrary, the other side was still activating the Gu formation without stopping. After a silent confrontation for an hour, Fan Yuan gradually sensed something amiss. The Gu formation was like a deep pool, there was no movement inside. The opponent actually chose to be in a deadlock with Fan Yuan with an unshakable stance. Ing Wuxie seems to have other motives, he needs the Gu formation to create a safe environment. No matter what, I can't let him continue smoothly like this. I have to act quickly and destroy him. Looks like I can't keep this trump card any longer, so I have to use it in advance. Although Ing Wuxie's plan was effective and Fan Yuan's fate connection was misled, the result was that Fan Yuan's fate connection was misled. However, Fan Yuan still had a keen judgment of the situation. He decided to act swiftly and decisively, no longer hiding any trump cards. If it was in the past, the sword flood dragon breath would have been his strongest technique, but it was no longer the case. In the next moment, a dragon's roar resounding for thousands of miles. Ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel. Ing Wuxie's field of vision suddenly changed. Looking carefully, he was already at the boundary wall. This was the blue water boundary wall of the East Sea. It was dark blue and was like a giant screen that supported the sky and the earth. It was boundlessly wide. The four Gu immortals, among which Tai Bai Yunxing had entered He Lolan's immortal aperture, were standing in front of the regional wall. They were as tiny as ants, while the world was so vast. If they entered the regional wall, the ancient battle formation could not be used, they could only travel on foot. Because using Gu worms or immortal killer moves inside the regional wall would cause the immortal aperture to shake. The ancient battle formation was even more so, the backlash was extremely huge. While looking, Ing Wuxie's expression changed. Bai Ningbing also subconsciously turned around, her eyes shining with cold light as she stared in the direction they came from. The Gu formation has been broken, Bai Ningbing said in a heavy voice. So fast? He Lulan was also moved. She thought of the scene of her being trapped earlier. Fan Yuan had actually broken the Gu formation so quickly. Even if one was inside the formation and the other was outside, it showed how terrifying the other party's battle strength was. Don't tell me he used the upper extreme heavenly eagle? He Lulan quickly thought of a possibility. No. Bai Ningbing shook her head. Fan Yuan broke the Gu formation but did not find anyone, nor did he obtain any Gu worms. Once the Gu formation was broken, the Gu worms would all self-destruct. How could Bai Ningbing leave them for the enemy? Although the losses were disastrous, the scene of Fan Yuan's attack was transmitted to them. In a battle between Gu immortals, information was an extremely important factor. Bai Ningbing, Ing Wuxia and the rest naturally would not let go of such a good opportunity to gather information. Fang Yuan used a completely new killer move. He seems to have successfully researched it recently, Ing Wuxia said. This killer move has terrifying power. Bai Ningbing's expression was grim. If not for the fact that we don't have a way to counter it, even if we join hands, we might not be able to last for a few breaths of time. What? He Lulan gasped, and even Shirnu, who had always been silent and expressionless, was shaken by this. Ing Wuxia knew the situation was bad. He had set up the Gu formation and plotted to stall for time. Although the plan had succeeded at the start, he had not expected it to only stall for such a short amount of time. Moving through the regional wall would take some time. Most importantly, the sovereign immortal body's uniqueness allowed it to move freely through the regional wall without any suppression. Ing Wuxia had already obtained this information. The Super Gu formation was forcefully broken. Fang Yuan found that we are not here. He will definitely use Qi Luck sensation to investigate again. If we enter the regional wall, even in the best-case scenario, according to Fang Yuan's previous speed, he will definitely be able to catch up to us. We will have to fight him in the regional wall. So, should I enter this regional wall or not? Ing Wuxia's forehead was covered in sweat. He felt like a huge rock was pressing down on his heart. Ing Wuxia assessed the situation. He knew clearly that his side was on the brink of survival. Although they were safe and sound now, they might face a crisis of life and death soon. And whether they could turn this crisis into safety depended on his decision. A heavy pressure was pressing down on Ing Wuxia's shoulders. This was not just his own survival, it also concerned his Gu immortal companions. Alright, Ing Wuxia did not care about the safety of his Gu immortal companions, he was not even afraid of dying. But the crucial thing was, if he died, who could save the demon Venerable's main body? Right now, Shadow Sect was in ruins, he was their only hope. How can this be? In such a short period of time, Fang Yuan's battle strength has grown to such a level? He can't even use Wisdom Gu. How did he deduce it? Don't tell me he obtained a new powerful Wisdom Path method? Deducing immortal killer moves was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Fang Yuan's trump card was very sudden. Ing Wuxia was caught unprepared. If I enter the regional wall, I will definitely fight Fang Yuan in the regional wall after using all my confusion methods. Our side is in a huge disadvantage. Ing Wuxia was clear that using immortal killer moves in the regional wall would cause backlash, but Fang Yuan did not have this restriction. The 5 regional walls were simply the best place for him to kill and loot. Even rank 8 Gu immortals might not be able to do so. Because rank 8s face greater restrictions than rank 6s and 7s when entering the regional wall. Of course, rank 8 Gu immortals traveled in day and night, they would not be stupid enough to enter the regional wall. If Ing Wuxia insisted on entering the regional wall, it would be a huge risk. Fang Yuan had exposed his trump card, even if he did not use the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. With just this trump card, Ing Wuxia felt that he would not be able to face it head-on. No, there is still Bai Ningbing. Ing Wuxia suddenly had a thought as he glanced at Bai Ningbing. He immediately felt that the alliance earlier was the right choice. At the same time, he felt some emotions, to think that he would have to rely on Bai Ningbing's strength at this time. Speaking of which, the wheel of fate was really full of twists and turns. He, the great Ing Wuxia, actually relied on Bai Ningbing, who had been used as a chess piece. But how much strength does Bai Ningbing have? She has just taken over Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven not long ago. Ing Wuxia did not have much confidence as he thought about it. He thought again. But if we do not enter the regional wall this time and only move around in Eastern Sea, omnidirectional travel is not a method that can be used continuously. We need to rest for a while. In that case, Fang Yuan will find us sooner or later. Most importantly, this is Eastern Sea. And we are all Gu immortals from other regions. Ing Wuxia's body was a Western Desert immortal zombie. Bai Ningbing was a Southern Border Gu immortal. Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan were from Northern Plains. Shirnu was from Central Continent. There were no Eastern Sea Gu immortals. Gu immortals from other regions would be ostracized or even hunted down in other regions. Although in Eastern Sea, this rejection was not very strong. But don't forget, Fan Yuan was an Eastern Sea Gu immortal. Sovereign immortal body. He could perfectly blend into any region and become a local Gu immortal. At that time, when both sides fought and an Eastern Sea Gu immortal appeared, with Fan Yuan having the upper hand, the Eastern Sea Gu immortals would help Fan Yuan. That was a matter that needed no explanation. There were few people who would offer help in times of need, but there were many people who would add flowers to the brocade. So, if we stay in Eastern Sea, our next opponent might not be just Fan Yuan, there might be other Eastern Sea Gu immortals as well. Ing Wuxia smiled bitterly. Undeniably, he had been through many trials and setbacks. He was much more mature than before. He was able to think in all aspects. This was something he had never done before. Not to mention, Fan Yuan still has the upper extreme heavenly eagle. I have to go to northern plains. Snowy mountain blessed land is my only hope. I can use a rank 8 Gu immortal to exterminate him. After thinking about it, Ing Wuxia finally made up his mind. He took the lead and flew into the regional wall. Several hours later, a sword dragon flew over from afar. They entered northern plains? This sword dragon was Fan Yuan's transformation. Everything was as Ing Wuxia expected. After he broke the Gu formation, he did not see any traces of Ing Wuxia and the others. How could Fan Yuan not understand? The other party was trying to escape. Fortunately, he did not hesitate to expose his trump card and forcefully destroyed the Gu formation, otherwise he would have been kept in the dark. It seems that Qi Luck's sensation can detect the target, but it can also be misled. Then, could my final target be a fake as well? If it was fake, Fan Yuan could do nothing about it. After all, this was his only target. But if it was real, hee. Chapter 1260. Waiting time was often long and unbearable. Shi Jingyi paced around the hall. He could not sit still, so he stood up and walked around. Yu Yizi sat cross-legged on the ground and opened his eyes, saying in dissatisfaction, "Can't you rest properly? Stop pacing around." Shi Jingyi shouted, "I have already rested well, Sai. How long do we have to wait?" "Wait until the Central Continent Gu immortals come," Bu Jinzi said. "If they don't come, are we going to keep waiting?" Zhao Lianyan frowned. She was also getting impatient. When fighting with Her Mistress, the 5 immortals were completely focused and did not feel anything. Now that they were holed up here, every second was torture. Zhao Lianyan's situation was even more serious. It was like a fire was burning her heart. Bu Jinzi frowned and was about to speak. But at this time, Zhao Lianyan transmitted, "You must have some thoughts in your hearts. Not only did you see the final scene of Spaceless Tunnel, you even personally experienced it. Do you think the other Gu immortals died inside? How can that be?" Shi Jingyi was the first to refute. His expression changed, and his gaze towards Zhao Lianyan contained some anger. Because his father, Shi Ge, was among these Gu immortals. Zhao Lianyan's words were akin to cursing his father to death. Zhao Lianyan did not care about Shi Jingyi's attitude and continued to transmit. "Everyone knows that we came here because of Love Gu's power. But the other Gu immortals did not have such care. At that time, even immortal Gu houses were about to collapse, not to mention Gu immortals themselves. If there are no reinforcements, what are we waiting for?" The other Gu immortals heard this, and their expressions changed. Actually, they all had such worries in their hearts, they just did not say it out loud. Now that Zhao Lianyan took the initiative to remove this veil, Bu Jinzi thought about it and said, "Your guess is not impossible. But even if there are no reinforcements, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects will send a second batch of Gu immortals." Zhao Lianyan continued, "Then can the second batch of reinforcements come? All of you have personally experienced the hardships and dangers that we faced on the way here. Could the infernal affairs be used a second time? Even if it works, can we use it again without worry?" Bu Jinzi stared at Zhao Lianyan's eyes and said solemnly, "You have to believe in the sect, Zhao Lianyan. You are the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. The sect is your foundation. If you don't even trust the sect, who can you trust? Zhao Lianyun was keenly aware of Bu Jinzi's displeasure. However, she stubbornly continued. Even if the sect sends reinforcements and can rush here, the sect will not be able to send reinforcements. But what about time? When on earth would they arrive? What kind of price would he have to pay? What kind of accident would happen? This is Northern Plains, not Central Continent. Not Masako fell silent. He could not refute Zhao Lianyun's words. Zhao Lianyun heaved a sigh of relief. In short, I don't want to wait any longer. We have to wait even if we can't. Bu Jinzi frowned, his face full of anger. He and Zhao Lianyun stared at each other, either side backing down. They both had their own insistence. Zhao Lianyun's eyes soon turned misty. She took the initiative to shift her gaze to the side. If Hong Yun is harmed during this period of time, what will happen? Can you guarantee that? In fact, Zhao Lianyun was getting more and more afraid as she waited. She was not afraid of her own safety. Rather, in this situation where reinforcements were far away, waiting could not solve the problem. If during this period of time, Ma Hongyun was killed by old ancestor Shui Hu and used as a goo material to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo, then this would be Zhao Lianyun's life's regret. If she recalled this in the future, she would feel extreme regret. She had once been so close to Ma Hongyun, she had already entered Snowy Mountain blessed land. Fate had given her a great opportunity, but she did not grasp it. From the 9th snowy peak, she could see the blurry scene of the 1st snowy peak. Even at such a close distance, she waited here and lost her final opportunity. Zhao Lianyun did not want to see this happen. Such an outcome would make her feel even more sorrow and pain than death. Seeing Zhao Lianyun and Bu Jinzi quarreling, the other 3 immortals could not speak. After all, this was an internal matter of Spirit Affinity House. Bu Jinzi retorted. Even if you don't want to wait now, can you save Ma Hongyun? Even if you defeat the other peak lords, don't forget, you have to face old ancestor Shui Hu in the end, because Ma Hongyun is imprisoned on the 1st snowy peak. I know this. Zhao Lianyun clenched her fists, raising her voice. But you also said that before old ancestor Shui Hu, we still have more than 10 peak lords to deal with. We can make the first move and get rid of these peak lords. Anyway, rank 8 goo immortals cannot attack us in this goo formation. This way, once our reinforcements arrive, we can directly attack the 1st snowy peak. It will save time and effort. Bu Jinzi was indignant. Her expression was dark. Then I will speak the truth. This super goo formation amplifies the enemy and weakens our resistance. If we leave this place, we will be forcefully separated by the goo formation and transported to other snowy peaks. If you fight alone, can you match these people? In the previous battle, Mu Linglan and I were the main force. What can you 3 rank 6s do? Bu Jinzi spoke bluntly, but the 3 rank 6 goo immortals could not refute him, because he was speaking the truth. Zhao Lianyun lowered her head and was silent for a while before raising her head. Then I will use love immortal goo again. Bu Jinzi sneered. Who do you think you are? How could love immortal goo be manipulated by you and listen to you? Back then, even Giant Sun Immortal could not refine love goo. That is because he did not obtain love goo's acknowledgement, Zhao Lianyun said. According to you, all the other fairies of my Spirit Affinity House are useless? None of them can control love goo? Bu Jinzi sneered. How will we know if we don't try? Zhao Lianyun retorted firmly. Bu Jinzi chuckled and was about to speak, but Zhao Lianyun had already moved. She called out in her mind. Oh love, love, I beg you, use your divine might and lead the 5 of us to charge into the other snowy peaks. Love did not move, like it was dead. Zhao Lianyun was unresigned. She continued to pray and plead in her mind. Bu Jinzi saw that Zhao Lianyun did not move and was about to speak, but at this time, he saw love goo's aura rise from Zhao Lianyun's body, and at the same time, light enveloped Zhao Lianyun's body. The other 4 immortals were shocked. They stared at this scene with their eyes wide open. Mu Linglan could not help but speak. It is like when we left the spaceless tunnel and came to Snowy Mountain blessed land. It was this aura and light. Continue, don't stop. Shi Jingyi urged. At the next moment, the light on Zhao Lianyun's body spread to the other 4 Gu immortals, as if it had intelligence. This way, we can charge into the other snowy peaks. Oh! Maybe we can directly leave Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Shi Jingyi was filled with hope. Bu Junzi's mouth was slightly open, he could not say anything at this time. The shock in his heart was much more intense than the others. Love Gu cannot be controlled, this is the iron law of history. Even Giant Sun Immortal could not do anything to it. But why? Why? Why is Love Gu in Zhao Lianyun's hands so obedient? Don't tell me, Zhao Lianyun is the strongest fairy since the founding of Spirit Affinity House? No, it is more likely because of her identity. She is an otherworldly demon. Could it be that otherworldly demons are compatible with Love Gu? Others cannot control Love Gu, but otherworldly demons are not restricted. Countless thoughts surged in Bu Junzi's mind, like raging waves. Just as he was thinking, the space behind him suddenly broke open, turning into a fist-sized black hole. The black hole emitted an unimaginably huge suction force, forcibly dragging Bu Junzi into the black hole. Even someone as strong as Bu Junzi, a rank 7 Gu immortal, could not defend against it. He was directly pulled in, vanishing on the spot. At the same time, the same scene happened to the other Gu immortals. In the blink of an eye, this hall was empty, becoming extremely silent. I left the 9th snowy peak and came here. Bu Junzi was filled with shock. The moment his feet touched the ground, he quickly sized up his surroundings. This was also the interior of a hall. But this hall was different from before. The previous hall was exquisite and had the fragrance of a woman, while this hall was extremely grand, overflowing with heroism, displaying the master's masculine demeanor. Which snowy peak is this? Bu Junzi had this thought. But soon, his expression changed as he cursed. Damn it! He found that he was the only one in the entire hall. The other 4 Gu immortals were nowhere to be seen. He then realized he had been thinking too much before the teleportation. Even if Zhao Lianyun was an otherworldly demon, how could he control Love Gu? Love Gu was still so unreliable, it had countless effects. Who knew when it would act up? I was sent here, then what about the others? Where are they? The best result would be for them to be together, that way Zhao Lianyun would be safer. But if Zhao Lianyun is alone, I'm afraid. Bu Junzi did not dare to think about it. Just at this moment, an ink-like black shadow, sticking close to the ground, silently attacked him. Bu Junzi felt a sense of danger. He quickly jumped back and dodged. But the shadow was like a venomous snake. It was extremely fast, following him like a shadow. In less than a breath's time, it was about to reach Bu Junzi's feet. Phantom transformation. At the crucial moment, Bu Junzi activated the specialty of a Phantom Path Gu immortal. His whole body turned phantom. Chapter 1261. Pa pa pa. There was a series of applause. Phantom Path after all. A Gu immortal appeared. This person was tall and sturdy, with a face full of stubble. His eyes had no sclera and were completely black. Behind him, there was a black leather cloak, which was very eye-catching. Bu Junzi's pupils shrank. He knew this person. Since the Central Continent Gu immortals came to save Ma Hongyun, how could they not have information on Snowy Mountain Blessed Land? So it is Shadow King. Bu Junzi spoke lightly, revealing the identity of the Gu immortal in front of him. At the same time, he also understood that he was already on the 7th snowy peak of the Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Speaking of which, the peak master of the 7th snowy peak was actually Shuesongzi. But after Shuesongzi died, a demonic path Gu immortal took the initiative to join. It was this person. In fact, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was also a place that Northern Plains demonic path Gu immortals yearned for. Especially those demons that were wanted by the Huangjin tribes. They needed a backer like old ancestors Shui Hu. Or some Gu immortals who wanted to extend their lifespan joined Snowy Mountain Blessed Land because of Lady Wanshou. Of course, recently, because old ancestors Shui Hu wanted to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu, the morale of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's people was low. Shadow King looked at Bu Junzi and smiled. You Central Continent Gu immortals are really too much, coming all the way here to die. It's still uncertain who will die. Bujinzi sneered in response. Is that so? King of Shadows suddenly turned into a pitch-black shadow and pounced at Bujinzi with extreme speed. Rumble. The next moment, a muffled explosion of thunder came from the seventh snowy peak. The hall shook, and the snow on the mountainside rolled down, forming a small avalanche in an instant. Unlike what Bujinzi had expected, Zhao Lianyun was not alone, nor was he accompanied by the four immortals. The 12th snowy peak. The two sides had already started fighting. Oh? Two little ants. Humph, watch me stomp you all to death! The peak leaders of the 12 snowy peaks let out a roar and stomped down with their right feet. The 12th snowy peak master transformed into a giant with the head of an ox and the body of a human. His feet also transformed into solid ox hooves. Bang! The cow's hooves crushed the tiles on the floor. A deep pit like the mouth of a well was formed in an instant. The peak master was awe-inspiring. The two Central Continent Gu immortals quickly retreated. One of them was Zhao Lianyun, and the other was Shi Jingyi. Zhao Lianyun's face was a little pale. Her opponent was huge, and her battle experience was very limited. This undoubtedly put a lot of pressure on her. Shi Jingyi had just rolled on the ground and managed to avoid being trampled by the cow's hooves. He gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. Damn it! He turned over abruptly. He stood up from the ground. Watch me! Yeah. Shi Jingyi opened his mouth, his tongue flicking out and retracting like a rapid spring. Every time it extended and contracted, a scarlet sword light would shoot out from the tip of the tongue at an extremely high frequency. Zhao Lianyun was stunned. Ordinary people could only curl their tongues, and some people didn't even have the ability to curl their tongues. This was the first time Zhao Lianyun had seen someone with a tongue that could retract back and forth like a spring. The scarlet-red sword light was very sharp. The 12th Peak Lord cultivated the transformation path and transformed into a giant. His skin was already very thick. However, after being hit by the scarlet sword light, his whole body was filled with bloody holes. So painful! The 12th Peak Lord shouted in pain, raising his arms to protect his head. At this moment, he could only defend and not attack. His aura was suppressed. Amazing! Zhao Lianyun murmured in admiration. Of course, this is my vital immortal Gu, Sword Tongue Gu. Shi Jingyi flicked his tongue. He could shoot out scarlet sword light while replying to Zhao Lianyun. What was even stranger was that he could enunciate and speak very clearly. Are you a sword path Gu immortal? Zhao Lianyun asked. Oh no. I am a path cultivator, Shi Jingyi replied. You can speak and fight at the same time, so you are so strong. Zhao Lianyun had a whole new level of respect for this thick-browed, big-eyed, and seemingly simple-minded Shi Jingyi. Humph, I vow to defeat all demons and evil path cultivators. Shi Jingyi seemed to be very proud of himself. You guys are too complacent, the 12th Peak Lord shouted. Boom! With a loud sound, a towering aura burst out from his huge body. The majestic aura radiated in all directions, creating endless air currents. Oh no, it is an immortal killer move! Quickly defend! Shi Jingyi and Zhao Lianyun defended with all their strength, but it was useless. The air currents were extremely powerful. The two were like a pair of toys, easily sent flying. With the 12th Peak Lord as the center, the floor tiles in the hall were sent flying. The scene was chaotic. With two bangs, Zhao Lianyun and Shi Jingyi crashed into the walls of the hall, coughing out mouthfuls of blood. Their bodies were in intense pain, their organs were bleeding, and many of their bones were broken. The 12th Peak Lord's attack succeeded. He had been at a disadvantage earlier, but now he had the upper hand. This is a chi path killer move! How can it be so powerful? Zhao Lianyun and Shi Jingyi endured the intense pain, struggling to stand up. The two were sent flying. They were very far from each other now. How is it? My Zhao Dinyo's immortal killer move Bull Chi does not feel good, right? You are young, but your strength is not low. Unfortunately, in this Gu formation, I have the amplification of the Gu formation, my battle strength has already risen to rank 7, how can you fight me? Ha! Zhao Dinyo laughed loudly. His laughter was like a huge wave that filled the hall. Watch me crush you to death! Suddenly, Zhao Dinyo stopped laughing, staring at Shi Jingyi with a ruthless expression. Next, Zhao Dinyo bent his waist and knees, suddenly jumping. His body was like a small mountain as he pounced towards Shi Jingyi. Rumble! With a loud sound, Zhao Dinyo pressed Shi Jingyi to the ground. Shi Jingyi! Zhao Lianyan cried out in shock. She had personally witnessed this terrifying scene. Being pressed down by such a huge Zhao Dinyo, wouldn't Shi Jingyi be squashed into meat paste? But at the next moment, Zhao Dinyo's back bulged. Then, Shi Jingyi stood up from below Zhao Dinyo's stomach, raised both his hands up high, and shouted with all his might. With a push of his arms, he actually pushed Zhao Dinyo away. It was like a little white rabbit throwing a lion away. This unimaginable scene caused Zhao Lianyan to stare with wide eyes. How can this be? My transformation has the weight of a wild ox. You actually pushed me away? Even Zhao Dinyo could not believe it. Shi Jingyi vomited blood. After pushing Zhao Dinyo away, he immediately knelt on the ground, exhausted. This is the power of righteousness. Shi Jingyi spoke with difficulty. Stop talking, you vomited too much blood. Zhao Lianyan shouted. Bullshit righteousness. Zhao Dinyo regrouped, charging towards Shi Jingyi again. His body was huge, but when he burst out with speed, he was like a gale, it did not match his body size at all. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Dinyo arrived in front of Shi Jingyi. Ah, look at my power of righteousness! Shi Jingyi roared, not dodging at all, but collided with him. Bam! A muffled sound echoed. Zhao Lianyan's heart ached as she heard this. Shi Jingyi was like a small ball, flying far away, vomiting blood in the air. Next, he fell to the ground like a broken sack, blood splattered everywhere. I'm going to kill you! Eh? Zhao Dinyo was about to charge forward and give Shi Jingyi a fatal blow, but the moment he took a step, he found that his hands and feet were bound by rotten silver chains. At the other end of the chains was Zhao Lianyan. It turned out that she had already been preparing her immortal killer move. Unfortunately, the actual battle was completely different from training, especially in this tense atmosphere. Zhao Lianyan's killer move activation failed twice. Thankfully, Shi Jingyi had been stalling for time. Zhao Lianyan only succeeded on the third try. Immortal killer move. Life-locking silver chain. Cough cough, thank you, this killer move is very beautiful, it's really not bad. Obtaining precious time to breathe, Shi Jingyi crawled up from the ground with difficulty. Every time he spoke, he would vomit a mouthful of blood. Stop talking, you are still vomiting blood! Zhao Lianyan felt anxious for him. You don't know, I cultivate information path. I need to keep talking to heal my injuries. The louder I shout, the more powerful my attacks will be, Shi Jingyi explained. Little girl, you are too annoying! Zhao Dinyo screamed. He raised his arms and tore the rotten silver chains on his body. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not tear these chains apart. In that case, Zhao Dinyo laughed sinisterly again, activating Bull Chi soaring to the sky. Boom! An intense explosion resounded in the hall. Soaring air currents burst out again. This time, the roof of the hall was blown away. Crack, crack! With a crisp sound, the silver chains were shattered into countless pieces by this immortal killer move. These shards of chains hadn't even fallen to the ground when they transformed into specks of silver light in midair before vanishing without a trace. Zhao Dinyo used his signature killer move to shatter life-locking silver chain, regaining freedom. In contrast, Zhao Lianyan and Shi Jingyi were sent flying by the air currents again. They coughed out blood and fell to the ground. Damn it! Shi Jingyi wanted to get up, but his body was breaking apart, he had no strength left. As for Zhao Lianyan, she had already fainted. Her injuries were more severe than Shi Jingyi's. Because life-locking silver chain was broken, Zhao Lianyan had already suffered backlash. Adding on Zhao Dinyo's immortal killer move, her injuries worsened. Even though she had rank 9 Immortal Gu Love Gu, from the start of the battle until now, Love Immortal Gu had no effect. Love Immortal Gu could not be controlled, even if it showed its might, it might not be able to resolve the problem. It was truly a scam. It was completely dark. Zhao Lianyun, who was in a coma, felt like she was floating alone in the endless darkness. This is the feeling of death. So, this is death? As expected, I am the most failed transmigrator in history. I actually died at the hands of a minor character. Chapter 1262. Thinking of this, Zhao Lianyun suddenly heard a voice coming from the darkness. This voice was calling her name. Zhao Lianyun! Zhao Lianyun! Who is calling me? Who is calling me? Calling my name. Why do I feel that this voice is so familiar? I remember now, isn't this my previous voice? Thinking of this, Zhao Lianyun suddenly recalled a scene from the past. That was during the imperial court contest. Zhao Lianyun's father died in battle. She was used as a political bargaining chip to be given to someone else for a marriage alliance. Zhao Lianyun relied on Ma Hongyun to resist this fate. She went from a rich young lady to a lonely person. One day, Ma Hongyun dragged her to a valley. Look, I found a good place for you. Ma Hongyun was very happy. Zhao Lianyun swept her gaze around and noticed that it was just an ordinary little valley. She couldn't help but pucker her lips and say, "What's so strange about this? Isn't it just a lousy valley? There is no scenery at all. How can this be?" Ma Hongyun stared with wide eyes. Valleys are rarely seen in northern plains. Furthermore, I will teach you. If you shout your name at the valley will respond to you. Just like this. Saying so, Ma Hongyun took a deep breath and shouted at the valley. Zhao Lianyun! A reply came from the valley. Zhao Lianyun! Zhao Lianyun rolled her eyes helplessly. Truly, fools have a lot of fun. What's so strange about an echo? I have never seen anyone as foolish as you. Ha! Ma Hongyun rubbed his hair. Everyone says I am foolish. Of course I am foolish. How can I be as smart as you, Lady Xiaoyun? However, when I was young I was unhappy. I was teased and disliked by my friends. When no one played with me, I would run to the valley at home and shout at the valley. Every time I shout my name, the valley will shout at me. Every time I shout, the valley will shout at me. It will play with me. Never abandoned me, never ignored me. Unless my voice is not loud enough. I see that you haven't been happy lately. Perhaps it's because there's no one to play with you. I have to stay by the young patriarch's side, so I can't accompany you all the time. If you're unhappy, you can come to the valley. Play with the valley? Zhao Lianyun did not say anything. She looked at the sincere Ma Hongyun, and could not help but feel a sense of pity. This Ma Hongyun is silly, but he's not a bad person. You must have had a rough life since you were young. Even now, he was often beaten and scolded by the young clan leader. But I've never seen him cry. He's always smiling. Forget it, I'll play with you. Thinking of this, Zhao Lianyun sighed and shouted his name towards the valley. When Ma Hongyun saw Zhao Lianyun put it into action, he was so happy that he danced with joy. No, you should shout louder, louder. Zhao Lianyun shouted again. Ma Hongyun shook his head. You're not shouting loudly enough. As long as you shout, the valley will hear you. It won't respond to you now. It just can't hear you. Zhao Lianyun took a deep breath and burst out with his loudest voice. She shouted, Zhao Lianyun! So the valley responded to Zhao Lianyun. Ma Hongyun laughed. Zhao Lianyun also felt a lot more open-minded. The gloominess in her heart dissipated a lot. Her mood also became cheerful. Zhao Lianyun! Zhao Lianyun! Zhao Lianyun! In the darkness, the voice kept coming. Zhao Lianyun, what are you doing? Don't be lost. Zhao Lianyun, you're not alone. Heaven and earth are with you. As long as you shout, heaven and earth will hear you. Zhao Lianyun, you have to wake up. There is a person waiting for you to save him. That person had once stood by your side, watching the stars with you, shouting at the valley with you. Go help him. Go help him. He must be feeling lonely now, or maybe he is afraid. You have to shout, make your voice heard, let him know that you are here. Let him know that as long as he perseveres, there is hope for him to be saved. Yes. I have to save him. How can I fall here? Zhao Lianyan suddenly opened her eyes. She woke up from her unconsciousness. The moment she woke up, she found that her whole body was burning with a light blue light. This was the blue light emitted by immortal Gu love. Zhao Lianyan's injuries were healing rapidly, her condition was rising rapidly. Not only that, the blue light was shining around her. Zhao Daini retreated with a face full of fear. What kind of light is this? It's heavier than a mountain. This aura, what kind of immortal Gu is this? Shi Jingyi was also bathed in the light. He suddenly stood up, feeling boundless energy. The injuries on his body had completely disappeared. His condition had risen to an unprecedented peak. Thank you, Zhao Lianyun, the rest is up to me. Unorthodox demonic path, I will defeat you. Take this move. Fist of Justice. Shi Jingyi shouted loudly. The louder he shouted, the stronger the immortal killer move became. A huge fist of light shot out from his body, fiercely hitting Zhao Daini. Boom! Like a thunderclap, Zhao Daini's defensive method crumbled. A fist hole appeared on his broad chest. The wall behind him could be seen from the front. I. Zhao Lianyan's eyes gradually lost focus. He fell to the ground. Bam! His body fell on the ground, not moving at all. After a few breaths of time, his body, soul, and immortal aperture turned into pure energy, absorbed by the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. Haha, justice will prevail! Shi Jingyi raised his fist and shouted. Zhao Lianyun stood at the side, smiling. Northern Plains, Licorice Regional Wall. A dragon roar resounded. Ingwu Xie! Where do you think you can escape to? It was the sword dragon that Fang Yuan had transformed into. After a long journey, following the guidance of Qiluk sensation, he had finally caught up to Ingwu Xie and the rest. Ingwu Xie and the rest immediately turned around, facing Fang Yuan with extremely solemn expressions. Ingwu Xie had already said that Fang Yuan would catch up to them, so the five immortals were mentally prepared and did not panic. At this moment, the fierce battle that they had been waiting for had finally arrived. The sword dragon roared, opening its bloody mouth. The dragon teeth in its mouth were like spears, extremely sinister. Its dragon eyes were cold and emotionless, emitting bone-chilling killing intent. Without saying anything else, Fang Yuan directly charged forward. Kill! If you want to deal with my master, you have to get past me first. The loyal Shirnu stood up first. He blocked in front of the immortals and suddenly raised his palm. A tall and sturdy stone wall instantly rose from the ground, obstructing Fang Yuan's charge. Bam, bam, bam. At the next moment, the stone wall was penetrated. It was the dragon breath that Fang Yuan had spat out. The dragon breath was extremely sharp, shooting out like sword phantoms, gathering into a rain of sword phantoms. After penetrating the stone wall, it did not lose momentum as it stabbed towards the five immortals. He Lulan shouted loudly, spitting out many small flame birds from her mouth. These small birds were intelligent. They directly sought out Fang Yuan's dragon breath. The small flame birds smashed the dragon breath, turning into lumps of flames that dissipated in the air. Angry birds? Fang Yuan was slightly surprised. This was clearly a fire path method. He did not expect He Lulan to actually use it. The appearance of this small flame bird made Fang Yuan involuntarily think of blazing heaven demoness. Back in the Battle of Eastern Sea, even when Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing worked together with Shark Demon, Subai Man and his wife, and even One Finger Flow Shark, they could not defeat blazing heaven demoness. Blazing heaven demoness immortal killer move, Angry Birds, left a deep impression on Fang Yuan. But the small flame birds that He Lulan used were similar to the real Angry Birds. It turned out that after He Lulan's Strength Path Immortal Gu was sold to Fang Yuan, she did not have any Strength Path Immortal Gu to support her battle strength in Eastern Sea. She chose to cultivate Fire Path to prevent her Strength Path Dao marks from being taken away. she had a fire path inheritance. When Blazing Heaven Demoness met He Lulan, she secretly passed her fire path inheritance to He Lulan. Blazing Heaven Demoness felt very guilty towards He Lulan. She tried to make it up to her. Originally, He Lulan did not care about the fire path inheritance. She felt that she would not be able to use it in her life. But to think that fate was so mystical and out of her expectations, under a series of coincidences, she ended up walking on the path of fire path. Of course, she did not have a single fire path Dao mark on her body. However, she had all of Blazing Heaven Demoness Immortal Goo. This matter had to be traced back to before the Battle of Etion Mountain. In order to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo, Spectral Soul had no choice but to abandon the whole of Zombie Alliance. He used countless immortal zombies as immortal materials to speed up the Goo refinement. When Zombie Alliance was first established, it was a subordinate of Shadow Sect. It was controlled by Shadow Sect. But many immortal zombies, even though they joined Zombie Alliance, they did not know this truth. Back then, Zombie Alliance was building a super Goo formation to protect the immortal zombie corpses. In fact, this was a perfect excuse to keep them alive. Using this chance, Shadow Sect killed all of the immortal zombies who were involved in the Goo refinement. The immortal zombies did not have dead apertures, but the immortal Goo on the immortal zombies were kept safe. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's immortal Goo were all hidden in Dark Flow Giant City. Ingwu Xie He Lulan, and the rest were far away in Eastern Sea, but at that time, Northern Plains still had Sixth Hair, a member of Shadow Sect. Dark Flow Giant City was hidden deep in Earth Trench. Sixth Hair sneaked in and used his methods to retrieve Blazing Heaven Demoness Immortal Goo, sending them to Ingwu Xie. After Ingwu Xie refined them, he gave them to He Lulan. Thus, He Lulan had Blazing Heaven Demoness True Inheritance and her Immortal Goo. She could replicate almost all of Blazing Heaven Demoness methods. Fan Yuan did not know about this earlier, but now that he saw these fire birds, he fell into deep thought. Chapter 1263. Tai Bai Yinxing mainly cultivated Time Path, but man as before and landscape as before were in Fan Yuan's hands. In Eastern Sea, he chose to cultivate Cloud Path. He had a Cloud Path foundation to begin with. Shadow Sect had a rich collection. He did not lack Cloud Path true inheritances. His defensive methods were quite impressive. But after Tai Bai Yinxing added a cloud ring to all the Goo immortals present, his expression turned ugly. Using immortal killer moves in the regional wall would cause the immortal aperture to shake every time. Using 5 immortal killer moves consecutively caused his immortal aperture to shake 5 times. The losses were not small. Interesting. Fan Yuan snickered. His dragon body slithered as he easily flew into the sky. Ingwu Xie and the rest saw this and their expressions turned grim. In this regional wall, they had difficulty moving forward. They had to resist the formless repulsion and attraction force at all times. In contrast, Fan Yuan was able to move freely. He was extremely relaxed. Fan Yuan flew into the sky and immediately took control of the sky. He looked down from above, slithering around as he breathed out dragon breath. At once, sword lights rained down on the 5 immortals. Defend carefully, try not to split up, otherwise he will attack us alone, Ingwu Xie shouted, reminding everyone. Seeing the sword lights descending, Ingwu Xie suddenly roared, emitting an extremely sharp and piercing sound. Immortal killer move, Soul Howl. The power of Soul Howl completely covered the sky. It did not affect the surrounding Goo immortals at all. It showed Ingwu Xie's superb control. Fan Yuan's attack was immediately stopped. The sword light dragon breath clearly paused for a moment. But it quickly recovered. Since I want to find trouble with Shadow Sect, why wouldn't I defend against Soul Path attacks? Fan Yuan sneered in his mind. He was already mentally prepared. But he did not have a Soul Path Immortal Goo that countered his soul. He was still affected and attacked earlier. But Fan Yuan's soul foundation was extremely deep. Soul Howl's damage was negligible to him. It was completely bearable. Even if his soul was injured, it did not matter, because Fan Yuan had the Guts Goo. Damn it! Ingwu Xie cursed as he resisted the dragon breath. He also knew that Fan Yuan had Guts Goo. Guts Gu might be a mortal Gu, but it originated from Dang Hun Mountain. It was naturally extraordinary. A secret realm of heaven and earth like Dang Hun Mountain. It contained a huge number of Dao marks. In terms of quantity, it surpassed even rank 9 immortal Gu. However, in the heaven and earth mystic realm, there were always scattered Dao marks. They might be of the same type, densely packed together. And rank 9 immortal Gu were fragments of the great Dao. They could be controlled by the Gu immortal and display mystical power. Between a rank 9 immortal Gu and a secluded domain of heaven and earth, there was no way to truly compare them. Chi 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 chi. The swords were like rain, hitting the 5 immortals so hard that they couldn't even raise their heads. There were sword marks all over the ground. The 5 immortals were suppressed like this, so they naturally felt very uncomfortable. The best way to deal with such a concentrated attack was to spread out and dodge. But this way, Fan Yuan would have a chance to defeat them one by one. But the 5 immortals were not just passively waiting to be beaten. Nu finally finished his preparation and used his immortal killer move. Rumble. Muffled sounds resounded as the ground shook. A giant hand made of mud and rock stretched out from the ground. The 5 fingers of the giant hand opened up and slowly covered the heads of the 5 immortals, blocking Ying Wuxie and the others. The thick back of the hand was enduring the fierce attacks of the dragon breath. Even though the Earth Path giant hand was quickly beaten to a pulp and was about to collapse, using this chance, He Lulan also finished her preparation. She stretched out her right hand, her 5 fingers intersecting and stabbing towards the sky. Swoosh! Immediately, a bright red light shot out from her fingers, piercing through the entire palm and shooting towards Fan Yuan at lightning speed. This immortal killer move was so fast, and with the Earth Path giant hand acting as cover, if one was slightly careless, they would be hit. But this line of fire did not hit Fan Yuan. He easily moved his dragon body and dodged it. It actually missed! He Lulan's heart sank. 3 breaths of time later. He Lulan did not know that Fan Yuan had such an investigative time path killer move. Strange, He Lulan is a strength path Gu immortal, but her fire path methods are not restricted by the Dao marks at all. This must be a method of Shadow Sect. After all, Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu was designed by Spectral Soul. He Lulan's efforts were futile, some of her trump cards were exposed instead. Soon, the Earth Path giant hand collapsed, and the sword light dragon breath continued to suppress it. But the 5 immortals were no longer flustered. They used their immortal killer moves to defend against the sword rain. Then what about this move? Let me see how you deal with it. Fan Yuan firmly held the initiative. He easily used another immortal killer move. Time Path Year Beast Summon. Roar! A Tiger Year Beast was summoned and appeared in the regional wall, helping Fan Yuan in battle. Fan Yuan threw out a large number of Mortal Year Gu. The Tiger Year Beast's morale surged as it charged towards Ying Wuxie and the rest. Nu had a bitter expression. The sword light dragon breath had already made them exhausted, but now, an ancient year beast came to disrupt them. This year beast could move freely in the regional wall. The reason was similar to the cloud beasts. Cloud beasts were life forms of white heaven. They were not native to the 5 regions. They were not affected by the regional walls. Year beasts lived in the river of time. It was the same. Let me do it! Ying Wuxie stepped forward bravely and used a very similar technique. Soul Path Soul Beast Summon. Back then, when Spectral Soul Demon Venerable created Soul Path, Shadow Sect was a great expert that played around with Soul Path. Hey Fan could think of Year Beast Summon. How could Shadow Sect not have similar methods? Ying Wuxie's method was extraordinary. He summoned 3 ancient soul beasts at once. My soul beasts are also unaffected by the regional wall, because they come from the door of life and death. Ying Wuxie's smugness did not last long, because he saw that Fan Yuan had already turned into a sword dragon and attacked. The sword dragon moved like a snake. It was extremely fast. It stretched out its dragon claws and crushed the head of a soul beast. With a flick of its tail, it broke the leg of another soul beast. It opened its mouth, and the sword-light dragon breath pierced through the 3rd ancient soul beast. Fan Yuan's sword dragon form had great battle strength, and most importantly, Fan Yuan had thieving heaven demon Venerable's immortal killer move ghostly concealment. This made it so that none of the soul beasts could sense his presence. Thus, Fan Yuan's battle strength surpassed the ancient soul beasts, and the soul beasts could not sense Fan Yuan's presence. Fan Yuan had a huge advantage against the soul beasts. These 3 soul beasts were in a daze. They could not react and were heavily injured by Fan Yuan. Fortunately, the soul beasts did not have any obvious weak points, otherwise, Fan Yuan would have already finished them off in a few moves. But even so, the soul beasts' bodies became thinner and more transparent. Even though Ing Wu Xie's expression was ugly, he watched as Fan Yuan's 3 ancient soul beasts did not attack again. Ing Wu Xie thought to himself, "It doesn't matter. Even if you kill these 3 ancient soul beasts, so what? I can use my killer move again and summon 3 more ancient soul beasts. What is the most abundant in the door of life and death? Without a doubt, they are souls and soul beasts." But right at this time, Fan Yuan gave up on fighting the ancient soul beasts. He activated Sword Escape. Sword Escape Immortal Gu. Fan Yuan's speed burst out. He left behind an afterimage on the spot. Quick, quick, quick! Tai Bai Yunxing could not react in time. He was hit by Fan Yuan's claw. The protective cloud ring broke apart. Tai Bai Yunxing's stomach was split open by the dragon claw. His intestines turned into mush. He did not die. Fan Yuan was surprised. He had wanted to use Dragon Breath. After all, Sword Light Dragon Breath was the strongest weapon of the Sword Dragon. But at the crucial moment, a layer of ice appeared on his dragon mouth. Fan Yuan could not open his mouth, he could only use his dragon claw. But it was too fast and rushed. Fan Yuan did not use his full strength, and Tai Bai Yunxing's protective cloud ring blocked most of its power. Thus, Tai Bai Yunxing managed to survive. "It's Bai Ning Bing!" Fan Yuan exerted strength. He forcefully opened his dragon mouth and broke the layer of ice sealing it. Fan Yuan turned around to look. His speed was too fast. He was already several li away from the 5 immortals. At this time, Bai Ning Bing was already in front of the 4 immortals. Her icy blue eyes shined with a cold light as she stared at Fan Yuan fearlessly. "Quick, quick, quick!" He Lulan grabbed Tai Bai Yunxing's leg, pulling him to the back. Next, she bent down and used healing methods. But Tai Bai Yunxing's injuries were too severe. His injuries showed no signs of healing. Once a Gu immortal was injured, it was troublesome. Dao Mark Rejection. Fan Yuan's ancient sword dragon transformation would leave behind a large number of sword path Dao marks once he was injured. This was unbearable for Tai Bai Yunxing's fragile body. "Sigh, if I had manas before, it would not be so troublesome." Saying this, Tai Bai Yunxing fell unconscious, his life hanging by a thread. This was the result of He Lulan trying her best to save him. Damned Fan Yuan, his true objective was to kill Tai Bai Yunxing. Ing Wu Xie's expression was dark. He had fallen for Fan Yuan's trap. Fan Yuan appeared to be fighting with the soul beasts, but he had been looking for an opportunity since the start of the battle. He had probably targeted Tai Bai Yunxing long ago. After all, Tai Bai Yunxing was the weakest among the 5 immortals. One had to pick the weakest one. "I can't count on Tai Bai Yunxing anymore." Ing Wu Xie's expression was grim. How long had it been since the battle started? They had already lost a member. How would they deal with the powerful and ferocious Fan Yuan? Right at this time, Fan Yuan gasped inwardly, feeling something amiss. He stretched his dragon body and was surprised to find that his dragon scales were covered in a thin layer of ice. Bai Ning Bing's gaze is strange. Fan Yuan immediately reacted. Chapter 1264. Even though she had just ascended, Bai Ning Bing had some advantages that ordinary Gu immortals did not have. Firstly, she had the Northern Dark Eye Soul physique, one of the 10 extreme physiques. She was most proficient in cultivating ice and snow path. Similar to He Lulan's great strength true martial physique, her Dao marks surpassed ordinary rank 6 Gu immortals. Secondly, she became the owner of Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven. She inherited Bai Xiang's true inheritance and controlled all of Bai Xiang's Gu worms. Among them were many rank 7 immortal Gu. However, she did not have any rank 8 immortal goo. Bai Xiang's historical status was slightly lower than He Fan's. But the combined strength of the 5 Xiangs far surpassed He Fan. Bai Ningbing's weakness was that she was not familiar with the immortal goo and immortal killer moves. She often failed when activating them, resulting in backlash and injuries. Nurturing, refining, using goo was one of the 3 important aspects of a goo master's cultivation. If Bai Ningbing wanted to familiarize herself with these gains, she would need to spend a long period of time to train. Therefore, there was still a long way to go before it could be used in actual combat. However, at this moment, Bai Ningbing's weakness was effectively covered up. Because she had Ing Wuxie, He Lulan, Tai Bai Yunxing, and Shi Nu, these 4 goo immortal companions. Because they were protecting each other, Bai Ningbing had the time to prepare her immortal killer move. Fan Yuan's information about Bai Ningbing was wrong. On one hand, he thought that Bai Ningbing was about the same as Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan. She had received benefits from Shadow Sect, thus raising her battle strength. On the other hand, even though Fan Yuan had used Ji Luck Sensation many times to investigate Bai Ningbing, he did not know about Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven and other related matters. Thus, Fan Yuan greatly underestimated Bai Ningbing's true battle strength. If Fan Yuan knew the truth, he might not have chosen Tai Bai Yunxing as his main target. He would have placed his target on Bai Ningbing. However, Fan Yuan lacked information path methods. How could he know about Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven? Although Fan Yuan had been reborn, he was far from being omniscient and omnipotent. Bai Ningbing's gaze could actually cause frost to form on the targets in her vision, slowing down their movements. This was what Bai Xiang had done in the past. Fan Yuan knew that something was wrong. Take immediate action. He immediately retreated and covered his tracks. The visibility in the licorice boundary wall was already very poor. After Fan Yuan used his means, he immediately disappeared from Bai Ningbing's sight. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth. Fan Yuan was a wily old fox. He immediately saw the limitations of this move. Even with such a trump card, he never flaunts it. Too bad we're working on it. Bai Ningbing felt very regretful. The move that Fan Yuan used to destroy the Super Goo formation in Eastern Sea was extremely powerful. Ing Wuxie, Bai Ningbing, and the rest were wary. They even felt a chill in their hearts. Along the way, they were naturally discussing how to counter Fan Yuan's move. But Fan Yuan did not use that move all along, causing Ing Wuxie and the rest's preparations to be in vain. It is a pity that I have only inherited Bai Xiang's true inheritance for a short period of time. Although this killer move has limitations, it can complement other killer moves. I can make up for it. Bai Ningbing was already barely able to activate this killer move. If she used another immortal killer move on this foundation, the chances of failure were extremely high. Bai Ningbing was not Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan could multitask and activate many immortal killer moves at the same time, but Bai Ningbing's attainment in this aspect was very low. Even though Fan Yuan had retreated temporarily, he had concealed himself, but he still had the initiative and the upper hand. In this situation, Bai Ningbing could not take the risk. Once the risk failed, he or she would be in a mess, creating a flaw that Fan Yuan could exploit. Bai Ningbing understood Fan Yuan very well. With such a flaw, Fan Yuan would not let it go. Even Bai Ningbing was in awe of Fan Yuan's ability to grasp opportunities in battle. Fan Yuan is frozen by my gaze. Once he recovers, his speed will be so fast that even my gaze will not be able to keep up. Bai Ningbing thought. Fan Yuan's ancient sword dragon transformation was already very fast. Adding on sword escape and his sword path down marks, even the rank 7 expert Yi Lui Kun Xing died from this speed. Bai Ningbing knew that her frozen gaze technique was only to catch Fan Yuan off guard. Now that Fan Yuan was on guard, if he used that terrifying speed, this immortal killer move's effect would fall to rock bottom. It seems I can only change my move. Bai Ningbing immediately decided. She had to change her move. Earlier, Fan Yuan's speed almost killed Tai Bai Yunxing. If Bai Ningbing did not change her move and continued to use the immortal killer move Frozen Gaze, the next one to die might be her. The situation was extremely dangerous. Bai Ningbing retreated behind Shi Nu and called out to Ing Wuxie. Protect me, I am going to use that move. Bai Ningbing and Ing Wuxie had formed an alliance again, and with a great enemy outside, both sides had revealed some of their trump cards to each other. Thus, Bai Ningbing did not say it clearly, but Ing Wuxie understood. He nodded with a solemn expression. All right, use that move, leave your safety to us. Immediately after, Ing Wuxie ordered Shi Nu. Even if you have to sacrifice yourself, you must protect Bai Ningbing. Shi Nu was loyal and devoted to Ing Wuxie. When he heard these words, he immediately nodded in agreement without the slightest bit of rebellion or hesitation. Don't worry, he was hit by my frozen gaze technique. According to the weakness of the sovereign immortal body you mentioned, if he does not have a method to deal with it, he will need more than 10 breaths of time to recover. Bai Ningbing said confidently. Ing Wuxie nodded. That's good. He did not doubt Bai Ningbing's words. Bai Xiang's methods naturally had their own uniqueness. It was not so easy to deal with an immortal killer move. Often, after fighting many times, one would be more familiar with the immortal killer move that the enemy used, and after a long period of deduction, one would be able to find a method to deal with it. The probability of Fan Yuan having a method to deal with it was very low. But right at this time, a white light suddenly flashed in the five immortals' vision. Be careful. It's sword light dragon breath. Defend, protect Bai Ningbing and Tai Bai Yinxing. Sword light dragon breaths attacked like a torrential rain from before, causing Ing Wuxie and the other immortals to be flustered and exhausted. Bai Ningbing was fully concentrating on preparing an immortal killer move, while Tai Bai Yinxing was already heavily injured and unconscious. The pressure on the remaining 3 immortals suddenly increased. They were ruthlessly suppressed and had no strength to retaliate. Fan Yuan circled around Ing Wuxie and the rest from afar. He opened his mouth and breathed out. Rays of sword-light dragon breath shot towards Ing Wuxie and the rest from all directions. His sword dragon body was still covered in a thin layer of ice. Bai Ningbing's frozen gaze killer move was quite effective. Of course, the main problem was Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal body. Even though he had transformed into an ancient sword dragon, the down marks on his body still did not reject each other. Thus, there was a flaw. Similar to Bai Ningbing's frozen gaze when it hit Fan Yuan, it would not be weakened by the down marks on Fan Yuan's body. It could display its full power. Thankfully, Fan Yuan had transformed into an ancient sword dragon and had thick skin and flesh, otherwise, his body would have frozen to death. Fan Yuan breathed out, suppressing Ing Wuxie and the others as he healed. Even though he was affected by the frozen gaze, it was easy to heal. Because down marks did not reject each other, even if Fan Yuan used mortal methods, he could achieve a qualitative change. It was unlike Tai Bai Yinxing, who was hard to heal after being injured. Fan Yuan continued to breathe out sword-light dragon breaths, while suppressing Ing Wuxie and the others. It was also a form of probing. He soon discovered, Bai Ningbing was heavily protected by Ing Wuxie and the others. There were no flaws. Unless he broke through with brute force, there was no other way. Preparing an immortal killer move. Fan Yuan's heart was heavy. Since Ing Wuxie and the others were protecting her so seriously, it seemed that Bai Ningbing's immortal killer move was no small matter. Thus, once he recovered, he charged over. He had no restrictions in the Licorice Regional Wall. He could move freely. Even Fan Yuan could not control his speed. It was like a ray of white light. Ing Wuxie and the others did not even have time to shout. Fan Yuan had already pierced through their formation and charged far away. Bai Ningbing broke out in cold sweat. Her killer move activation almost failed. He Lulan was heavily injured. Her entire left arm was gone. Even her left torso was affected. The wound was shocking. The flesh and bones could be seen from the outside. Blood gushed out like a fountain, quickly forming a large puddle at He Lulan's feet. Down marks could be seen on the wound. It could not stop the bleeding. At this rate, He Lulan would be the first to die. He Lulan had no choice but to change her identity. In a few breaths of time, she turned into an immortal zombie. Immortal zombies could still endure this kind of injury. The boiling red blood immediately turned into green immortal zombie cold blood. Although the blood was still flowing out, the speed had decreased by countless times. Hee hee. Hei Lulan knelt on one knee on the ground, breathing heavily, but her lips were curled up. She was actually smiling. On the other side, Fan Yuan had a peculiar feeling. I was actually plotted against. What a Hei Lulan! The dragon claw that had torn off Hei Lulan's left arm still had traces of blood and flesh. At this moment, the flesh and blood had gradually turned into a lump of blood-colored fire, attaching to Fan Yuan's dragon claw and dragon scales, burning brightly. Immortal killer move, flesh, blood, flame. This fire used flesh and blood as fuel. It continued to burn. As long as the flesh and blood did not stop, the fire would not stop. Without a method to counter it, it could not be extinguished. Moreover, the stronger the flesh and blood, the more intense the burning of the flesh and blood fire. Fan Yuan's ancient sword dragon transformation was the exact target of the flesh-blood flame. However, Fan Yuan's reaction was extremely fast. He immediately cancelled the transformation killer move and returned to his human form. Next, he activated a time path healing immortal goo. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.